Well, a very good afternoon and welcome here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre for the 94th running of the CAS Championships, the 2025 edition. James Preston with you alongside Sam Douglas from Waverley. Sam, this should be another cracking contest here today across all of our disciplines.
Yes, indeed. We've got multiple schools competing today in what is a beautiful afternoon. A slight breeze that seems to be swirling a little bit, but I think that will drop later tonight as it gets a little bit cooler.
And Sam, give us a bit of a background here about the CAS Championships. Obviously a long-standing competition, plenty of pride behind it, and each of these schools really vying for supremacy amongst one another.
That's correct, yes. The CAS Championships is a extremely prestigious event. Schools vying for the Andrew Shield, and they are looking forward to hopefully taking that home tonight.
And in terms of the lead up for these students coming into this event, what has been the preparation? Have they gone through a number of different tournaments? Has there been school-based activities to get them to this point here and form part of these teams?
Yeah, there's athletic season for these schools is about 5 weeks. So athletes sort of have a break between their summer and their winter sports, and they compete in multiple events multiple athletics events across those 6 weeks. And that's really a good opportunity for students to sort of see where they're at against some other schools. Sometimes other schools outside the CAS are involved in that as well. So it's a really good opportunity for students to, get some training in, but also then, compete against some competitors they might not actually face at CAS.
So we're preparing to get underway here as well for our first event of the day. This will be the Boys Open Long Jump Championships. Now, I'll quickly take you through the field here. That's the end of their preliminary assessments of the long jump itself. So they've gone through their little practice session. We do have Ethan Mullins, Sasha Ratner-Vidial, Josh Bass, Marlo Demetrio, Mitchell Allen, Lachlan Jackson, Sam Wang, Matt Walter, Zach Crow, Jack Tremaine, James Atkins, and Davin Yap. So first two jumpers here will be from Trinity. Obviously, you'll have a good insight here as well for us for the Waverley students too. Is there someone we should be, I suppose, focusing on in particular for this long jump event, or is it really an open contest?
Yeah, it's a little bit of an open contest in this one. The long jump, I find, is an event that, as the crowd builds, I think the students get a lot of hype from the crowd, and that is one thing at the CAS Championships that is incredible. The students here will probably never compete with such a crowd, and as school finishes and the crowd sort of comes in, we start to see thousands of students and parents and carers come in and support, and that really helps those students jump that little bit further. So it's going to be exciting to see just how far they can jump. Crowds aren't here just yet, but that will develop, so hopefully we can cheer these boys on.
So first attempt coming up here. In fact, no, this is still our practice session. So we should actually be beginning with Ethan Mullins for Trinity, along with Sasha Ratner-Vidial. So this will be our first two jumpers here. What we will try and do throughout the day as well is get a little bit closer to the side of this long jump pit. At the moment, we're up in the commentary booth, so we might be a little bit impacted in terms of keeping you across all the distances our athletes are jumping. But as the day unfolds, we'll see if we can get down there and get you some more information. So final little test just being conducted here from our officials. It looks like they've cleared now this long jump pit, so preparing for our first jumper to get underway. That's Ethan Mullins, and the youngest competitor here outside of James Atkins from Knox Grammar, who's just 14 years of age. Ethan at just 15, a very impressive feat to feature in the Opens division already.
Yes, indeed, and some students do compete up in age if they are at that level and they can score points for their school. So a lot of students will be competing in multiple events tonight. They can jump up an age group.
So we'll be able to give you a rough estimate from our position here, along with, of course, whether the jump is deemed a legitimate and legal jump or if it is, of course, counted as a foul. So each jumper has an initial process here of 3 jumps that'll, I believe, push them through then to either a top 8 or a top 6 format. We usually drop them back from that point, and then they'll get an additional sequence of jumps for our top contestants. Of course, all vying for individual medals and then overall that Andrew Shield.
That's correct. It is the Andrew Reid Shield, and it was first awarded to Knox Grammar in 1929. Andrew Reid was the managing director of the James Hardy & Co, and Mr. Reid was the founding member of the Knox Grammar School Council and the benefactor from 1923 to 1938. He was also a member of the CAS General Committee. So a very prestigious cup indeed.
And of course, Trinity have been the real stalwarts of the competition of late. So 2016, 17, 18, 19. This competition wasn't run during those COVID-impacted years, but they've continued that dominance in 2022, 23, and of course 24. So they'll all have an eye on stopping this run of great form from Trinity. In terms of the most awarded school, though, I believe that is still Knox Grammar. They've had a great time of things, so to speak. I think it's just St. Aloysius who, as of yet, haven't been able to get themselves on that Andrew Reid Shield. As we see our first jumpers competing here now in our long jump competition. And of course, the track to get underway at 2:35, and we really can't wait to bring you that either. So picking up the action here with Sasha Ratnavardivil, who's preparing to make his jump with his teammate Ethan Mullins having got us underway here. Looks like they're still recalibrating some of these measurements here, track officials.
We do want to make sure that everything is correct and that the measurements are indeed accurate.
Sasha just 16 years of age here for Trinity. So first of 3 attempts, and fortunately, as I mentioned, for those tuning in at home, what you're seeing is what we're seeing as well, so we don't have the benefit of hearing the exact measurements that are being read out here by our officials. I'll tell you what, Sam, they've made our job a little bit harder as well, because we've now actually lost sight of the measurements on the side of the long jump.
They have indeed moved the marker to the other side, which is now blocked by the Tartan Army of Knox Grammar School. They will be very loud tonight, and hopefully you don't hear them through the our PA system, but they do get quite loud, and I'm sure they'll bring the drum out. Yep, I can see the drum. There's a few faces painted in the crowd as well.
Now the clearance here for Sasha to take his first attempt. And the drum does look rather good indeed. Here comes Sasha Ratnavardivil. Decent approach, good clearance as well. That should be a legal effort. The white flag is up, so that one is cleared. First attempt here is good for Ratnavardivil. As we mentioned, we don't have access to the measurements, but it still looks like quite a decent jump here. Now, from our vantage point,
just under 7.
A little tough here with the Tartan Army blocking our vantage point, but yeah, looks around about that 7 mark. So we'll at least do is mark that first attempt as a positive one, roughly in the 7-metre range. Now we'll move on to our Waverley students. Now, how well do you know Josh Bass and Marlo Demetrio?
Yeah, not too well, but I do know that they have been practicing, and the Waverley students will be behind these boys. You can see them getting amped up now.
This is Josh Bass, it looks like. Bit of a pump at the chest, and so looking ready and raring to go, and well matched also with the shoes directly correlating to the outfit there with the blue and yellow.
Very important that you look good, so you run good, or you jump good, or you throw good. It's very, very important.
I've often said this, Sam, doesn't matter what the sport is, if you have a flashy pair of boots on, I expect you to be one of the real champions of whatever you might be playing. Here comes Bass now on the first approach. Oh, lovely fling of the legs and plenty of airtime with that as well. Flag is up, so that first attempt is a successful one.
That is a great first jump.
It looks well and truly beyond the mark of Sasha Ratnavardevil. So I'd imagine at the moment that's probably our leader. He looks reasonably happy too with the report back there from the official. Well, how's your lip reading, Sam?
Not the greatest.
I've seen some very questionable TikToks floating around with a little bit of a change to the lip reads of some famous situations.
I don't want to attempt to do that, but we'll do our best.
This is now Marlo Demetrio, 17 years of age from Waverley, preparing for his first attempt. I don't believe we've had a red flag raised as of yet. Our vision of Mullins was obscured at the time. That's another great jump here, really picking up the legs. I think that's going to come back to haunt him, though, quite literally. Biting him in the bum, if you will. In the backside there, that's made contact with the sand. So they'll take it from the measurement of point of entry. Still overall quite a strong jump.
Yeah, for someone who landed on their tailbone, I think Marlo will be reasonably happy with that jump.
So there's our first two Waverley students done and dusted in this one. Of course, flight 1 of 1 with these finals. So we've only got the 12 competitors overall. This will be Mitchell Allen now, our first St. Aloysius athlete for the day on the approach. Strong run up here and good flight once again. This time lands quite well. A little bit shorter though than the work of Demetrio and Bass. Of course, St. Aloysius looking for their first Andrew Reid Cup to be exact. So it's a heck of a weight as well.
It is. We will get score updates throughout the night and we will keep you updated at home for those watching along. We will be getting multiple score updates throughout the night, which will be very exciting, but we will not know the winner until right at the end. Around that 8:30 mark is when we should be getting a clearer picture of who is going to take home the cup.
So now Lachlan Jackson on the approach for his first attempt. White flag is up, but that one is not going to trouble the leaders at the moment. And you mentioned those results there as well. Of course, last year, very, very tight between Knox and Waverley. 636 points in its second, and Waverley, in theory, tied for that second with 632.5. But Trinity, once again, running away with it. Nearly 700 points to their name. And we talk about it since 2016. They've had a stranglehold on that cup.
Yeah, an incredible achievement, and they've had quite a few Olympians come out of their athletics program, and that in itself seems to, fuel the athletes of Trinity to, want to perform as well. And that's where they start. They start here at the CAS representing their school, and they go on to huge events such as the Olympics. So I think they had 2 athletes in Tokyo representing from the same graduating year.
So that first attempt there from Sam Wang with the red flag being raised, so that one will not contribute to his totals. First jump there for Barker. Now on screen, that's Matt Walter, 18 years of age, also from Barker, having his first attempt.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to get the cobwebs out of the legs and get that first one done, and then, hopefully you nail the next 2. That seems to be a nice clean jump. We've got the white flag up.
That's quite strong as well, up around that 6.5 metre mark from our vantage point here. So a good first attempt there from Matt Walter. I still think it looks like Josh Bass is probably our overall leader here, based on what we've witnessed in the opening 8 jumps. Still 4 more to go. And up there now, representing Cranbrook, that's Zach Crow. So Zach, also 18 years of age here. Once again, 2 athletes from our respective schools competing here in the long jump in the open men's division. Crow now with the approach, and that one looking like it should be nice and clear, and it's a decent effort as well here.
And he had plenty of room before the plate there. He wanted to be safe, so he's probably got another good 15 centimetres on his next one if he can get a bit closer to that plate. Now, while we're here, I will mention that Mason McGroder, who would normally be in this event, has broken multiple records within the long jump. He unfortunately will be out of the CAS Championships today. He's been recovering from an injury. And, you know, that's a huge loss for Trinity. But for someone who broke the record last year in 2024, jumping 7.44 metres, you know, it's very impressive. And, you know, my thoughts are with Mason and his recovery.
Speedy recovery is certainly hoped for Mason. As we now see Jack Tremaine with his first attempt. Once more, the white flag is up. That one also looking up around that 6 metre mark. So still a little bit of a way off the work of Mason McGrota, as you mentioned. 7.44 metres last year. And a number of these records have been hanging around for a little bit of time. So, for example, in the 13-year-old's high jump, that one's been standing since 2019. So certainly I think it has become a bit of a trend the last couple of seasons where we get more and more records being broken more frequently. But I was out calling another event on Monday, and Jana Pittman, for example, still has a record that stood since 1998. So sometimes we come across these freakish athletes and they are tough to get past, as we see the first attempt here for James Atkins. Just 14 years of age and a great first jump there, Sam.
Yeah, that's another clean jump, and the white flag has gone up. We do see a lot of development with athletics, and now the shoes seem to be a big talking point, especially in those middle distance events. But yeah, I also think there's a lot more awareness around athletics and the depth of the fields. A lot of young kids are getting into it earlier, so we are seeing a lot of those records go. But like you said, there are still...
That's big from Davin Yap. Now he got the crowd up and engaged. He's getting them to clap behind him. The Tartan Army hasn't gone off as of yet, but he's still got a little bit of encouragement from the rest of the fans here. And geez, I'll tell you what, he might get a lot more based on that first attempt. That looks to be up around the 7 metre mark too, and the white flag's up, so it's clear.
Very, very impressive. I'm not sure where the Tartan Army have gone. They might be fueling up, but they would be very happy with that jump from Knox.
So second attempt coming up here for Ethan Mullins. So every single jumper has now had their first effort.
That's on 12 for the game.
Trinity, of course, if you are just joining us, they are the dominant force over the past decade. 2016 onwards, they've had all the winning. Here comes Mullins now with his second attempt. And that's a nice one as well. Got the legs up and got a little bit of hang time before hitting the sand, and the white flag is raised. And Sparker Girls really being put to work overtime at the moment. The broom and the rake out there as well.
It's great to see everyone getting involved, and you know, whether you're an official or if you're a student helping out your school, it is a community, and it is really about getting around your school and supporting them in whatever way you can.
So Sasha about to complete his second jump here. First one was a very strong one, up around that 6.5 metre threshold. 16-year-old Sasha Ratner-Vardivel from Trinity Grammar. As Sam mentioned too, beautiful conditions here today at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. Temperatures in the mid-20s, not a great degree of wind swirling about. Sasha on the approach now. Hits the board well. And that back right leg is going to cost him a fair bit of meterage there, probably at least half a metre in the end. You can see they're not 100% happy with that effort. I think first one was probably a little bit more strong.
Yeah, definitely. I think his leg just got caught there and it came down a little early. So room for improvement on that one, but you know, hopefully he can get it on the next one.
Let's take a quick look at the program as well. So we begin with our track events for event 13, the boys open 3,000 metre run. It'll be a big contingency of athletes as well, a total of 24 set to take to the track. And of course, as we get a little bit later into the evening, we start with our shorter distance pursuits. Of course, there's always one eye, no matter what the event is, but whether it be you know, the World Athletics Championships, the Olympics, everybody always has an eye towards the 100 metre as well, and that one is coming up a little later today.
Yeah, it is a spectacular event, and the crowds are really behind the 100 metre event. They will be big at that point, and yeah, we'll really get a sense of who's in form tonight.
Speaking of form, it's another good one here from Josh Bass from Waverley. I think very similar though to Sasha, that trailing leg, just collecting the sand, and that will cost him a little bit of meterage here. Still another very strong jump for mine. That's up around that 7 metre mark once again. I have to say he's probably the early leader here.
Yeah, without knowing the official results, like we said, we're only seeing what you're seeing at the moment, so we're guesstimating their distances, but I think Sasha was either... Sasha might have been a little bit stuck on that second jump, and yeah, same things happened there. So the boys have come out strong, but they've got one more jump to go, so...
It's also very solid there from Marlo Demetrio. A bit off of the mark of Josh Bass, but still up around the high 6, you'd imagine, for that jump.
Marlo should be happy with that jump.
I think the important thing so far is we've only had a single red flag raised across now a grand total of 16 attempts. So I don't think there's any nerves really setting in at the moment for these athletes.
No, and maybe that is to do with the crowds. You know, they're not quite here yet. The schools are still sending their buses in from various locations, and you know, depending on the traffic, it can take some time to get all students out. But as the bell goes towards the end of today, we'll see those crowds start to build, and that atmosphere really does get quite large, and especially on dusk, it's a really spectacular thing to witness. And hopefully, we do get some vision of the crowd, you know, as it starts to build.
Of course, all the vision you're seeing here today brought to you by Skywalker Studios, doing some great work. We'll have roving cameras as well floating about. Second effort there for St. Aloysius with Mitchell Allen, 18 years of age, and pretty sturdy jump as well. Lachlan Jackson still to come, and they're having a little bit of a conference now as well. Bit of a pep talk from Allen to Jackson. Now Barker heading up to starting point here. This is Sam Wang looking for a second attempt. Of course, his first attempt resulted in a red flag being raised. Strong approach. I think that's going to be another red flag though. Yeah, he's just put a foot on that blue line.
Only just, and he won't be happy with that. So he's got one more jump to try and hopefully get that white flag and get one on the board.
There's certainly distance in his efforts as well though. This is pushing up towards Josh Bass. Certainly not in front of that marker as of yet, but step one, of course, get something on the board, get through to that next round of competition.
Yeah, and that is the difficulty with the long jump. It's you know, if you have two red flags, that pressure builds, and you really do feel it that you have to try and get that third one. So yeah, hopefully he can on this third one. But we'll see what happens. Another student from Barker approaching now.
It's Matt Walter in the build-up. That one looks to be nice and legal there from Matt. White flag is up. And once again, it's a reasonable jump. Geez, they've really left quite a divot at the moment. I think the girls have got to sort that out. It's going to make it a little more tough for that measurement to come through. They're working on it now, though. Well done to the girls here from Barker. That one also looking a little shy of the mark that we believe has been set by Josh Bass so far. That's our two Barker students with their second attempts. So far, two confirmed attempts for Matt Walter. Sam Wang still yet to put something on the board. It's now Zach Crow, his second attempt. Oh, and then Crow really flying for that one. Well, Crow by name and Crow by nature. He went soaring across the pit, finds the sand. Legal effort as well. That's a big effort.
The scary thing about that jump was, again, he was well before the plate. So he's, again, got probably 10 centimetres more on his PB there if he gets closer to that plate.
So audio coming through now. Confirmation that jump was at 6.40. So it's a good one there from Zach Crow. Now on the approach is Jack Tremaine. Tremaine belly flopping into the sand in the end. Important thing though for Jack is that it is a legal, legitimate effort. We'll get the measurement coming through shortly. That one is 4.94 for Jack Tremaine. So well and truly off the mark there of his stablemate Zach Crow, but the way that we've seen things play out, I think it's probably at the moment between Josh Bass and Zach Crow.
It seems to be, yeah. And a lot of these athletes, student athletes, will be competing in multiple events tonight. So remembering that they might be doing the long jump, but also they might be doing a 100 or a relay as well. So, you know, this is just one opportunity for them to score points for their school.
So now James Atkins with attempt number 2, and he was jumping well and truly up towards the top line once again. The scissor kick, floating in midair, lands well, and the white flag is up. This will be pushing up towards the top of our jumpers so far also. Our highest confirmed mark so far, with audio now coming through, as that one is measured at 6.04, so it is strong. It's above the 6 metre threshold, but still not in front of Zach Crow. So in terms of the information we have available to us at the moment, Zach Crow is our current leader. I do still think that Josh Bass has probably jumped a little further than that marker though.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, and we only just got audio through with the time, with the distances there, so we will wait for confirmation on those links there.
Looks like Davin Yap here at the moment is turning down the opportunity to have a second attempt. As it stands, he hasn't hopped up onto the starting area. Of course, that first effort was a massive one, so he's probably safe based on those current measurements, and that's why he's opting not to jump as it stands.
Yeah, it's a smart choice, because sometimes you don't want to jump too much. You've got to save yourself, and you want to save your best jump for when it's needed.
You can also see there in the bottom right of the screen some javelin getting underway as well. Just quickly take you through the field. We'll stick with the action here for long jump, but in terms of the actual field, it's Teoko Sampson, Matthew Suka, Samuel Price, Lachlan Williams, Tanner Allen, Tyson Neal, Zach Bogg, Jack Whitehead, Lucas Dunn, James Pallant, Tom Blackman, and Banjo Hannaford. And in terms of that javelin effort there, of course, this is in the open boys division. Looks like we have a white flag, so that first effort is a good one there. I believe that is Teoko Sampson as well. In fact, now that might now be Aloysius stepping up, so that's likely to be Matthew Suka, who just threw for Waverley. This, in theory, should be Samuel Price. And 6.13, that jump there for Ethan Mullins. So that is strong as well. That's besting the work there of James Atkins. So from our recorded measurements, that's currently the second longest. We still believe, though, that Josh Bass has probably the longest overall. We'll try and get that information to you shortly. This is the last attempt now for Sasha Ratner Vardival. And once again, that looks to be a legitimate clean jump. White flag is up for Sasha. We'll get a good indication of roughly what he's been jumping. That's about the same as the previous two.
5.95.
Yeah, he seems to be on his game now, and he's found the plate, and he's jumping really well.
Now this is Josh Bass now, who's already jumped some massive efforts in his opening two. On the top left of your screen, preparing to have his third and final first round jump. Once again, good approach, well timed, and again goes airborne, and he's pumped with that effort. The white flag is up. Now this will be an interesting one to try and get that measurement coming through, because we believe he's our current leader. I think that might be his best one so far.
It looks like it. He nearly missed the pit a little bit there, but he's gone to the side. But 6.25 has come through. 6.25.
That would be the second biggest we've seen so far. So Zach Crow has a recorded, at least with us, 6.4. Josh may still have jumped a little bigger, but that one was very strong once again. So now preparing for this second Waverley student. That's Marlo Demetrio with his final attempt.
Oh, no.
So that one cleared here for
5, 9, 8.
Marlo Demetrio.
5, 9, 8.
White flag is up.
He'll be covered in sand for a few days, looking at how much he's covered himself in there. And that's one annoying thing about the long jump, is it does stick to you for quite a while. And if you do have to compete in events later in the day and into the night, it's quite annoying being covered in sand.
We talk about iconic combinations, whether it be salt and pepper back in the 90s rap days. Maybe it's a little bit of TLC chasing those waterfalls, but sweat and sand, not a great mixture, that's for sure. Now this is massive coming in here from Mitchell Allen. Great effort here. The white flag is up. This will be interesting to see if he's popped up into that leaderboard as well. There's an unusual flight from him too, sort of sprawled out as he was hitting the sand. Yeah. It is strong though, 6.18, so it looked good in flight and confirmed as quite a strong result.
Okay, right here.
So we've got confirmation here of our top three. So at the moment it is that previous jump that we saw from Zach Crow at 6.4 exactly, then Davin Yap. Now this is why he decided to turn down the jump, moving forward 6.37, currently in second place, and Josh Bass
5,
jumping
6.
6.25 as his best effort so far. That's the top three. We've just seen a second effort there from St. Aloysius with Lachlan Jackson and his third attempt.
Clever move by Yap, saving his energy. He obviously knows he's pretty comfortable with that jump, and yeah, happy to wait for a little bit later in the evening to try and progress on that.
This is now a crucial jump here for Sam Wang, yet to register anything on the board. This time he's jumped well and truly shy of that mark. He was a little bit nervy, having hit the blue a number of times, and he's just found out the result there.
Yeah, he was
Bit
safe.
of a wry smile as well.
Safe on that one.
He's on camera. Well done to Sam Wang. Like to see the smile.
5,
Congratulations.
0.
He's got his first jump on the board. It's probably not going to be enough to get him into that next result. As 5.32 flashes up. So that's shy of the mark at the moment. Certainly not a poor effort by any stretch of the imagination, but also good to get something on the board in those three attempts.
Definitely, you want to get on the board, and yeah, he's done that there, being well before the plate. Another one well before the plate is the jumper from Barker there.
It's Matt Walter with his third and final attempt. His distance will pop through in just a moment. So, of course, they're all chasing Zach Crow as it stands. Now, even though they should theoretically get another jump here, our top contingency, of course, will back count it. So, whatever their biggest jump overall is, that's the one that's going to count towards that podium finish. Of course, in the javelin at the bottom right of your screen, that's one of our Trinity students who's just thrown, as we see another approach now coming in. Once more from Zach Crow. And again, it's a very handy effort from Zach Crow, who's the current leader here with 6.4 brought up.
Yeah, on the right-hand side of your screen, that's the under-13s, Jav.
6.17.
Great shots there as well for the Tartan Army up in the top left. So Zach Crow hasn't bested his previous top, which of course currently has him in the lead of 6.4. Last effort now coming up here for Jack Tremaine. Nice approach. And a decent delivery as well. It's going to be shy of the mark of Crow, though. His previous jump for Jack was 4.94, so we'll be hoping to break that 5 metre barrier.
4.89. 4.89.
That one just falling a little shy of his previous effort as well. 4.89 recorded there for Jack Tremaine. So looks like 4.94 is going to be Jack's best. As we now move on here to James Atkins. Now James has already jumped 6.04, so he's certainly in the mix at the moment. Trying to get the crowd behind him too. The Tartan Army is up for Knox. Atkins with the approach, high legs, lovely floating delivery too. That was spectacular from Atkins. We talk about a bit of Kobe Bryant, maybe LeBron James. How about Atkins with some hang time?
Well, I think Atkins is probably also going to do the high jump with the height that he gets on the in the long jump hit there. It's incredible, and he lands so cleanly. The girls, you know, don't have to sweep up much at all.
I'm sure that's music to their ears. Every time James comes across, there's a wry smile from them, and it's not about the performance, it's about the landing, if you will. Here comes Trinity once more. Oh, that's a lovely delivery too from Ethan Mullins.
Yeah, very nice indeed, and again he gave himself plenty of room to be safe before the plate, so he can get a little bit more out of his next jump as well.
5.98. 5.98.
So very strong, that previous one from Atkins, 5.98, just shy of the 6 metre threshold we've had. Of course, Atkins previously jumping a 6.04, so he's well and truly in the mix, but still our top three remains unchanged. Zach Crow, who's jumped the longest so far at 6.4, followed by Davin Yap, who's decided one and done for this initial round of jumps. And then, of course, after that, we have Josh Bass at 6.25. So the flag is up once again here for Cranbrook. Now working forward. Plenty of speed too. And the red flag is going to be up here, unfortunately, for that Waverley student. I believe that is
Marlo.
Yeah, Marlo Demetrio coming through. Great shots again here with the roving camera, courtesy of Skywalker Studios. And just a thrill as well for these students to be competing at a world-class venue, Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre.
It doesn't get much better, does it? They've obviously had some rain out here. The grass is looking very green. And yeah, what is an incredible venue that has been maintained for 25 years now.
Yeah, there was a number of celebrations throughout the week as well, commemorating, can you believe it, a quarter of a century. It's a good jump here too for Lachlan Jackson, 6.05. So another runner here, or jumper I should say, who's got above that 6 metre threshold. That would actually put him in front of Atkins too. So from our standings, he's up into fourth now.
Yeah, very impressive.
Here is Sam. So I think they must be doing perhaps a 6 jump routine here. So sometimes we get the 3 and then you get an extra round. Potentially sometimes it's also the 6 before we move on to an additional phase of jumping. But it looks like, based on a 4th attempt here from Sam Wayne, that we must be doing this the 6 jump, if you will.
Yeah, and that might just be for the open field. They might get a few extra jumps there. I don't know if they'll be doing that for all age groups.
So a non-attempt there, if you will, from Matt Walter, deciding he didn't quite like the run-up and instead continuing through the sand.
$2.04.
Seems like Zach Crow is not lining up for another attempt there. Previous effort from Sam, of course, 5.04. Looks like Crow has now opted to skip his jump. We've moved directly to Jack Tremaine here.
592. 592. 592.
So 5.92 confirmed there for that effort from Jack Tremaine. Still just can't quite get above that 6 metre threshold. And so confirmation, we're utilising a 5-jump method here. A lot of jumpers, of course, on their 4th at the moment. And in the instance of, for example, Zach Crow, he's opted against having a 4th jump here, currently in the lead. And Davin Yap, of course, just in behind him at 6.37. So they will get an additional jump, but it's an initial round of 5 jumps that they have to work with. Round 5 about to start here as we get back towards Trinity. So once more, this will be Ethan Mullins.
So each school can have 2 competitors in the field events, and at the completion of the event, all 12 competitors will be awarded a place from 1 to 12. So scoring points for their school, and as we go on throughout the evening, we'll be tallying those points, and the most points over the evening will take home that prestigious cup.
It's a great jump here from Sasha Ratnavardevil. Can he get above that 6 metre threshold as well? So Mullins has opted out for his attempt.
Hang on. 576.
So 5.76, the result there for Sasha, just shy of that 6 metre mark. But overall, still very strong from Sasha. Just taking a quick look here, and I don't think it's going to be a continuation for Josh Bass. He's decided he's now done enough in this initial round of jumps.
Yeah, so this is Marlowe from Waverley. A reasonably good jump there. He was right on the plate. Got the white flag up, which is a good sign. But I think it's just going to be under the 6.
603.
Oh, in fact, it's over. So 6.03. That's a good jump there from Marlo Demetrio.
Yeah, one of his best. So it took a little while for Marlo to warm up, but he's cracked the 6, and it's really impressive jumping from him.
See there as well, flashing up on the board. So we actually have these jumpers running into a headwind at the moment. So that makes things a little tougher too. It's a minus 2.2. So just to clue you across, if you're just a casual viewer tuning in, if we did have that one behind these jumpers and it was in excess of 2 in theory, if a record were to be broken, it would be an illegitimate record, so to speak. So now we have Mitchell Allen jumping forward here. He's already had some decent results in this one, including a 6.18.
598.
That one is about 20 centimetres shy of his best, so 5.98 coming through for Mitchell. And Lachlan Jackson now the second student from St Aloysius, preparing to go through what I believe is now his 5th and final. There is the Knox Army trying to get their drums up and running, the Tartan Army.
Yeah, it's a well-worn drum, that one, and there's a white flag for St Aloysius.
17-year-old Lachlan Jackson there, waiting for his result.
.572.
5.72, so seems to be that golden point, if you will. If you're not jumping above the 6, you're unlikely to progress to that next phase of competition. So he might just miss out here, Lachlan Jackson. There'll still be a count back. We don't have the full gamut of results available to us, but it looks like that 6 metre mark is going to be the cutoff. He's now weighing on the approach for his final jump. Last few have been pretty decent. That one's getting even bigger. I think this one should be cleared. He had a few issues to start with this afternoon, and there is the clearance. So that's a good result as well for Sam.
Definitely Sam's best jump today. Again, he's been very safe from those first 2 foul jumps, so
537.
5.37 the jump there.
It certainly is an improvement, so he's picked up another 33 centimetres from his previous best, so well done to Sam. This is now Matt Walter with his final attempt. And again, it's well and truly shy of the mark and continuing to run through. That's the pass 2 for Matt. That won't count, unfortunately. The red flag is up.
Yeah, that's a shame there.
Once again, it looks like Zach Crowe will opt not to jump here. Currently has the lead with 6.4 metres, so Jack Tremaine straight to him. The 2 Cranbrook students. There's Zach on the left, Jack preparing to have his run up and leap here. Nice approach. Once again, high knees. That one still a little bit off the mark in terms of that 6 metre barrier.
Yeah, he's got a little bit more room on the entry there. Again, quite early off the plate, so he's probably still finding that mark for running in. It's a hard thing to get right. You're running, and even the most experienced jumpers can still get it wrong.
483.
4.83 there for Jack Tremaine. So that one is going to fall well shy of the mark. Doesn't look like James Atkins is going to jump, and Davin Yap certainly won't. So that'll wrap up the initial rounds here of our boys open long jump championships here as part of the 94th CAS championships for 2025. We might take a very short break here in commentary before we continue on with the coverage across Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre.
Make my own rules. Make my own rules.
Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre for the 94th CAS Championships 2025 edition. We're checking in here with Event 1, the boys' 13-year-olds high jump championships. Of course, the record here is set back in 2019 by Arik Pech of 174, so 1 metre 74 centimetres. That's what they're currently attempting to clear here, Sam Douglas.
Yeah, incredible. That's a long-standing record in today's athletic scene, and you know, under 13s jumping 174 is really high caliber.
Of course, you have a history yourself with the high jump. What kind of advice would you be putting through to these students at the moment, as we've seen an attempt there which is unsuccessful at 174 from Waverley?
I think my advice for these boys would be, don't overthink it. It's you know, it's always hard to sort of forget about what you can jump, and when you're attempting something higher than what you previously have known, it can be a little bit daunting. So it's almost better to sometimes not even know the height or forget about that height. So you just sort of jump to your ability. But yeah, that'd be my advice for these boys, is not stressing about the height so much and just going out there and giving it their best.
Certainly seems like they've done that so far. Now jumping, of course, to potentially equal that record height. We don't have the information with us as to who specifically is jumping. We, of course, know the schools. Just waiting here to see just how many are left at this height. Looks like we have another student here from Trinity who's lining up their attempt potentially. Of course, we've had one jumper coming out of Waverley at this 174. You can see there in the bottom right of your screen. Also got the javelin getting underway as well, so we might leave this here in just a moment and shuffle across to the javelin, but that record, as it stands for Arik Petch, which has been in place since 2019, it's still staying that way. What I might do here is just throw you back here to a little bit of music and we'll pick up the action in just a moment. So welcome back, picking up now with the javelin, and there's a strong throw coming in, but it's not going to spear into the ground as a result. That will not be counting, but of course we are purely at the warm-up stage, so that's why we get the chinks out of the armour nice and early, so to speak.
Yeah, that's correct. It seems like they will have a bit of wind as well, so that's something to take into account. And you do want to just get the nerves out with a few practice and you know, get that jab in the ground to really set yourself up for what can be a great performance today.
Let's take you through the field here of Event 9, the boys' 16-year-old javelin throw. Of course, the record set by Jack Greaves also back in 2019 with an incredible tally there of 61.1 metres. Now, that is a very strong throw. But competing in this one, of course, once again, 12 students, 2 from each school from St. Aloysius. It's Hugo Bragg and Samuel Price. From Barker, it's Rehan Banerjee and also Kobe Neal. Representing Cranbrook, Hector Kyriakopoulos and also Tate Leggett. Out of Knox, it's Lucas Dunn and James Pallant. From Trinity, Eli Balich and Tom Blackman. And from Waverley, Lucas Pendleton and Matthew Suka. So here is another Knox student now going through their warm-up throw. And again, a decent effort. This one certainly will spear in, and of course that one is up over the 40 mark, so nothing to be registered as of yet. I believe we have 4 throws for each student here to try and get themselves those all-important points as part of the Andrew Reid Cup. And just confirming as well, that high jump that we were taking a very brief look at as they were attempting to best the record, that has now completed. So we'll try and get those results coming through to you as we can.
So Rick Petch will hold that record from back in 2019 with 174. An incredible jump for a 12, 13-year-old.
So our officials just providing the final instructions here with our athletes going through their warm-ups. It's great to have the support of the staff here at Athletics New South Wales and, of course, as part of the Sydney Olympic Athletics Centre. They've had a very busy week. Of course, the Triple C tournament on Monday. They've got another big event coming up on Saturday. Here is Trinity now with their warm-up throw, and that is also a very strong one. So that's up at 55. And if that's the warm-up, well, you hate to see what we hate to think what we might see coming forward.
Yeah, 55 is a huge throw, and it's stuck in the ground. Another
That might
throw
be even
there.
bigger. Just a little shy of the mark. So, of course, this is still just the warm-up phase of competition, but it looks like that throw was completed there by Tom Blackman. So we should now have Lucas Pendleton and Matthew Suka coming through for their throws. In fact, it looks like we're back here to Hugo Bragg. So I think they have now completed the warm-ups, and this should now be our first official throw. So this now will be Hugo Bragg, 15 years of age, from St. Aloysius, the first official attempt here as part of the 94th CAS Championships in the 16-year-old boys javelin throw. Light breeze at the moment. That seems to be behind Hugo. Really quite a beautiful day though across Sydney overall, and you can see their flags just moving a touch in the background. That gives us a good indication as to the wind that is floating about. Again, nothing too extreme at the moment.
No, it seems to be coming and going, and I guess that is what happens on a stadium field like this. It does seem to swirl, and you'll see the windsocks or the flags, depending on what side of the track you're on, can change, and that's exactly what it's doing today. So that's a good sign, because it means that there's not really too much breeze around that's going to affect too many performances tonight.
And of course, we've already had the long jump jumping directly into a breeze. Now it appears that how that is running, and of course we're getting this information secondhand because we are up in the commentary booth, but big thank you for it being passed across. I believe we've had just the 5 attempts and there will not be an additional jump. So it looks like Zach Crow has claimed that event, followed by Davin Yap. And I believe Josh Bass was still the 3rd longest jumper. So well done to our top 3 and all of our competitors in that event. As we prepare to get underway now. The first attempt here from Hugo Bragg. Long clearing throw. Will it spike though? That's the big question. Unfortunately it doesn't. So that one will be a null and void attempt, it looks like. However, there might have been a slight little puncture of the grass, and the white flag in fact is up, so that one will stand for Bragg. He's only just got away with it, but they all count for the same.
Yeah, it must have made some impact there, and he's very lucky with a really good first throw.
So 4.5.00, 45 metres to be exact there for Hugo Bragg. A very decent first effort, it looks like. So Samuel Price now stepping up. His first attempt for St. Aloysius. Very much a stand and deliver approach, but that one certainly will spike into the ground. It's a big one too. Looks to be a little stronger than Hugo Bragg's effort. And there's certainly no question mark as to whether that one is stuck in the surface.
Very impressive there with only a couple of steps. So, you know, everyone has their own technique. Some like a really long run up and to let it fly, but yeah, Bragg there just taking a few steps and really muscling that. And 5.024.
So that one beyond quite literally half a football field, just to put things into perspective. So if you think you've got a strong arm at home, I challenge you. Can you outdo Samuel Price there? That was an impressive first effort. So they've got 4 throws and 50-4 at the moment. Here's the top one we've seen from our first 2 competitors. Now we move to Barker College. This is Rehan Banerjee. Going here with the right arm. Strong technique in the lead up. Gets a good release too. Plenty of flight as well, and spearing into the ground. That's a strong effort also. I think it's a little shy of where Sam Price has already thrown, but beyond the work of Hugo Bragg. So that's a good opening from our first 3 students.
Very impressive indeed. And yeah, you do want to get off on a good start by getting your jav in the ground. So we haven't seen a red flag yet, so all students doing a really, really good job there.
So Rehan Banerjee. So 4.5.74, just in front of the work of Hugo Bragg by 74 centimetres. So even though they're throwing nearly half a football field, they're still separated by less than a metre here. Currently in at second, that puts Rehan Banerjee. Samuel Price of our first 3 throwers. Straight into the action now. Looks like no effort here from Kobe Neal at the moment. We've moved directly to Hector Kriakopoulos,
who unfortunately there has not made the jav stick, and he's got the red flag, so he'll want to improve on that and try and get it in the ground next time.
I think Kobe Neal has now just joined the action, so he must have been performing in another event. He's now headed across to that javelin area that we can see up towards the western end of Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. There he is in the background. So this is now the first attempt for Tate Leggett. Gets plenty of height on it, but unfortunately that was more straight up as opposed to long, and the red flag will come up. So nothing on the board as of yet for Cranbrook.
They'll be looking to improve on that in their next throws, as we see Knox to take the run up.
Of course, another second place finish for Knox last year. They'll be hoping to best that overall here in the chase for the Andrew Reid Cup. And this is a decent effort once again. That one's not going to stick. So they've tried to emulate the work of Hugo Bragg, but evidently he's the only one that can get away with one of those flat throws and have it stick. There's a third straight red flag, so nothing there for Lucas Dunn.
A lot of technique in this event, and you know, if you do try and muscle it, you can affect that trajectory, and just sometimes it'll land flat. So you have to not overdo it, and you know, really stick to your cues around what your coach has taught you, and yeah, not try and muscle that javelin too much. So as we see Barker.
This is Kobe Neal, who's joined the action late, but certainly with a throw like that, better late than never. Strong effort. Digs in roughly from our vantage point around the 45. We'll wait for the official confirmation to come through. White flag is up though. That's the good piece of first news there. So 4:032 for Kobe Neal. Of course, the issue for Kobe didn't have the benefit of a warm-up throw, so I imagine best is still to come for him. That one with the left arm this time from James Pallant. That will fall well shy of the mark at the moment. So Sam Price with that stand and deliver approach so far producing the goods.
Yeah, very impressive throw there from Sam. And that, yeah, stand and deliver seems to work for him. So we'll see if he does that on his second throw or if he gets a few more steps in.
So waiting now, our first Trinity thrower, 16 years of age, Eli Ballich.
And Eli is also competing in the high jump, so he's a versatile athlete who will be involved in multiple events tonight.
So 37.69 for that previous effort there from James Pallant. Officials still just coordinating here with the two Trinity students. Of course, our open boys shot put, that'll be getting underway at roughly 2 o'clock as well. And not to mention our boys 15-year-olds long jump. That'll return to the action at 2:30, and then of course we pick up on the track at 2:35. As Trinity now and Ballich prepare for the first throw. So two 16-year-old competitors here. Of course, you can be younger. Kobe Neal, for example, just 14 years of age. Tate Leggett at 15, along with Lucas Pendleton, who's coming up soon for Waverley. 15 years of age, and Hugo Bragg, who currently is up in third position. Also just 15 years of age. But this is Eli for Trinity, 16. He's taking a very deep approach here on the build-up. Stutter step and nice elevation about this one. It's going to be a very strong throw indeed. Well, that's spectacular from Ballich. What a first effort that is. I think Sam Price might have a little bit of competition here.
Yeah, that javelin floated through the air and it seems to be over the 50 mark. Just waiting on confirmation.
And 4.59, so a little bit deceptive from our vantage point. That looked to be right up alongside the work of Sam Price, but it's still about 5 metres shy. That does, however, put Eli Balic up into second overall. So he's leapfrogged the work of Rahan Banaji. And now Tom Blackman with the second effort here for Trinity. Once more with a right-armed approach. And with a full head of steam too. He's really sprinting into this effort. Well, that one is soaring through the air. If it sticks, it's going to be very strong. Well, this is another good effort. Now, a little off the centre. That might hamper him for meterage overall, but still, that was a tremendous first throw. He's not happy with it. Now, that might be a good indication of things to come. Yeah. But, geez, this is going to be an interesting measurement, Sam.
It did swing a little bit left, and from our vantage point...
Well, he is in the lead, though. 5.346, so it looked good. It is good. He's still not 100% happy with it. So, for mine, if he can get one he's happy with, nice and direct down the middle, I think we could potentially have a bit of a threat to that record, as we now see Lucas Pendleton firing forward. That one's not going to be up towards Blackman, but great throw at 53 metres and 46 centimetres.
Yeah, very, very impressive throw there. And like we said, that wind now seems to be in their faces, so changing a little bit throughout the day, but to be able to throw that far as, you know, a 15, 16-year-old is impressive stuff.
4059.
So white flag up, and Lucas Pendleton registering 40 metres and 59 centimetres. Last of our first round of throws here for Matthew Sukkar, also from Waverley. He certainly hasn't taken this one quite as far back as our other athletes. Also not quite the Sam Price stand and deliver approach either. That one really spikes in quite nicely. Shy of the 45 metre marker though. Looking likely to be up around 42, 43 measurement.
So it looks like they're going to be chasing Blackman. 4.157 the measurement on that throw there.
So first round complete here, and looks like Banaji is going to hop straight up. So at the moment, Hugo Bragg not looking to do another throw, nor is Sam Price. In fact, now here comes, it looks to be Hugo. So Rayhan was heading back there, but he'll simply recollect all the javelins, and now Hugo Bragg will have his second attempt. So still one of our top throwers so far. Looks like he's currently in at fourth, Hugo Bragg. So it's been a really good start here for St. Aloysius. Of course, they are hunting their first ever Andrew Reid Cup, this being the 94th edition. That one needing to sit. Oh, once again, geez, he's got that down to an absolute art form, Hugo Bragg.
And that's all it has to do. It just has to break the surface there, and it's exactly what he's done. And yeah, a really good throw.
I'm sure his coach would have probably had a few little chats with him saying, Hugo, you've got to stop doing this to me. 4.478. So that one is very close to that first attempt. Still 45 is his best measurement. But certainly, I think that would be heart and mouth stuff for his coaching staff. Each and every time that one spirals in.
I would like a little bit more angle if I was his coach, but he's got the job done. So
this is our current leader here, Sam Price. It's another big one as well. Spikes in nicely. I think that one's going to be well and truly up around that similar marker. So he was the leader up until Tom Blackman from Trinity, 52.4, looking to regain the lead here, and I think he's going to come very close.
Yeah, a little bit to the left, that one, so we'll see.
4774.
In fact, it's shorter.
4774, that one there.
So still 52.4 is his best, and our current leader is, of course, Tom Blackman, 53.46. So suffering the same sort of fate that Tom actually did, with his one turning a little bit to the left in flight. Ultimately still worked out quite well for Tom. He has the lead, and now Rayhan Banerjee, who is currently in at fourth place with 45.74. In fact, no, he's now dropped back down with that previous effort.
Ooh.
That one is quite strong, though. This time going out to the right, though. So, of course, we talk about distance, but we still need that angle, which often can be the difference between winning and losing for this particular event.
And he released that, I want to say, a good 1.5 meters before the line. So, again, that approach is all important. And if you can get as close as you can to the line without going over it, then, you know, you're going to get a few more meters there. So, I think he's got a little bit more distance in that throw.
Well, we saw previously
4797.
4797 here, so he has improved on that first effort. Rehan Banerjee, 4797 will put him up above now Samuel Price, at least that second attempt, but he certainly does overtake Hugo Bragg. Moves in front of Eli Balich, so that actually puts him up into third now as we see Kobe Neal with his second effort. Realistically for Kobe, that first one was almost acting as a warm-up through 40.32. This one is a big improvement, though, it looks like.
Yeah, and it's dead center, this one. So I think maybe 48, 49, but we'll wait for confirmation.
4553.
Oh, no, I'm still off. 4533. Got to get my eye in.
It still puts him up in that 45 threshold. So at the moment, the only thrower is James Pallant to not crack that 40 threshold. Plus, of course, both the Cranbrook students who have yet to register a throw and Lucas Dunn out of Knox. And speaking of which, this is Hector Kriakopoulos. We'll have this attempt now, 16 years of age, from Cranbrook with the right hand on the approach. That one looks to be a legal effort, however, once more it won't spike, and that was his issue on the first attempt. Has two more to try and get something in the ground. Based on the distance itself, wouldn't be a factor regardless, but of course for these students, really I think the first test is a personal best.
Yeah, a lot of students will perform a personal best at the CAS Championships, especially with the crowd and having the support from their school behind them. We do see a lot of personal bests and records broken at these championships.
So this now is Tate Leggett. Of the few students at just 15 years of age, Kobe Neal, of course, is the youngest at 14. He's currently thrown 45.33. Leggett now with plenty of elevation. That one will stick into the ground, but that's not really going to become a factor. That's only about that 30-metre mark.
Remembering that all points will go towards the total school tally, so you know, getting one in the ground is better than not.
2774.
It's 2774 there for Tate Leggett. So we now move on to Knox. Now Lucas Dunn's first throw resulted in a red flag. Once more with a long build up here, throwing well and truly shy of the line. That's a massive release. Unfortunately, it doesn't dig into the turf, but I'll tell you what, there's potential there, Sam.
Definitely there. It's it's about getting that angle right and just the release, how it comes out of the fingers and the hand.
Oh, hang on, that one has actually chewed up a bit of turf, so he's got away with it.
439.
And not bad. So he's up to beyond that 43-metre mark. 4329. Now James Pallant up next. His first throw at 37 metres, 69 centimetres.
Both James and Lucas coming back for their second CAS Championships. They both threw last year, looking to improve on their performances.
And so far we've seen a direct improvement for Lucas from first throw to second. The red flag and now up above 43 metres. And it's now James here with the left hand on the approach. Times the release well, spearing forward. That one will certainly stick in the ground. That looks to be a little bit of an improvement on the previous effort.
Yeah, and again, there's still a few metres that could be gained there in the release. So he'll be looking to get a few more out in his next throw.
So white flag is up, so a legitimate throw.
3735.
3735, so pretty much in the exact same ballpark. It's actually 34 centimetres shorter than the previous attempt. And now we move to Eli Balich from Trinity. Of course, each student getting 4 throws for this one. And for Eli, 45.9 was his previous measurement. That does put him up towards our top throwers. At the moment, it is still Tom Blackman with 53.46 with the lead, followed by Samuel Price with 50.24. They're the only two that have thrown in excess of 50 metres. And then also getting up towards that marker now is Rehan Banerjee. He's in third with 47.93, and then Kobe Neal looks to have hopped up into fourth. So here is Balich on the approach. Another great release here from Balich. Oh, just won't spear in. Now, had it done so, I think we would have been looking at a new leader.
Most definitely. I don't know if they are going to measure this, but...
Well, they're certainly taking a mark here, and the white flag is up. So,
wow.
Well, this one might well be the new lead. It's big. It's down the middle.
5474.
And it is a new lead, 5.474. So he's got about 1.3 metres on Tom Blackman. It looked really good in flight, and it has proven to be the case. And for that matter, he's actually thrown nearly 10 metres more than his last attempt.
Incredibly impressive to get 10 metres on your second throw. He's obviously taken a little bit of time to warm up this afternoon, but yeah, that's an incredible throw.
Almost reminds you of Kelsey Lee Barber, who's renowned for her final throw being the big one. She can often come from, say, 6th or 7th all the way into a gold medal, and we're talking about on the world stage too. So you might have been watching a little bit of Kelsey Lee.
Yeah, some athletes really perform under pressure, and they actually need that to sort of get themselves going. And, the javelin is an event that if you haven't got any in the ground, or if you're a little bit behind, you really do need to psych yourself up and try and make that performance really count. So we might see that happen this evening.
Well, at the moment, it is a 2-man battle here between the Trinity students. Of course, Trinity having won all the way back since 2016. This will go a long way to helping in that task yet again. Here's another good release from Blackman. It's going to find the grass. Oh, what a throw that is. Well,
Wow.
just as Eli has taken the crown from him, he snatches it back. I think this is going to be a very big one here, Sam.
It's nice and centered. Just waiting on confirmation.
Look at that as we pan out.
5452.
5.452, so it's just shy.
Oh.
Wow, Balich maintains the lead. I'll tell you what, from our vantage point here, it looked bigger, but that's why we're up here and we're not down there with the marshals.
Yeah, it's very hard to sort of view, and I'm trying to use the lines on the beautifully manicured mode graphs there to see if it's in line with the markers on the side, but yeah, we'll leave that to the electronic measurements.
So there is a little divot that's popped up from this javelin, so that will count. The white flag is up. Lucas Pendleton getting a second effort here. First one at 45.9.
Yeah, Lucas, a very strong student from Waverley.
One is below 40 metres at 3.59. So one final attempt here on round 2. Of course, they've got 4 in total.
He's up, boys.
And you mentioned that we're set to get quite a few students piling in as we get towards the evening. I think they've begun to arrive here, Sam.
Yeah, it looks like a few buses have dropped some schools off, and the stands are starting to fill. We'll hopefully get some footage of that a little bit later as they start to make their way into the stadium.
And of course, we're getting very close to the commencement of our track events too, so they're actually warming up in the background. So that is set to get underway in about 8 minutes' time. 2:35, the official slated time for the beginning of the 3,000 metres, as we now see Matthew Sukar with his second attempt here. First one throwing at 41 metres, 57 centimetres. Again, that one nice and long.
And it gets in.
Slightly out to the right, so that will hamper things a touch, but certainly does look to be an improvement initially on that first attempt for Matthew.
Yeah, it's going to be an impressive
4555.
4.555, that throw there. And yeah, starting with the 3,000 metres this afternoon in what is a highly anticipated event. Of course, the longest event of the track this evening, and lots of points on offer there, and lots of students looking to try and gain those points for their school.
So as it stands, we have a leader in the form of Eli Balich, who threw on his second attempt 54.74. Blackman has been the most consistent, was the initial leader with 53.46, a second throw of 55.42, which is still his best. That puts him in at second. Samuel Price with his first attempt was 50.24. He's currently in third. This is now the third attempt here for Hugo Bragg. His best so far at 45 metres exactly. Well, that one really churning upwards. I'm not sure that created a divot. And the red flag is up. So Hugo won't be able to add to his 45. And again, he's been quite consistent, 45 and 44.78. But now the red flag for attempt number 3.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that throw. Unfortunately there, the javelin seemed to sort of go upside down, and the wrong end of the jav seemed to stick in the ground.
Sam Price now looking for this one to hit. In fact, it won't even go inside the triangle here, so that will be his first red flag. He can't improve on his 50.24, so still sitting in third at the moment, Samuel Price. Also got the long jump about to get underway too, so there's plenty happening now. We started with just a few events floating about, but in very short order we're going to have multiple javelins operating, shot put also occurring, the long jump, and then of course the track events will also commence. So we're about 5 minutes away from the track starting. So we now see Banerjee with his third attempt, not a bad one. A little bit to the right, but looks to be up above 45 metres. And we can see there on the screen as well those warm-ups occurring for that 3,000 metre race. So that's going to be a long haul effort.
4.375.
And 4.375 here for Banerjee, so still not above his best so far of 47.74. So it looks like Kobe Neal is not throwing here, so he might have actually gone across to another event. This is now Kriakoblos, and not a strong one there for him.
Yeah, unfortunately not getting that one stuck in the ground. So the red flag goes up there.
Come on, let's go.
Unfortunately for Hector as well, that's 3 straight red flags. So he's only going to get one attempt to put on the board here. That fourth and final coming up.
Okay, next.
This is Tate Leggett, who had a foul on the first attempt. Second one, 27.74.
Turn around, please.
We'll have to get above that 30-metre threshold as a starting point here. Short run-up. That one's got a little bit too much elevation, but it will get there in the end. And I think that one certainly is quite an improvement. So well done to Tate.
Yeah, he'd be happy with getting that one in the ground. And like we said, you want to be on the board because your points are counted backwards, and every point counts towards that championship.
You can hear the Tartan Army getting stuck in the long jump as well. A couple of Knox students are jumping. And great for the atmosphere here, and really being picked up nicely by the microphones around the ground.
Yeah, that will only continue to build, and as we start to progress, we are seeing the long jump and the javelin pit down the other end starting to warm up, so really getting into the action now.
Here's a decent effort coming in from Lucas Dunn. So through 43.29 on his previous attempt. And there was a divot from this one, so the white flag is up. Feet stayed inside the boundary as well. He has improved on that previous effort, so 4.329 was the best for Lucas coming into that one. Now 4.521. Move to James Pallant, also from Knox. His best throw so far, 37.69, and very close on the previous attempt as well, 37.35. I believe he is our only left-handed thrower in this one.
Yeah, that breeze being a little bit of a factor there. So as we can see then, finding it a little bit hard to get it straight.
So Pallant now with the release. That one again, he really is probably the best I've seen here in terms of definitely getting that javelin stuck into the ground. Of course, as we've mentioned, it only just has to connect, but he really has the loft and the flight of that javelin down packed quite well.
Yeah, and that comes down to that technique, and like over muscling the throw can really affect the trajectory. So it's about finding that perfect spot where you're not going to try and throw it as hard as you can, but it's more about that getting the trajectory so that it sticks in the ground and you get a score on the board.
And he has now got above 40 as well. 4.101 for James Pallant. That's his best so far. And now we come to the current leader here with Eli Balich. Who of course is throwing at 54.74 at the moment. First throw was 45.9, so a massive improvement on his second effort.
Yeah.
And now third throw coming up.
See if he can improve on that again.
Once again, a deep run up here from Balich. Nice approach, right to the line. Plenty of flight about it. Ooh, not quite sticking. I'm not sure that got a divot. However, the white flag is up there. Just checking now the girls for a divot, and there hasn't been one that has occurred. So the red flag is up. So Balich still in front, but can't increase that lead, which means Blackman, who's thrown within roughly a metre both attempts, 53.46 and 54.52. You know he's consistent, just needs to produce something a little more for this one and can retake the lead.
Yeah, and it's that fine line. You'll see sometimes throwers will be happy with their throw, so they might try and attempt something a little bit different on that third or fourth throw, and yeah, sometimes it comes off and you will throw a PB, or other times it'll land flat and you unfortunately won't get that divot in the grass.
Now Blackman with a deep approach. Up to the line, another massive throw here. This is huge from Blackman. Goodness me. Well, that could be in record range as well. The record has been sitting since 2019, 61 metres and 10 centimetres. This is up there from Tom Blackman.
It looks reasonably straight.
5.943.
Oh, it's not too far off. 5.943. So we have a new leader here in the form of Tom Blackman. And he's less than 2 metres away. Here it is again on the replay, courtesy of Skywalker Studios. Look at that for a throw. That is massive. Even the Javelin can't keep up with it. The frame rate struggles. It's that quick.
He has to be extremely impressed with that result. That is a huge throw, and to be that close to the record is, very, very impressive.
Well, he's still got one more to go, and so far he's increased with every throw. So 53.46, 54.52, and now 59.43. There is every chance here that Tom Blackman's next throw could be the record breaker. This is Matthew Sukar now with his second last attempt, third attempt.
Yeah, it's safe to say we will see some records broken this evening, and we saw multiple broken in 2024 as we see Matthew Sukar. Unfortunately, doesn't look like he's made a divot, but they're just going to check. Oh, the white flag is up.
And they have found the divot. So there we go. This one will register. It's reasonably straight too, so I think this will put...
4.697.
Yeah, there we go. So 4.697. That actually puts him well and truly up towards the top 5, I believe, now for Matthew Sukar.
So some good points for Waverley there. Like we said, it's all about just trying to get in front of the school that you might be competing against. If you can get a divot in the ground and a few more points, then it all adds up.
Well, at the moment, between Eli Balich and Tom Blackman, it's like the Dalier Medal Awards when it comes around to a very red-hot team with multiple good playmakers, and they just seem to take points off each other.
Yeah, and Trinity are a powerhouse in athletics, so training around athletes that are like-minded, that are also at that high level performers, it really does lift you up. And when you train around the best, it's really easy to increase your performances. As we start to see the 3,000 metres gathering over the other side of the track.
That one just a little behind time at the moment. That'll be getting underway shortly. And of course, you talk about that dominance from Trinity. What certainly has been a dominant display since the mid-2010s, 2016, 17, 18, 19. No competition in 2020 and 21, but then a continuation of that dominance in 22, 23 and 24. So they haven't been defeated since 2015. The last school to do so was Barker College. Of course, they went on a bit of a run themselves, though. 2012, 13, 14 and 15 themselves. So they would love to get back into the glory days, if you will, for Cranbrook. It's been a fair time between drinks. 1952 was the last time they won this prestigious event. And, of course, for Waverley, they haven't won since 1995, so it's been a good 30 years for them. And St Aloysius still chasing glory for the first time. Speaking of glory, well, it is looking beautiful here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. I can only imagine. And there's the one and only James Walker up on the Segway. Yes, he is. How's that for a bit of coordination? We're talking about a bunch of these athletes, but imagine holding that big camera and off they go. Yeah. So here we go, the 3,000 metres, our first track event of the day. We don't, of course, know who the individual students are, but I'll take you through the field nonetheless. So this is the Boys Open 3,000 metre run championship. The record at 8 minutes 20 seconds, 0.6, set back in 2022 by Hamish Hart. It's a big field here as well. 24 runners, Xavier Emblem, Huon Groves, Aria Mistry, Hudson Wolford, Thomas Berg, Miles, Fidget Vigen, Tristan Clark-Bruce, Archie Hetherington, Carlo Furlan, Matthew McLaughlin, Reese Olsen-Keating, Kobe Stewart, Oscar Griffith, Daniel Morrow, Xavier Parrish, Joshua Peters, Jeremy Jubb, Jacob Jihar, Alex Keller, Lucas McLaughlin, William Ayres, Daniel Edwards, Cooper Phillips and Tristan Pomeroy.
Yeah, this being an open event, we have multiple ages within the 3,000 metres. And what seems to be a really impressive start, we have Trinity taking it on.
It's a big gap they've already opened up, so roughly 25 metres here for this Trinity runner in front of the next closest, who happens to be from Barker. And then it's a further 10 metres back with a chasing pack of roughly 7 or 8 runners and a very small gap in behind them and the rest of the field. So 24 runners in total. Now our youngest here from Knox, just 13 years of age. So in fact we do have numbers here. So I believe this is Matthew McLaughlin out in front. Well, that's a welcome addition here. He's being pursued by number 21. That's William Ayres out of Barker. And then pushing up into third now is Archie Hetherington from Knox, in front of the work of Reese Olsen-Keating. So a really good lead at the moment, Sam, for Matthew McLaughlin.
A huge lead, and you know these athletes will know what their pacing strategy consists of, so they'll need to go out at the pace that they're comfortable with, which is sometimes hard in an open event. As you said, 13-year-olds going up against 16, 17-year-olds, and it's hard to sometimes hold back, and they can blow you up if they take the pace out too hard. So it looks like Trinity in a very, very comfortable position here, and he would know what he's doing. He would be running this event multiple times in the last 6 weeks. Wouldn't surprise me if he's going to also compete in some of the 1500s or maybe even the 800, as we see these middle distance runners usually do for their schools. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on those events later in the evening.
Another lap down here. 2:42.57 popping up on the clock with 5 more laps to go now for Matthew McLaughlin, but he's got a massive margin already, probably in excess of 70 metres at this point.
Looking very comfortable there. Yeah, he's doesn't seem like he's stretched or overstriding.
Look at this conglomeration of Knox runners as well. So currently in 3rd, 4th and 5th. There's one Waverley runner who's pushed up. That's Xavier Parrish, who's applying a little bit of pressure there in the 15, trying to get in front of the work. In fact, that's from Cranbrook. That man who's in 5th, that's Huon Groves. And then the other runners are, of course, from Knox, but still out in front on the screen right here. That is Matthew McLaughlin, 17 years of age from Trinity. Once more rounding this turn and on to the front straight here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. He's nearly opened up a gap of 150 metres now. So this is a massive start for Matthew McLaughlin. And I dare say, Sam, the way that he's got away here, they already need to make their move if they are to try and close this gap if it can be closed.
Yeah, I don't think this one's going to be closed just by the level of comfort that he seems to be running with. The real race will be in this pack here, and as we see Xavier from Waverley pushing up, Xavier is is Waverley's athletics captain, and he's led the school to what hopes to be their 30-year break, but we'll see what happens later in the evening.
McLaughlin still keeping an incredible pace. He's going to be close to lapping some of these athletes, probably by the end of this lap for that matter. Now out in second, that's Archie Hetherington. Huon Groves up into third, and as you mentioned, Parrish is still there in the hunt as well. Olsen Keating for Trinity pushing up alongside Parrish here. And McLaughlin, believe it or not, is already onto this front straight once again. So we've just had our final runner pushing through. That's Arya Mistry. He's just crossed the line, and now McLaughlin is only a good 50 or so metres from it. So that's how quickly he's moving. Believe it or not, he'll bring up now just 3 laps remaining with 4:55 on the board. The record for reference, 8 minutes, 20.6 seconds.
Well, you can see he's increased his cadence and he's starting to lift almost every lap now. So he might actually be going for the record tonight.
I'm sure he'd be aware of it. And he'll have the watch on, checking that lap split time. And of course, that battle for second at the moment largely being fought between Archie Hetherington and Huon Groves. And then just in behind, that is Xavier Parrish, followed by Olsen Keating. It's very tight at the top.
Yeah, Huon Groves, a really good runner from Cranbrook. He has a kick on him, so he'll be one to keep an eye on. But Xavier right on his heels there. So as we see St. Aloysius pushing up around the side.
So they've crossed now. So they've hit that marker that McLaughlin reached a little while ago. And in fact, McLaughlin has now lapped about 5 runners. Make it 6. He's on the front straight with just 2 laps now remaining. I think he's going to well and truly obliterate this record. I don't even think it's going to be close in the end. So he's got roughly 2 minutes, 20 seconds to get these final 2 laps in. The way he's running, he's looking at about that minute mark. So it'll be close, but he's within range.
Yeah, and the lactic now would be really starting to build in his legs. So let's see if he's executed, that plan of going out. He's obviously aware of the record, and at this stage I think it's going to be obliterated, which is incredibly impressive to do solo.
Well, the pace that he's moving at, once again overtaking now probably half of the field here. Of course, 24 runners, and from what I can gather, there's only about 15 more or so in front of him. There he is on the screen. Once more, lapping another runner here, Matthew McLaughlin. In the battle for second, though, we have had a change in lead. So that's now Huon Groves up into that silver medal position. Olsen Keating responding. He goes into third momentarily. Now a good push here from Kobe Stewart, who starts to put the foot down. 2 more laps remaining for Stewart. 7 minutes brought up. Here comes McLaughlin in for his final lap. So he's on pace at the moment to break this record. Here he is in the 10. 7:10 on the clock. So he's got 1 minute and 10 seconds to try and bust this record. I hope he knows. It'd be great if he could find another gear.
Well, I can confirm that he was hoping to break the CAS record tonight. So he went out with a mission, and all things going forward, it looks like he's going to do that.
You can imagine he'll leave nothing in the tank. So he's overlapped so many runners. In fact, he's going that well. He's now only about 100 metres behind our second place runner here in the form of Huon Groves. This is an incredible performance from the Trinity College student, just 17 years of age, Matthew McLaughlin. I dare say, come the Brisbane Olympics, you'll be remembering this name. He's got one final turn to navigate, and the clock ticks away at 7:55. So if he can get down this home straight inside the final 20 seconds, we have a new record. It's been standing for only a few years, 2022. It was set by Hamish Hart. McLaughlin now with 8:07 on the clock inside the final 30 metres. He's going to do it here, McLaughlin. Oh, he's going to do it as easy as you like. He smashes it in the end. 8 minutes, 13:61, slashing about 7 seconds off the previous record. What a performance from Matthew McLaughlin, who in the end has overtaken probably 3/4 of the field.
Very, very impressive run. And for someone who, you know, openly went out and said that he wanted to do it, he's absolutely smashed that. Really, really impressive run there.
I think he knows as well. There's the smile on the face. Well, let's pick up the battle here for second. We've got quite stuck in to McLaughlin's effort. So these runners still have another lap to go.
Ewan Groves.
The battle is back there as they round this final bend here. Groves has found another gear, really sprinting forward. You mentioned he's got a fast finish. Well, he's got plenty coming for him as well. So they're trying to close the gap here. The crowd's going nuts also. Groves, does he have enough in the tank? Oh, what a final little effort here. Pushing at the death. Stewart just gets in front. Kobe Stewart. Well, he left it late, but he'll get the second. Groves there slamming the ground. Will have to settle for third. Olsen Keating pushes through in fourth. And then Xavier Parrish, the Waverley team captain, comes through in fifth, ahead of the work of Jeremy Jubb. And then Daniel Edwards crossing for Barker. Daniel Morrow in behind him. Tristan Clark-Bruce from Knox. And then also Archie Hetherington, who was in second for the bulk of that race, was then under pressure from not only Ewan Groves, but also a number of those Trinity students pushing through. But again, the talk of the town at the moment, it is about Matthew McLaughlin.
Yeah, Matthew McLaughlin, an incredible performance. And equally, the sprint for second there for Trinity, again, just showing their dominance in their athletics program. McLaughlin is recovered and he can go and now celebrate with his fellow runners. We've got runners all over the track. The 3,000 metres being a very gruesome event, especially in the heat. It's not that warm out there today, but it's warm enough for an effort like a 3,000 metre to really affect these boys, and you can see that there. So hopefully they're okay and they'll get some water and hydration into them, and they'll be probably back out for the 1,500 metres later tonight.
Well, certainly the boys will need a rest here. And we're just taking another look at this terrific finish between Ewan Groves and Kobe Stewart. Stewart could not have timed it any better to make that move, pipping Groves right at the line. Let's have a look here as well for Groves. He's given it his absolute all. And then, of course, ending up slamming the fist into the track here. That's how much it means to him. That is a grueling, grueling race for our athletes. Grueling here as well in the commentary box. We'll take a quick break and then we'll pick up all the action. The hurdles getting underway very shortly. Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre, the 94th running of the CAS Championships, our 2025 edition, about to get underway here with event 16, the boys 13-year-olds 90-metre hurdles. The CAS record at 12:57, so reasonably small field here with Ben Short from Waverley, Rhys Griffiths from St Aloysius, Lachlan Vercoe out of Barker, Charles Carano out of Cranbrook, Caelan Drysdale from Knox, and James Sheldrick from Trinity.
The hurdles being a very unique event in the sense that a lot of boys can make really good points up for the schools in this event, and we see not a huge field here. Tend to see the boys preferring the 100-metre sprint over the hurdles, but if you can gain valuable points in the hurdles, then you can really see your overall tally, increase by the end of the evening, which is what all schools are vying for tonight.
Can you give us a bit more of an insight how that point system works for this competition as well, Sam?
Yeah, so it's a count back. So each for the field events, each competitor or each school will consist of two competitors, and they'll have obviously their amount of throws and jumps. And then at the completion of the event, all 12 competitors will be awarded a place from 1 to 12. The two competitors that place numbers will be added to give a total score or place, and the lowest total score will then be awarded 9 championships points. Second lowest score awarded 8, and so on and so forth, down to 4 points. Where you have two schools may have the same combined total, and the championship points are split, so i.e. 7 and 8 points for second and third. For the track events, a little bit different. So for a championship race, competitors awarded 9 down to 4 for the first 6 places. And for a division race, competitors are awarded from 6 points down to 1 from first down to 6th place.
There we go. Good insight there from Sam Douglas out of Waverley. And I'm sure cheering for the home school, so to speak, today, even though up here in the commentary box you're rather neutral.
I have to be,
that much.
Yeah, I can't be too biased, but I'll have a little bit of insight into some of the Waverley students. But it's been really good that the athletics conveners have given me a little bit of information on multiple schools. So I'll try and get a few of those messages across, and as we see the events unfold here tonight.
There we go. Great shots courtesy of Skywalker Studios. Up onto the blocks they go here. Our first hurdles event of the day, event 16. The boys 13-year-old 90 metres. Great noise amongst the stands as well at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre.
Well, they're just going to reset there. Always nerve-wracking.
So Trinity to the left of your screen. Ben Short for Waverley on the right, and in the middle, in the red, that's Lachlan Vercoe for Barker. Set. Racing, good start made here, especially from Carano. Vercoe also looks pretty decent now, really winding through the gears though is Carano out in front by a country mile. Oh, shut the gate. This is all Carano with great technique. Waverley pushing up into second, and then Knox will finish in third through the work of Caelan Drysdale. But geez, Charles Carano clicked the go button and he was off for all money.
Yeah, really good technique there from Carano, and as I said, if you can dominate in the hurdles, and it is a hard technique to nail. It's not a natural thing to be able to jump over a hurdle at speed, but the boys who practice it can do really well.
You're certainly right. It's often an event that we see around this age group where the girls are still probably dominating compared to the boys. They tend to develop a little bit earlier than the boys, maybe have the naturally longer legs as well. And we often see very similar times, if not better times, for the boys for that matter.
Yeah, that flexibility is a big factor, and as boys start to grow up, they start to get a little bit tighter, as well as the more sports they sort of play. So yeah, the hurdles, not a natural movement for everyone.
Now, speaking of being able to assess what our girls are capable of here, we'll get a good look at things now. Technically the boys 13-year-olds 90-metre hurdles once again. However, we do have Grace Carlton representing Barker here, as we see on the replay. Carano with a dominant performance, but taking you through this field, it's Corbin Feinga'a in lane 3 for Trinity, Jack Spencer in lane 4 for Waverley, Joseph Wiebe In lane 5 for St Aloysius, Grace Carlton representing Barker in lane 6. Sebastian Drower in lane 7 representing Cranbrook. And Owen Tang on the screen right now for Knox in lane 8. So Tang, Drower, there's Carlton, Weeby, Spencer and Fanga'a.
You've got to love this footage. It's almost like the same as the Olympic Games or the Nationals athletics. Each athlete gets their little spotlight before they go, and I'm sure these athletes as well have been watching the championships over in Tokyo and maybe getting some inspiration as to what they want to do when the camera's on them.
And of course, all eyes on Gout at the moment, trying to get below that 20-second threshold in the 200 metres, getting very close to it. Run a 20.36 recently. And even some suggestions potentially you might be able to, in the next couple of years, put that 100 metre 9.58 from Usain Bolt under a bit of threat. So final checks here. And the crowd really building in Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. There's a heck of a noise you can see right there.
Amazing scenes. St Aloysius there with their mascot. I think it's an eagle or a bird of some sort.
Could also be one of the cast of Sesame Street. I heard PBS have lost their funding. Part of the cuts over there. We'll stick with the action right here. Trackside at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Set now. Terrific jump there through the middle from both Weeby and Carlton, but now Carlton's got a bit of work to do. All Weeby's hit the deck, so now it's down to Spencer and Fanga'a. Fanga'a continues to power forward, clears the final hurdle, will take it out ahead of the work of Spencer. It's unfortunate there in the end for Weeby because he actually started very well. Carlton got a little bit stuck on the blocks and then finishing quite strongly too was Drower and Tang, but Fanga'a with a really solid performance and only seemed to be picking up speed as he was heading towards the line.
Yeah, he might be one for the 110 metre hurdles as well, as we do see those distances change.
Speaking of which, we'll move to our 100 metre hurdles, so they'll have to reset things here a touch. We'll take a very short break and continue with the action in just a moment. Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Moving now to event 20, the 14-year-old boys 100-metre hurdles. And once again, the crowd getting nice and rowdy here. Waverley College. We've even got the conductor in the middle with the yellow top.
That's James Pete there. He's been rallying the boys all week, and yeah, he's got the golden jacket, a little bit like Happy Gilmore.
And it looks like it might actually have a slight change here. So I think, yeah, this is shifting now with Christabel Shue, who's in there as well for Barker. So there's no runner out of St Aloysius at the moment, but this man from Knox, Andrew Kim, is just destroying the rest of the field, decimating them. What a performance here from Kim. This is very quick. 14:10, just outside of record time. 13:61. Goodall also finishing quite well. Shue gets in front of Waddle in the end.
Yeah, very
And also Opie pushing through there for Waverley.
dominant performance there by Knox. He'd be really happy with that run. Like you said, not too far off the record.
Here it is again, really good start from Kim, and then just back towards the middle. There's a decent effort coming through from, as I mentioned, Opie, and then also Hugo Keane, who ends up popping up into third, but geez, it was all about the work there of Andrew Kim for Knox out of lane 4. So we now move to our second. Now it says only section 1 of 1, but I can assure you there are 2. This is now event 20, boys 14-year-olds, section 1 of 1, but we'll call it section 1 of 2, or 2 of 2 if it would now be. So from lane 3, Dominic Lee in the red for Barker. Edward Lord in lane 4, representing Cranbrook, James Atkins, who we've already seen a little earlier. I believe the Javelin. He's running out of lane 5 for Knox. Riley Death out of lane 6 for Trinity in the green top. Charlie Harris-Watts representing Waverley out of lane 7, and closest to the left-hand side of the screen, that's Nathaniel Lim representing St Aloysius.
Yeah, so boys going above and beyond to represent their school, and we'll see some students competing to up to 9 events tonight.
Big day, and certainly a big day as well for the Tartan Army. Geez, they look good, the boys. Got the William Wallace face paint on. This is wartime for them. And of course, the traditional kilt associated with Knox as well.
I wonder if we'll see the bagpipes.
You know what? I have no complaints. I'm on board for a bit of bagpipes. Is that a... Tell me this much. I know you're with Waverley, but I'm sure there's some intermingling with the schools. Do they ever offer bagpipes classes at Knox, for example?
I do know of one teacher who has come over from Knox, who went to Knox, and he actually does play the bagpipes. So, you know what? I'm going to say yes.
Seeing at home, you're probably thinking, oh, that's a silly question. It's a common trope. Of course they don't play the bagpipes. I'm telling you now, we've got it on good record here from Sam Douglas. They do indeed play the bagpipes there. It's not just the Tartan Army, they live it as well.
Yeah, it looks like a hard instrument to play. A very loud instrument too. Probably banned at the CAS Athletics.
That will be the case. There's Atkins, and then on screen that's Edward Lord, and finishing up here with Dominic Lee. Also, of course, Nathaniel Lim, Charlie Harris-Watson, Riley Death in the green.
As we can see, the Barker student there, covered in sand.
So up onto the mark they go. So just the 13-year-old in this one. That's Riley Death in the green. Set. Ooh, and then leaving a touch early there was Dominic Lee.
He's
That's
not
got
happy.
a couple of jeers from the crowd as well.
There is a lot of pressure on these students. When the crowd starts to build, you know, a lot of them would never have competed with such atmosphere. So it is an incredibly tough thing to try and deal with. So
Dominic Lee just waiting to see his fate here. I don't believe it's going to be a straight card, and out he goes. Just a warning, I would imagine.
oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's the warning card, so to speak. So he's still in the competition, but he'll have to be careful for the next attempt here. I don't mind seeing a green, but it's when they start getting to those brighter colours, so to speak. That's when the Wirral Warriors start to begin. So once more up on the blocks here. Dominic Lee with a caution. Record at 13.61, set by Sebastian Gisso. Set. Racing, great jump there in particular from Atkins. Also looking pretty good was Harris Watts, but Atkins now starting to power away from them. Opens up a gap of 10 metres. It's all about James Atkins here. That's a ferocious performance. In at second will be Riley Death, and then very close to the line, but just taken out by Edward Lord for third. And in behind Charlie Harris Watts, who did jump quite well, will finish in fourth. And it was that middle period, just came a little bit unstuck. Dominic Lee and then Nathaniel Lim in after that, but all about James Atkins in that one, Sam.
Yeah, another dominating performance from Knox there, and it's obviously credit to their hurdles program and their coaches at Knox doing their hurdles. So that's the second win we've seen for Knox, and yeah, adding to that tally for points for tonight.
So here it is again on the replay, courtesy of Skywalker Studios. Good jump on that occasion. Still a little bit sluggish there though from Dominic Lee, so I think he was maybe being a little bit overcautious in the end based on that green card that had come out. Atkins, though, with great technique, powering through. Little stumble for Harris Watts. I mentioned he jumped well, but that middle portion was a little bit difficult for him. There's a second one that goes by the wayside, and then pushing through still was Nathaniel Lim, but Atkins well and truly out in front. And a little glance at the clock as well. Be happy with his performance overall. Not busting the record, but once again, much like Andrew Kim, not too far off it.
Yeah, trusting that process there with when you throw that leg up and really knowing how many strides you've got between hurdles. And that comes down to practice and training. And like we said, these boys have been training over the past 5 to 6 weeks and competing in multiple carnivals. So getting plenty of opportunity to compete. A little bit unfortunate there for Charlie, who took a tumble, and hopefully he's okay there.
And there we go, no bagpipes, but certainly a saxophone floating around here today. We'll take a very short break here at the 94th CAS Championships for 2025. Up next, we've got our 200-metre dash. Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre for the 94th Cas Championships. And this one should be a cracking contest now as we move to the 13-year-old boys 200-metre dash. So from that wide position there, that is George Lamboussis representing Waverley. On his inside, that's Corbin Fainga'a out of Trinity, who we've already seen, of course, take out at 90-metre hurdles not too long ago. Owen Tang representing Knox. Out of lane 6, Ethan Sweeney for Cranbrook. Out of lane 5 in lane 4. In the red top representing Barker, that's Daniel Sanders. And James Brownlow has the inside lane from lane 3 representing St Aloysius. Some really strong talent here, and in particular in that next sectional final here for the 13-year-old 200 metres. Got all eyes on Lachlan Chappell, who's one of the most dominant young athletes coming through Australia.
Yeah, Lachlan Chappell, 7-time Australian gold medalist and also the fastest 12-year-old in Australia. So keep your eyes on him.
That's to come directly after this one. In the meantime, though, let's see if Lamboussis can follow in the footsteps, so to speak, of his schoolmate from Waverley. He's closest to the bottom of the screen. Up onto the blocks they go. Set. Racing, good jump there from Lamboussis, also pretty strong from Fainga'a, and now Owen Tang starts to wind up a fair bit. Tang closing the gap here on Fainga'a. Sweeney also looking a little bit good, although now Sanders overtakes him. Here's a good push as they round this bend though from Lamboussis, who's in front by probably 5. Now you can make it 10 metres. Lamboussis comes home with a wet sail. Good response from Fainga'a to get back in front of Tang, but it will be Lamboussis, Fainga'a, then Tang just in front of Sweeney. Sanders had a few struggles there in the end, and they'll pretty much finish in reverse lane order. So a great run there from Lamboussis.
Yeah, great run from George, and he'll be really happy with that event. Good sportsmanship too here from the boys. You can see them all congratulating each other. They probably have competed against each other in the previous week, so they would know sort of where they're at. But yeah, George, really dominant performance there.
Record, of course, 23-7 by Donovan Bradshaw, set back in 2017. I'm not troubling the record here, but still a good run from Lamboussis and co. See there, just as he started to hit this turn, that's when he really begun to pull away, and then onto the home straight. It's only ever going to be George's race.
Yeah, 2017, a record lasting quite a while there. But George, a dominant performance, and you can see him just really opening up in that last 100 metres, and that's what it comes down to for the 200. Holding on and holding that technique and form together in that last 50 metres when everything's screaming at you to stop.
Well, there he is, Lachlan Chappell, looking rather unfazed by the situation. He's been here hundreds of times before, and he dominates each and every time. Once more, we'll be keeping a close eye on him. He is in lane 3. Joseph Wiebe from St Aloysius in lane 4. Cameron Batty from Barker College in lane 5. Sebastian Drower from Cranbrook in lane 6. Ethan Warner from Knox in lane 7. And Nolan Grantham from Trinity, closest to the bottom of screen in lane 8. Up onto the blocks they go now. Set. Racing, great jump across the board from Cranbrook. Drower got away quite well, but keep a close eye on Chappell. Oh my goodness, he's already started to pull away from the rest of the field. Hasn't even rounded the bend yet, and he's in front by 10 metres. Chappell storming home with the final 100. The clock ticks over to 17 seconds. Record under threat. Chappell hammering the pavement here. Gets to the line in 22.91 and busts it. Well, the record has stood for 8 years, and Chappell said, "Give it to me, I'm taking it with me." What a run. It wasn't even close in the end. He beats it by nearly a second.
Wow.
He's barely breathing. 22.91 brought up for Lachlan Chappell. Nothing wrong with the wind either. He had a tailwind of 0.4. That's more than legal. Anything below the 2 threshold. What an athlete he is. There's a new record for Lachlan Chappell.
Well done, Lockie Chappell. He will be ecstatic, and that's a really good race to set him up for the night as well. So a second off in 200 is huge.
Look, they all jumped well, but it was essentially once they started to round this bend, that's when Chappell clicked into another gear. So you can see at the moment, not even in frame, And there he is there, now pushing in front. So already by this point, about 10 metres. By the time he hits the line, it's a good probably 30-metre gap here for Lachlan Chappell and the rest of the field. And you can hear the chant go up. Lockie. A freak of nature in the kindest of terms there for Lachlan Chappell. You don't see too many athletes like him. And that is certainly one to watch come 2032 for Brisbane. He'll be of prime age then, 7 years from now. So, yeah, 20 years of age, he'll be ready to go.
Yeah, I'd say Brisbane is definitely on his radar. And with performances like that, he's going to be on lots of other people's radars as well.
So now moving to the 14-year-olds 200-metre dash, event 25. Closest to screen there, that's Kobe Neal. We've already seen him competing in the javelin a little earlier today. So one of these multidiscipline athletes. Eric Cow in lane 7 for St Aloysius. Ariki Wahongi for Waverley in lane 6. Hugo Keane in lane 5 for Trinity. Kurash Rad for Knox in lane 4. And Miles Gregory in lane 3 for Cranbrook. Off and running now. Good start made here from Neal. Even better, though, from Wahongi, who already overtakes Cow. Now takes the lead as well. Neal, however, responds quite strongly. So Neal just in front at the moment, ahead of the work of Wahongi, and now really starting to find another gear is Kurash Rad. This is a great three-way tussle at the moment. Wahongi just getting his nose in front. Will hold on. Neal finishing strongly, gets second, ahead of the work there of Kurash Rad, who had a radical run, but not enough in the end. 23.95 brought up. And a pretty strong time, but roughly a second shy of that previous record. Well done, though, for Ariki Wahongi taking it out.
Yeah, Waverley with another one there, and it really shows you that last 25 metres. You know, I didn't know whose race that was just then. Well done, Ariki, to come through and to hang on. As you can hear the Waverley students with the trumpet celebrating Ariki there.
Yeah, Rad had it for a very brief period, and then Wahongi just finding another gear. Neal sticking firm as well to take out second overall as we now move to our second jumping here in the 14-year-old boys 200-metre dash. Getting themselves sorted now. So Caleb Tamuri from lane 3 representing Barker. Arthur Dadswell in lane 4 representing Cranbrook. James Atkins, another one of these multidiscipline athletes. We've already seen him in the javelin as well. And he also took out the hurdles not too long ago.
Yeah, personal best of 22.45 for James, so he'll be one to watch.
Well, if he does run that, that'll be enough to set a new CAS record. 22.93 is the record set by Sebastian Gisso back in 2019. And the rest of the field, August Lee, representing Trinity in lane 6. Hugo Cummins in the 7 for Waverley. And Ethan Marith in lane 8 for St Aloysius. Up onto the blocks now. Atkins, the one to watch from Knox in lane 5. Set. Racing, good jump there too from Atkins. So too from August Lee, who starts quite well and already catches up to the outside man in the form of Cummins. But now look at Atkins begin to power forward and overtake. Gets around Lee, has the lead into the turn. Now into the home straight. Has a little look back at the competition for that matter too. That was cocky there from Atkins, who keeps powering away. He's got this one sewn up. He'll pull up well and truly before the line. Well, did he know that the record was there to be taken? He probably had a little bit more in the tank. And I'm sure if he had kept the foot down, he would have claimed it.
Yeah, maybe James is saving some energy for later in the night. So James, obviously a national silver medalist in the Australian Junior Championships. So I think he was on cruise control there.
He certainly did appear to be. Had time to have a little crane of the neck and take a look at the chasers led by Hugo Cummins. Lee, of course, jumped well. There he is, taking the little twist of the neck, craning it towards Cummins.
3 times.
He even had a look at the wind there. So I think he was maybe assessing, well, if I break the record, will it still stand? And the answer is it would have. But you can see there, he probably lets up a good 15 metres before the line in the end there, Atkins. Still takes the win, obviously, but geez, you'd just like to see him click into that extra gear, give the record a tussle.
Yeah.
Anywho, we move now to event 27, the boys 15-year-olds 200-metre dash. Frederick Ward from St Aloysius in 3. Jack Woodrow From Barker in 4, Cody Ogg. From Cranbrook in 5, Saya Anasio. From Knox in 6, Tim Stanton Clark. From Trinity in 7, and Sunny Stain from Waverley out of lane 8. This is the boys' 15-year-olds 200-metre dash. The record at 22.31.
Sonny Stain, a keen NRL player. We've also got another rugby or football player in Saya from Knox.
That would be good to see the half-time 100-metre sprint competition with a couple of these players floating about. Up onto the blocks now. Set. Racing. Good jump here made especially from Anasio, who now starts to get those legs pumping. A high knee and has the chase here on Stanton Clark, who has a slender lead, but now here he comes, Anasio overtaking. Stain responding well as well, but Anasio beginning to push away. Here's a great response, in fact, from Sonny Stain. Stain's going to get there, I think, just in front of the work of Stanton Clark, and then Anasio, who had the lead at the turn, ends up getting pipped at the post by both Stain and Stanton Clark. A great finish from those two.
Yeah, very impressive race there from what we'll call the footballers. Maybe they would have run a little bit faster with a rugby ball under their arm. No, very impressive indeed. And Sonny Stain there just coming through, hanging on to the end. And yeah, like we said, that 200 metres, the last 20 metres where you start to hurt, some stiffen up, they get a little bit tense, and it's the one who could stay relaxed and not stiffen up that tends to hang on there.
Well, that's not the one that we've just seen. That was a few races ago there with Ricky claiming that one. But we'll jump now to our second of our lot here for the boys 15 years. And this is another man that you've been suggesting we do need to watch. We've seen him do some great things for Little Athletics and Athletics New South Wales meets. Kanawa Gamunga in lane 3 for Waverley.
Yeah, Kanawa is an incredible runner, and 200 is his event. He dabbles in a few others, but the 200 is definitely his specialty, so he's one to keep an eye on.
So Harry Beverley in 4 for St Aloysius, Lorimer Ravuvu Siusiu for Barker in lane 5, Harry Keats in lane 6 for Cranbrook, William Scotolaro for Knox in lane 7, and Ethan Mullins for Trinity in lane 8. Of course, Mullins was competing in our first event of the day in the long jump. So up they step now onto the blocks. Set. Racing, good jump here across the board. Nice start made from Ravuvu Siusiu, but so too Gamunga. He's the one to watch. Now starts to wind up. This is frighteningly good touch here from Kanawa Gamunga. Out in front by a humunga margin, if you will. He's got about 5 metres. Good response coming in now, though, from Scotolaro and also Mullins. Mullins will hop up into second. Gamunga has a little look at the clock, and it's just outside the record. 22.43 pops up. 0.12. behind the previous marker set back in 2019. Good response, though, from Mullins inside that final 60 metres. And then it looks like a very proud mama here as well. Mrs. Gamunga is out and about, jumping around, high fives across the board.
Yeah, good to see the family out here to support the boys. And Kanawa having an amazing race there. Like you said, just outside that record, but he'll be really happy with that run.
Never really looked in doubt, even with the pressure coming through from Mullins, but that wraps up event 28 as we move now to event 29.
The 16 boys 200 metre dash. From Trinity we have Sasha Ratavanil Deville, and I do apologise for any mispronunciations. From Waverley College we have Ned O'Hallahan. St Aloysius, Billy Smith. From Barker, Duke Barnes. Cranbrook, Luke Cassidy. And from Knox, Thomas Cashin.
So great scenes here at a packed Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Sasha's another one of those athletes we've already seen earlier today in the long jump. Performing quite well as well. He, of course, is in lane 3, and then from that wide position, there he is on screen now, our Knox student in the form of Thomas Cashin.
Thomas Cashin is actually a decathlete who placed 4th in the under-17s decathlon in April of this year, and he's at the Australian Junior Championships. So we'll see him in obviously a number of events, maybe 10, but there is no decathlon at the CAS, so yeah, very versatile athlete if you're a decathlete.
Incredible fitness and stamina too, of course, to keep turning up time and time again. As you mentioned, even if there isn't a decathlete event specifically, often he'll then feature across multiple events throughout the day.
Yeah, very impressive indeed, and for someone so young to be able to be so versatile, it's a very impressive feat. As we wait for the start here.
So the record at 21.78. Kamunga's just run a 22.43, and we probably should have seen another record from Atkins, but
yeah,
he took a foot off the pedal a little early in that race.
He was saving himself for future events, I think.
Interesting to see. Of course, you'd imagine he'll be thereabouts for the hundreds. That's coming later on today. As we tick over now to 3:31 at the Olympic Park Athletic Centre. And this is where the nerves build. We haven't seen too many delays so far today, but the longer you're out there on those blocks, that's when you start to have those second thoughts creeping in. But up they go now. Thomas Cashin with a little pump of the legs there. Billy Smith, picture of focus in that middle lane. Set, racing, really good jump made here from Duke Barnes out of Barker, and Smith also looking pretty strong at the moment. However, starts to fade, unfortunately for him. Ratner Vardival also working well from that inside lane, and now Cashin gets in front onto this home straight, looking very powerful here. Cashin continues to march forward. The Tartan army will be up about this one. Cashin goes all the way to the line in front of the work of Luke Cassidy, and then very tight at the end between Ratner Vardival and Ned O'Halloran. Smith had an initial good jump and then seemed to fade a touch there, and I think he may have a slight issue. He's just chatting with the medical staff there, and I think that could be a reason why. There's a little bit of a limp there for Billy Smith.
Yeah, hopefully he's okay. Like we said, these athletes will be competing in multiple events, so you don't want to be ruled out early on. A lot of the 200 metres will run in the 100 as well, and then possibly the relay later.
Plenty still to come for these athletes, and of course for you watching along at home, as we now move to event 30, the boys 16-year-olds 200 metre.
In lane 3 we have Tom Socradellarello from Knox. In lane 4 we have Jonathan Karamanalit. In lane 5 Rory Muldowney. Lane 6 Luke Sear from St Aloysius. Lane 7 Charlie Barker from Barker. Lane 8 Harry Middleton from Cranbrook.
Oh, had to be for Charlie, didn't it? Couldn't go to any other school.
No.
Just get some strange looks if you did. On the screen there, that's Scott Olaro. Karamanlidis Downey as well. Sia Barker. And there is Harry Middleton rounding things out for Cranbrook.
Muldowney, one to watch. He's a specialty being the 200 and the 100. And I've actually been seeing him training at the track, and he's quite speedy.
At the moment, he's almost thinking this is a tiring event, if you will. There's a big yawn coming out from Muldowney. It's showing you that he's not particularly stressed about the situation. We'll soon see if that reflects in the performance.
We also have Tom from Knox, who is a state medalist in the 400 metre hurdles. So, as well as being a talented footballer, he'll be looking to stamp his mark on the 200 as well, just to add another feather to his cap.
So stepping up onto their marks now. Win in that previous race at 1.3, so still within applicable record-breaking time, so it's all legitimate here. Athletes will simply realign their starting blocks as well.
Very important that you get your start right. Can be the difference in these races. And these boys will practice that multiple times a week.
It's one of those things we start to see once they hit about 10 or 11 years of age. The blocks begin to come out. Before that, it's usually simply a standing start on the track itself. So there's a learning curve with it. By the time they get to this sort of 15-16s bracket, quite used to having the blocks to begin with. And then it's about perfecting that technique from the start.
Yeah, not the easiest things to use if you haven't used them before. Some people actually can take a little bit of a while to get used to them as well. So these boys now at this age should be well versed in using the blocks, and they should all have their measurements and know exactly where they have to be. So as we see a slight delay now. So as you said before, time is not a good thing when you're out there. Everyone's got those little things going through their head, the pressure. But it looks like they're ready to start now.
Rory Muldowney, as you mentioned, the one to watch. He's also the only athlete here who's running as a 15-year-old. The rest of the field at 16. Up onto the blocks now. Set. Racing, good jump here from Muldowney. Starts to wind up well, also in a rapid beginning here for Barker, who now takes the lead. Muldowney's got a bit of work to do. Also a little bit of pressure back on the inside from Scott Alaro and Karamanlidis. So it's going to be very tight across the board here. Barker, but now Muldowney getting away from the rest of the field. Scott Alaro chasing, but this is going to go to Rory Muldowney. Great run from him, 22.76 popping up. About a second outside of record time, but the youngest of the bunch finishes first here. And that's why he was yawning. He had it under control there, Sam.
Yeah, yawning at the start. He's just warming up. But yeah, Rory will be very, very happy with that performance. And yeah, you can see how confident he is with his 200. And yeah, dominant performance there from Rory.
Stepping up as well against older opposition always gives you that extra bit of confidence when you can not just compete against them, but you can take it out.
Yeah, he'll gain a lot of confidence from that race, and it'll go forward into other events that he's going to be in tonight, but also other championship races. Just going to see him there being congratulated by Mr. Patrick Darville. As we move on to the 17 boys 200 metre dash. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, we have Milo Gibney. In lane 4 from Knox, we have Flynn Janis. In lane 5 from Trinity, Giacomo Ricky. In lane 6 from Waverley, Robbie Tanos. Lane 7 from St Aloysius, Tom Bragg. And lane 8 from Barker, Cameron McDonald. The record for this one, 21.69.
Tom Bragg there with a Michelle Jenique style approach to the starting blocks. To the hip swing as he prepares there from lane 7. Gibney, Jangis, Ricky, Tanous, Bragg, McDonald have a very strong field here.
So Flynn from Knox had an amazing comeback in the last event last year here, where he was able to win in the last 5 metres. So he'll be one to watch. And you can see here he's been training really hard over the past 12 months.
Record, of course, for this one, 21.69. We've still got Wal Albino to come. And we talk about some of these incredible athletes, Lachlan Chappell amongst them, Kanawa Gamunga, but Wal Albino, he's another one.
Yeah, Wal is definitely an athlete to watch. He is an incredible sprinter, and last year that event in the 100 metres was probably one of the most rewatched things on YouTube. Yeah, against Trinity, it was a very, very close race, and Wold just got him on the line, and I'm sure he'll be looking to do the same tonight in the 100-metre performance.
Nothing ignites a crowd. Okay, photo finish right on the line. And the boys were ready to go, but still not called upon yet to hit up to the blocks. Big stretch there from Tom Bragg and Giacomo Ricci. Some deep breathing as well. Now given the all clear. Great noise here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Set. Good jump across the board. Little stubble there for Tom Bragg, unfortunately. And now they'll start to get into their correct gear here with Robbie Tanoose winding up. But out in front, that's Cameron McDonald, who looks very comfortable at the moment. Now a late push coming through from Janjis. Janjis starting to get in front by a comfortable margin in the end. Oh, Janjis really pushing away with this one. Out of lane 4 will take that flying. The Knox Grammar student. Gibney coming in late, but geez, once he hit that front straight, or the home straight I should say, was all about Flynn Janjis.
Yeah, he did that with ease. Dominant performance there, and we might have to go for a photo finish for second place because I'm not sure if it was Waverley or Cranbrook. We'll have to go back and have a look, but it was very, very close.
Certainly not Cranbrook. That was Gibney coming through at the end, but you're right. I think between Tanoose and maybe Giacomo Ricci, it was reasonably tight. Bragg had that little stumble at the top, and there's some big pats and high fives there for Janjis as well. As we now move on to our second grouping here in the 17-year-old boys 200-metre dash.
And as we see in lane 3 from Waverley, Wal Albino. In lane 4 from St Aloysius, Gabe Liam. In lane 5 from Barker, Xavier Perry. Lane 6 from Cranbrook, Toby Pearce. Lane 7 from Knox, Lachlan Burns. Lane 8 from Trinity, Lorenzo Lozani. So again, Wal Albino being one to watch. But I'm sure he'll have some company from all schools as they come up to the blocks now.
So once more that record at 21.69. A long-standing one. 11 years it's been in place for. 2014 set by Matthew Wood. Lachlan Burns is the only 16-year-old in this one. He's running out of lane 7 for Knox. Trumpets have come out here as well at Olympic Park. There's Albino putting on a little bit of a stretch. Liam there in lane 4 and Xavier Perry in the 5. And there's Lorenzo Lozani stepping up for Trinity. Scenes here courtesy of Skywalker Studios. Discus in the background as well. And down the other end of Olympic Park we also have our high jump getting underway.
Wal Albino being the 16's 100 and 200 metre CAS record holder. We'll be looking to improve on that this year.
Of course, running a time of 21.78 last year, Wal Albino. So if he runs around that marker, he'll come very close to breaking that long-standing record of 11 years. So 21.78 of his, just 0.09 of a second outside of Matthew Wood's time set back in 2014.
Yeah, long-standing record, that one, and one that Wal will be looking to hopefully take on.
He's got his chance now. We'll be hoping for a legal tailwind. Obviously not wanting anything in the way of a headwind here. Every millisecond counts. Set. Racing. Albino jumped well, as did Liam. Perry also starting quite nicely here for Barker. In fact, Perry's out in front. Albino with a bit of work to do and does it easily. Now gets around in front of Perry. Has the lead here by about 5 metres. Albino pushing hard. Perry comes back at him quite nicely. Also from out wide, Lorenzo Lazzani looking pretty strong. Oh, Albino's pulling up a little early. Perry came very close to getting him in the end. I think Albino holds on, but much like we saw with James Atkins earlier, Albino just took his foot off the pedal with about 15 to go, and Perry, who is certainly no slouch, had been pressuring him from the outset and nearly got there in the end. But I think Albino just in front of Perry, and then a fast finishing Lazzani in for third.
Yeah, I think Wall got lucky there. I don't know if his start was the start that he wanted, and I think he might have won out a little bit too hard, and it bit him in the back end a little bit there. So his last 20 metres there, he started to stiffen up and they started to come at him, and it was very, very close in the end. So Wall, well done. He's got to back up in the 100, so be one to watch later tonight.
A chant goes up here as well for Wall. We've seen a pretty good form in that respect from the Waverley students. They're always bringing home their own, and that included Lockie Chappell a little earlier.
As we move on to the open boys 200 metre dash. So in lane 3 from Trinity we have Nas Award. In lane 4 from Waverley, Charlie Coughlin. In lane 5 from St Aloysius, Josh Lowe. Lane 6 from Barker, Tim Furr. Lane 7 from Cranbrook, Max Colpin. And in lane 8 from Knox, Riley Caswell. Got here that Riley Caswell is a first 15s rugby player, and he ran in the 800 metres in a 2:02 and a 49.86 400. So a very, very versatile athlete indeed. Tonight he said that he's hoping to do a low 22. So one to watch.
Low 22 would be outside of Steve Solomon's record, 21.25, but still very tidy. Record from Solomon. It's been in place now for 14 years, so I think that's the longest standing record we've seen so far for our track events.
Yeah, Solomon, an elite runner who was an incredible performer at his time and went on to do really, really great things. So that record is probably one that might stay for a little while.
And very much in the realm of Matt Shervington, for example, who still does have a few sprint records floating about for Athletics New South Wales, for example. They've been in place since the early 90s.
Yeah, it just goes to show sprinters peak at different times. So Rohan Browning, for instance, he was a Trinity boy, but we can't see him on the record books. So obviously performing now, but yeah, everyone peaks at different times.
I'm certainly seeing a great battle at the top of Australian athletics at the moment as well, between the likes of Lockie Kennedy, Gout, who's only just 17 years of age. So you're certainly right there, Sam. Come of age at different times in their lives. That's a nice award. Out there on that inside lane for Trinity. And then all the way to this wide position here for Knox, Riley Caswell. Colpin just back on his inside. Up they step now. Set. Racing, great jump across the board. Lowe got away well, as did Fura. Culper is now overtaken by Fura, who looks very strong at the moment. Out in front by about 5 metres here, the Barker College student. Good response, though, from Caswell. Looking, of course, to get a time inside that 22, but Fura, well and truly leading from the front, will get away from the rest of the field and takes it out of lane 6 ahead of Caswell, and then Awad comes through in at third ahead of the work of Coughlin. Then Lowe, and wrapped up by Colpin, who had a difficult jump, the 17-year-old, but that's an outstanding run there with a tail win of 1.5, not threatening the record. Still very, very strong from Tim Fura.
Steve Solomon's safe there with his record, but yeah, really dominant performance there from the Barker student. You can see
had it in the bag from pretty much the 100-metre mark on.
Caswell, I think, got his wish. I think that was still just inside for him, that 23 threshold, so it would have been around the probably mid to high 22s. There it is, the official time popping up for Fura at 22.77. So I think he's just crept inside that 23 marker as we now move to our second lot of the Open boys.
In lane 3 from Knox we have Jacob Henriksen. In lane 4 from Trinity, Brock Pradal. In lane 5 from Waverley, Daniel Hornery. Lane 6 from St Aloysius, Andrew Karamanis. Lane 7 from Barker, Harrison Woodrow. And in lane 8 from Cranbrook, Phoenix Jones. Again, this record, still being in the Opens dash, is held by Steve Solomon in 21.25, all the way back in 2011.
14 years it has been set in stone. Phoenix Johns and Harrison Woodrow, they're the only two 17-year-olds in this one, side by side in lanes 8 and 7 respectively. Johns, of course, in that predominantly white top, Woodrow in the red.
We've got Henriksen being the CAS vice-captain for Knox, and also Daniel Hornery being a vice-captain as well. So boys, when they get to that open status, leading their athletics peers with dominant performances. So Daniel Hornery, one to watch in this event as well. He's a 200 and 100 metre runner as well. So he'll be expecting a nice fast time today. As they get set.
So those are those results coming through. So yeah, Caswell did indeed get what he was after there. Middle to low 22s, and Fura actually with a great run in the end, 22.06, the official time now popping up. So we're getting those results coming through the system.
Yeah, that's really good to see for the viewers at home to have that up there. So that's what we can see on the board here from the commentary box, and now you can see it at home. So that's really good. And yeah, well done Riley for someone who's so versatile, being a 400 metre runner and now, you know, getting his wish, you know, with a low 22. Yeah, really well done.
Of course, the initial times that myself and Sam are seeing here, they flash up on the board, but they still have to be corroborated by the officials in the room a little further down from our commentary box. So that's why you might see a slight change in the time that flashes up on the ground itself compared to the confirmed time, if you will.
St Aloysius there, getting behind their 200 metres open champion.
Let's see if it can carry him to victory. Andrew Karamanis is the man from St Aloysius. There's an issue here for Daniel Hornery though. They're not happy with the blocks, it looks like. Also just working out a little bit of a twinge there, it looks like, in the right leg with that hamstring stretch. And still it's playing around with a little smack of the thigh there, so might be feeling a little bit of discomfort.
Yeah, you can sometimes have a little bit of a twinge and get stuck, especially when you're down in that position. It's not a good feeling. It's not a feeling you want before the start, so hopefully Daniel's all right there.
We know how crucial those starts can be. They've already proven to be that way so far today. Set now. Does still get a good jump here though, Hornery. Gets away well and now immediately catches up to Karamanis. Back on his inside, Prideaux working quite strongly. Starts to take the lead here away from Hornery. Prideaux out in front. Good response as well from Woodrow. But now it's going to be between Hornery and Prideaux. Very tight here. Oh, here comes a late push as well from Henriksen. Henriksen might get him right on the line. Oh, he does too.
Wow.
Jacob Henriksen just got in front of Hornery. The initial battle was between himself and Prideaux, but Henriksen came from the clouds inside that final 50 and stole it.
Yeah, really impressive finish there from Henriksen in lane 1. You could just see him opening up. Sort of would have come out of the vision, out of Daniel's vision there, so he wouldn't have even known that he was there. And an incredible finish. You can see just how loose he is and open he is still in that last 25 metres and continues to push through. So an incredible run there from Henriksen. This is his CAS track debut, so what a place to do it.
Well, he came home with a wet sail again. That is still outside of record time, but nice and quick nonetheless there from Jacob Henriksen, finishing with a wet sail. We'll take a very short break here. That wraps up our 200-metre dash. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage as part of the 94th edition of the CAS Championships right here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre, the 94th edition of the CAS Championships. We move now to a slightly longer distance, the 800 metres run. And the record here for the 13-year-old boys, 2 minutes 10 seconds 59. Cooper Glenn from Waverley will be in the 1. Darby Smith from St Aloysius in 2. Oscar Dearden for Barker College in 3. Oscar Rouse from Cranbrook in 4. Luca Meyerson from Knox in the 5. And Chase Freeman will be starting out of lane 6 from Trinity. So this one, an interesting event here, Sam, with just the singular runner from each individual school.
Yeah, the 800, not an easy event. Obviously 2 laps of the 400-metre track. And we do see, again, boys running their own races, but also sometimes getting caught up in going out too hard. And it really does affect you if you go out too hard in that first sort of 200 to 300 metres, and you will pay for it in the back end. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these boys go. Obviously still quite young, in front of the big stage here at the CAS. This will be a lot of the first time CAS performances for these boys, so let's see how they go.
Up onto the mark they go now. A little bit of a bobble there, so to speak, with the starting for Darby Smith. So we'll reset here. There's a right little smile from Darby too and a wave of the hand. Once more, up onto the mark. And off they go now. It's a good start made here across the board, especially from Oscar Dearden, who's shot away quite quickly, immediately catches up here to Oscar Rouse and overtakes, has the early lead. Back on the inside, Cooper Glenn there for Waverley, now pushing up into third. It's still all about Dearden here, who hits the lead as they hop onto the back straight here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Still some pressure being applied there on Meyerson, who's tried to hop across, and now he actually falls all the way back into sixth. Overtaken here for the work of Chase Freeman, but still out in front. Here's Dearden, establishing a nice little lead. Rouse is chasing him.
We'll see if Dearden's gone out too quick here. But yeah, a really good start. And as you see on the 100-metre mark, they come across, and it's really important that you come across early and dominate that first lane so that you can understand what's going on. And Dearden seems to be doing that. He looks quite comfortable.
Yeah, certainly setting the tone here at the moment, Dearden. I'll get the bell ringing shortly, so he'll hit this lap with about 105 brought up on the clock. In the end, it'll be 105.49. So Dearden has the lead. St. Aloysius now overtaking the work of Cooper Glenn. So that's Darby Smith up into third. Closes the gap ever so slightly here on Oscar Rouse, who's still chasing in its second. Gap of about 5 metres here, favouring Oscar Dearden, though, from Barker College. But the good news there for Rouse is that it hasn't really opened up. So 5 metres back from Dearden is Rouse. A further 5 from him is the chase of Darby Smith, who's jumped up from fourth into third, and then there's a significant margin between Glenn and now Freeman.
St. Aloysius pushing up now.
Getting to make the move here. Here's Darby Smith. Times it nicely. Now tries to overtake Dearden. Has a little look at the work here of Smith, but Smith has enough pace about things to establish that new lead. He's timed it quite well. Final turn coming up onto the home straight. It's still tight at the front. Smith has another look. Now Dearden tries to pick up the pace and change into another gear, but Smith has timed this run to perfection, pulls away. In fact, he's really motoring now. Will go all the way to the line. An excellent run here for Darby Smith. Beautifully timed. Oh, Dearden! Has he done enough? There was just a little bobble of the head that pushed forward, but I think the chest might have actually been in front there in the end.
They will be going to photo finish for that one.
He might well have claimed him right on the line here. So Dearden was under all sorts of pressure there in the end from Oscar Rouse. So here is the finish of Darby Smith out in front. So we know he claims first. This is where it gets interesting, though. They're right up along the line. Dearden. Oh, I actually think that Rouse got him.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. And again, that just comes down to knowing your pace and not going out too hard, which, you know, you need to do more racing to learn and experience that.
And Dearden, of course, as you mentioned there, just wavering at the final moment. Probably led for a good 3/4 of that race as we now move to our second allotment of 13-year-old boys, 800 metres.
So in lane 1 from Trinity, we have Jacob Burchara. In lane 2 from Whaley, Billy Herb. In lane 3 from St. Aloysius, Luca Conopilla. In lane 4 from Barker, Cameron Beatty. In lane 5 from Cranbrook, Thomas Penny. And in lane 6 from Knox, Brodie Johnson. The record for this is held by Evan Robotham in 2023 in a time of 2:04.44. As the boys from Waverley College get behind Billy Herb, who will be one to watch. I'm sure he's got his sunnies on. He loves running in sunnies.
He is off and running now. So there is Herb in lane 2, as you mentioned, with the sunglasses. Conoplia just back on the inside of him. Actually has the cast on the arm, and now establishing an early lead here, Cameron Batty. So very much in the same frame of mind here as Dearden, also from Barker, wanting that early lead. and has it here by a good 10 or so metres. Now, whether there's enough in the tank, that's the big question. Proved to be the undoing of Oscar Dearden last time. Canoplia is now settled in at second. And he's being pursued by 2 chasers, along with the work there of Billy Herb.
Well, time will tell. We'll see if he's gone out too hard, but he does look quite comfortable. I just saw him look over his shoulder there, and that can be a good sign or it can be a bad sign.
Well, at the moment, Batty has a lead of probably about 10 to 15 metres here. Canoplia still chasing. Billy Herb as well back there in 4th. He's just cruising at the moment. And then there's the work of Brodie Johnson holding firm for 3rd, now overtaking for 2nd. The bell is rung at 101.73. Batty still has that 20-metre margin. I don't think this is done with as of yet, though, because he's beginning to close the gap here just a touch, Brodie Johnson. Holding firm in at 2nd. Canoplia now also being pressured for the work here by Billy Herb. Batty still looks in control at the moment, and they haven't really closed the margin, so he might well have enough in the tank. However,
I think he's going to be okay here, but as we can see, the troops behind starting to get organised, and you know, an 800-metre runner needs a good kick. So even if you do have someone on your heels, you need to be able to lift to that next level, and I don't think he's going to have to do that today because he's got a big enough gap.
Johnson has closed the margin ever so slightly, though. He's picked off about 2 or 3 metres here. This turn is going to be all important. Look at Johnson now, really starting to mow him down. Closes the gap by another couple of metres, but he had such a huge lead here, Batty. It might still be enough. He now responds, finds another gear, pulls away. He's going to do it here, Batty. In the end, he had plenty in the tank. But here comes a late charge now from Billy Herb. Is there a bit of spice that Herb can throw on them? Yes, there is. Up into 2nd. He goes. Great finish from the man in sunglasses. Just outdoes the work in the end of Brodie Johnson, who, well, he had a real up and down race there. He came from the clouds initially, up into 2nd by pretty comfortable margin, then just pipped at the post there from Billy Herb. But well done to Cameron Batty. Start to finish, closing this one out.
Cameron Batty there. Dominant performance, and he kept that gap. He had a few little looks around just to make sure he had it, but he didn't need to kick. So if you don't have a kick, sometimes you have to go early, and as we saw in the end there, Billy Herb with a really dominant kick, and it got him a 2nd place.
So moving now to event 42, the boys 14-year-olds 800 metres.
So in lane 1 we have Thomas Verdus from Knox. In lane 2, James E from Trinity. In lane 3, Pascal South from Waverley. In lane 4, Connor Waddle from St Aloysius. And in lane 5, Dexter Perkins from Barker. And in lane 6, Joseph Robotham from Cranbrook.
No surprises for, at the moment, who is the most vocal. Seems to be Waverley. They're outdoing the Tartan Army. So if you are watching at home and you happen to be related to one of the Knox boys here today, you've got to tell them to get the drum out and working. Waverley have their measure in the chanty department as it stands. And for this one, Waverley will be backing Pascal South. He's starting in lane 3 next to Connor Waddle from St Aloysius, both of course in the blue. On the mark. Off and running now. A little bit of a stutter start there from Pascal South, but still of course a long way to go. And a rapid beginning too from Joseph Robotham out wide. He gets away very quickly. He's very much determined to try and get up to that 100-metre crossover and try and establish a lead here. Does exactly that, Robotham. So it's tight. Plenty of pressure coming from the form of James E. And then also working forward from Vedras. And Vedras holding firm in 3rd. This is probably the tightest pack we've seen so far.
Yeah, very much no one going out and taking the lead in this one. So it tends to mean that they trust their kick. So they're all going to stay together, and we'll see what happens in the next sort of 200-300 metres and see if someone makes a move, or if they stay like this and trust their last 100.
At the moment, it's a good battle, though, between Thomas Vedras and James E. He's probably got half a metre at the moment. Now Vedras pulls even with him. So this bell is going to be rung bang on the same time for these two athletes. Just inside the 110. In fact, Vedras will just push in front at 108.25. There it goes. And, well, really, there's only about a 3-second split between 1st and 6th at the moment. Barker occupying that position in the form of Dexter Perkins. Of course, the record at 2:02.96, so they're well outside of that pace at the moment. But a good battle here between Vedras and E.
Yeah, Vedras would if I were him, I'd probably want to come around because he's running further at the moment. So every lane you go out, it's about 5 or 6 metres. So Verdris just deciding to hang on to the side there, and by doing that, he is running a little bit further, but we'll see Trinity now coming around, and that inside line is always quicker.
It's an interesting choice, especially when you could simply tuck in behind and get rid of that wind resistance as well. Save a little bit more in the tank, and now there's good movement coming here also from our Waverley student. That's Pascal South, who really pushes up, and now we've got a three-way battle to try and take this one out. South making the move, gets around the outside. Verdis was trying to cut off the gap, but South now starts to make his move. Here's the response from E. This is going to come down to the wire. Now Vedris gets involved as well. South falls out of contention. Still going as E. E has enough in the tank. Vedris was pushing. South probably went just a little too early.
Yeah, a very, very exciting finish there. And Pascal, again, will learn from that race. You know, his kick timed it a little bit wrong there. He went early, and he did have to go around two others. So he's gone wide to get around them, and that's probably just burned another match for him, and yeah, just ran out of steam at the end there. So you can see in that replay, very much hit the wall, and that happens in these races. The 800 metre is a tough event.
I think he might also have had a little bit of a collision there with James E. Completely incidental from both runners, but it looked like as he was trying to just press up through the middle, little clipping that might have thrown off the balance a touch as well.
Yeah. He's not happy.
And still a top three finish for him though, so certainly worse situations to be involved in as we move to our second allotment with the boys 14-year-old 800 metres.
So in lane 1 from Cranbrook, we have Arthur Dadswell. In lane 2 from Knox, Nicholas Watkins. In lane 3 from Trinity, Noah Fletcher. And in lane 4 from Waverley, Augustus Mazina Selwood. In lane 5 from St Aloysius, Liam Masson. And in lane 6 from Barker, Harry Guest.
So up onto the marks they go now. Guest in that wide position. Starts quite well here. Masson just back towards the middle, also with a strong start, as now Trinity through Noah Fletcher and Augustus Mazina Selwood also start to push forward, but now Fletcher will establish himself in the early lead. Now hit those cones and now head back towards the centre lane. Although strangely here for Barker, they've actually gone out to the opposite direction. I'm not sure what's going on with that from Harry Guest. And your guest is as good as mine, if you will.
I don't know if he got confused there or if he was letting him come through and he wants to take a back seat there.
I don't think I've ever seen that in an 800 event.
Well, again, remembering that you're running further if you're crossing out across those lanes. So you'd really want to hold that inside lane, and by taking the second lane or sitting on someone's shoulder, you are running further.
Well, he probably had the chance to actually tuck in at third by the time he hit that marker. Instead, I think it's going to cost him a fair bit here. He's fallen well behind that pack now in at sixth, but the lead here is with Fletcher. So he'll hit this line with 106.24 as the bell rings. Of course, the record for this one at 158.84, set by Evan Rowbotham. Of course, we had Joseph in that previous race. I believe there is a relation there. And Fletcher out in front here, ahead of the work of Nicholas Watkins, and then just in behind him is Arthur Dadswell. He's now being pressured by the work of Liam Masson, and also pushing through with Mazina Selwood. And of course, a fair way behind them is now Harry Guest, but stepping up the pace here a little bit more as Fletcher tries to pull away. The response is there from three runners though, including both of those men, Dadswell and also Watkins. They're the two closest chasers, I should say. Watkins in particular now starts to close the gap around this bend. Once more, we're going to come down to a sprint finish. Watkins has timed it very well, in fact. Applying all sorts of pressure here to Fletcher, who has a little look. Watkins really going hard. Watkins will get in front and takes it. A great run here from Watkins. Fletcher pipped at the post. And then Dadswell creeping in front of the work there of Mazina Selwood. And now pushing through. Here's Liam Masson. And Harry Guest will bring up the rear, but terrific timing about that effort from Nicholas Watkins.
Yeah, very impressive run there. Again, that kick. He obviously trusted his kick there, and it paid off for him because he's come flying past, and you could see he had nothing to respond with, and at that point in the race, if you can fly past someone, you can really break them. It's a very impressive run.
And the determination was there on the face of Fletcher, but there's nothing he could do. Watkins was simply finishing with a wet sail and took it out as we now move to event 44.
Which is the boys' 15 years, 800 metre. So in lane 1 from Barker College, we have Sebastian Linton. In lane 2 from Cranbrook, Simon Tesvik. In lane 3 from Knox, Angus Dearden. In lane 4 from Trinity, Patrick Mahone. And in lane 5 from Waverley, Connor Kane. And in lane 6 from St Aloysius, Aidan Chung. So we're in the starters' hands here. Again, the 15 years, 800 metres. Division race. So nerve-wracking stuff here when you've got to wait. Delays happen for obvious reasons. But they are away racing and a pretty clean start. As we see them round the corner, Trinity taking a dominant lead there. So Patrick Mahone. Simon Tessick coming across too now. And Angus Dearden. So a pretty tight bunch. With Patrick Mahone starting to pull away now. So again, Patrick wanting to dominate this race. Leading from the start. Probably doesn't want to have to kick if he doesn't need to. So he's going to go out nice and early and try and dominate. But we see the rest of the field there holding on and staying nice and tight. So Simon coming around Angus there, pushing up, and we also see Waverley coming through too. So Connor Kane making a move. You really need to make that move at that 400 metre mark because you don't want to be wasting energy going around people in your last sort of 200-300 metres. But Patrick Mahone, again with a good 10 metre lead here, seems to be in cruise control. Let's see if there's any response from Cranbrook, Knox, Waverley or St Aloysius. As they're on the back straight now. Patrick grimacing a little bit there, but I think he's going to be fine. But Simon Tessick's going to come up now. Patrick seems to still be in the lead, but he's going to get company in a moment. Coming around that final bend onto the straight. This is where the legs really start to burn, and Patrick's got a little bit of a kick and he needs to go now because Simon is coming up quickly. Oh, it's a push from Cranbrook here. Simon Tessick's going to give him all he can, but Trinity go on to hang on. Patrick Mahone first, Cranbrook second, Simon Tessick. Well done. Dominant performance there, leading from the start, never easy. And then you hear the Trinity boys with that iconic chant there. They've got the drum out too. Quick little look over his shoulder there, but he'd be happy to get that one and hold off Simon. Very impressive race there. As we move on to event number 45, this is the 15 boys 800 metre championship race. In lane 1 from St Aloysius, Felix Wegner. In lane 2 from Barker, Carson Harvey. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, Edwin Alder. Lane 4 from Knox, Nathan Longster. Lane 5 from Trinity, Nathan Jones. And in lane 6 from Waverley, Evan Robotham. Evan Robotham being one to watch here. He's got multiple CAS records across this distance, across multiple age groups, so he'll be expecting to put on a dominant performance tonight, and he's already done that from the start. As they come across into the back straight for the first time, Evan with a good lead. Nathan Jones slotting into second, Edwin Alder into third. Robotham now looking really comfortable, extending that lead. Really, really comfortable through here. Look at him. Looks confident in his stride. Good arm swing. And you can hear the Waverley boys getting behind him. Looks like he's only going to extend from here. He rolls through in just under 59. The CAS record for this event being 1:58.32. So if he can lift from here, he might be on track for a CAS record, and he seems to be improving. Wow, impressive stuff from Evan Robotham here. No one in sight, and he seems to continue to lift as he comes around the last bend onto the straight. There's 1:36 on the clock as he goes. He has to hang in here. I think he's going to do it. Evan Robotham, dominating performance. 149, 150. Oh, has he? 151.9. Incredible performance there from Evan. Absolutely decimating the record of 1:58.32. And as we said, he does hold a lot of records in the other age groups, so it was no surprise. But to decimate it by that much is going to be hard to beat now. 151.9. Incredible effort there from Evan Robotham. In second place, Nathan Jones. From Trinity College. And in third place, Nathan Longstart from Knox. That record being announced now, and the Waverley students getting behind him. Really impressive running from Evan. As we see the results on the board from the boys 14 800 metre champions. Nicholas Watkins from Knox Grammar, Noah Fletcher from Trinity, and Arthur Dadswell from Cranbrook. Well, as we set up for the hurdles event, we'll leave it there and we'll be back in a short moment. Well, welcome back as we start with the 15 years 100-metre hurdles. In lane 4 from St Aloysius, Benjamin Bradwiner. In lane 5 from Barker, Luca Shah. In lane 6 from Cranbrook, Jensen Lee. In lane 7 from Knox, Saya Ensayo. In lane 8 from Trinity, Dominic Alvaro. As we just wait for some final movements of the hurdles. Some really good teamwork there from the spectators from one of the schools, helping set up the hurdles. Many hands make light work. The CAS record, 13.46 for this event. I'm just going to reset there. Back in the starter's hands. And they're away racing. Really clean start there from Cranbrook. Jensen Lee, but he's got company in Knox and in Sire. It's neck and neck between Cranbrook and Knox here, so Sire and Jensen. Oh. I don't actually know who's going to get that one, but between Cranbrook and Knox, so Jensen and Sire there. Might have to go to photo finish and watch the replay. Both threw themselves at the line. I'm not sure if they know, but a really good start there from both Cranbrook and Knox. And they dominated early, stride for stride. As we watch this replay with bated breath, you can see Jensen just has him, but Sire throws himself in this last 10 metres. I think Sire's going to have it. As we see some incredible scenes as the crowds do start to build. Cranbrook with their mascot bear there. St Aloysius before. As dusk approaches, the atmosphere does build and we start to get into those 100-metre sprints. It's an incredible sight. If you haven't been out here, I highly recommend you get out and spectate this event. But if you're at home watching now, it's the second best thing. As we go into event 47, the 15 years 100-metre championship race. In lane 3, Flynn Cody from Trinity. In lane 4, Rory Maldowney from Waverley. In lane 5, Gerald Munim from St Aloysius. In lane 6, Zachary Yerbury from Barker. In lane 7, Leonard Hayes from Cranbrook. And in lane 8, David Yap from Knox. And the boys are off with St Aloysius taking a slight lead over Rory Maldowney from Waverley, but it's Knox again with the hurdling who's coming through. David Yap is going to dominate here. So David Yap first, second place, Leonard Hayes. Incredible performance there. Again, Knox on the hurdles, dominating tonight. Well done to Davin Yap there. Again, that technique just really clean. Throwing that leg up nice and high and trusting the process. So Davin Yap in first. Leonard Hayes and Rory Muldowney from Waverley.
Well done, Sam. Moving on now to event 48, the boys 16-year-olds 110 metre hurdles. So they'll have another recalibration here. And Antonio Carlino Mizuno from Knox in lane 3, Max Bowl from Trinity in lane 4, Kobe Keenan from Waverley in lane 5, Harrison Williams from St Aloysius in lane 6, Toby McIntyre from Barker College in lane 7, and Will Goodall from Cranbrook in lane 8. So of course that previous result there, one that you were privileged to call there, Sam, Evan Rowbotham just annihilating the rest of the field. Nobody else recording a sub 2 minute time, and he's clocked in at 1:51.
Incredible time for a boy of his age. It's dominating in the 1500 metres, and not just the 1500, but we see him sometimes step up into the 3000 as well as the go down to the 800. So 15 is definitely his specialty, and he's dominated that with a 151 today.
Everybody in a good mood here today as well. There's been some very vocal support coming from the grandstands here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. I'm still waiting for the Tartan Army to get well and truly stuck into things. I don't think they've hit into second gear for themselves yet.
Yeah, I'm just having a look around the stands now, and they are down to our left there. This is their event. You know, Knox do love the hurdles. We've seen them dominate in the 90 metre hurdles, and as we now go into the 100 metres, I would expect them to be a little bit more vocal. So if you're watching at home, like we said before, message one of the Knox boys to get on the drum. We want to see the Tartan Army. As we see the saxophone and the trumpet from Waverley College there. They've got their music notes.
This, of course, is event 48, the boys 16-year-olds 110 metre hurdles. A record set by Will Lloyd, long-standing one since 2015, so 10 years. Record time of 14:11. On the screen, that's Carlino Mizuno. There's Bowl, and then shifting across to Keenan, Williams, McIntyre, and wrapping up here for Cranbrook with Goodall.
The boys practicing their starts. Really important that you nail that first hurdle and set yourself up for your paces. It can really dictate the rest of the race. If you get the paces wrong between hurdles, you never feel like you're on the right foot, so to speak.
There's Muldowney as well, just awaiting his appearance. He'll be up next. Of course, already has victory so far today. I believe it was in the 200 before.
Yeah, running up an age, as we see St Aloysius there.
Great scenes there in the grandstand. So Carlino Mizuno there. A little bit of nerves across the face. Big stage with thousands here in support. Not just the students, but quite a few parents and friends and family who've come along as well to watch a great event here today. The 94th edition of the CAS Championships, Combined Associated Schools. A world-class venue as well, and all the pictures being brought to you, including via the Segway from Skywalker Studios. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage. My name is James Preston, joined with Sam Douglas here in the commentary booth. And the boys are now ready to hop up onto the blocks. About to get underway here for event 48, the boys 16-year-olds 110 metre hurdles. Off and running now. Good start here from Carlino Mizuno. Bowl also got away quite well. But now Barker through Toby McIntyre looking very strong. All this is tight, all in a line. Good recovery here from Bowl, who gets back in front by a couple of metres. Starts to push away from Carlo Mizuno. He's going to get there first. Bowl ahead of Carlino Mizuno. And then McIntyre squeezing in for third. But a great finish there from Max Bowl.
Yeah, Trinity will be happy with that one, getting one over Knox in the hurdles. A really, really dominant performance there. So as we see good sportsmanship here from the boys. All the emotions that run through your head after a race.
Running into a slight headwind there as well, but still not threatening the record. So minus 0.9. Taken out though by Max Bowl from Trinity College.
So a beautiful afternoon here as we watch the replay.
A bit of work to be done there for Bowl as well. They were certainly harassing him. Carlino Mizuno just looking in control to begin things, and then just that longer stride there for Bowl. Coming up trumps as this one went further and further. Carlino Mizuno just in front of the work there of Barker, and then the arms up in triumph there for Max Bowl. Great scene.
Time to celebrate. As we roll into event 49, the 16 years 110 metre hurdles. This is the championship race. So in lane 3, Luke Cassidy from Cranbrook. In lane 4, Thomas Cashin from Knox. In lane 5, Will Sheldrick from Trinity. In lane 6, Rory Muldowney from Waverley. In lane 7, Samuel Price from St Aloysius. And in lane 8, Charlie Barker from Barker. As we see a few names again that we've already seen this afternoon.
And a big performance from Charlie Barker in the 200, so too for Rory Muldowney. And of course with Samuel Price, last we checked in with him was in the Javelin. He was in third place for that event. So let's see if he can get up towards that podium once again here. Onto the blocks. Set. Racing, good start made here from Muldowney and also Will Sheldrick. Sheldrick has a bit of a lead at the moment. Muldowney has fallen away, and as a result, Samuel Price now hits the lead and takes over in cruise control here. Price really burning the rest of the opposition. Barker will push through in second, and then Sheldrick taking out the top three. But geez, once Price hit top gear, it was good luck catching him. 14.86, a little outside of record time, but still a good run, and for that matter, into a headwind of minus 0.5.
Yeah, Price had that one in the bag from the get-go. He almost gained confidence every hurdle, and as we see him, not a great start from him, but as he got going, it's like he needed more hurdles to came through really, really strong in the end there. So yeah, really dominating performance from St Aloysius there.
Interesting too for Muldowney. He actually jumped very well the moment he hit that first hurdle though. Starting to fall behind the pack, but you're right, Price with each and every hurdle was actually getting further and further away from the opposition. Just with splendid technique there. You can see really clearing quite cleanly, not even close to hitting a single one of those hurdles.
The hamstring
good pressure
flexibility
too for Barker.
Yeah, that hamstring flexibility really highlighted in the hurdles event.
And stuff that gives me nightmares getting out of bed.
I don't think I would move like that anymore. Or maybe ever.
Oh, no, I don't move like that, Sam. And I think you're right. I don't think I ever have. I'm better off up here in the box, mate. So that's event 49. Also got the discus throw, which is just getting underway now. That's off on the field, of course. And I believe we have a bit of a little break here for just a meanwhile. So we might leave you with some more pictures here from Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. We'll pick up the action in commentary in just a moment for the 94th CAS Championships. Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. We move on to the 800 boys here. I believe this is the 17-year-olds event 55. And are moving through at the moment. So that should be Hugo Cardonal out there from lane 1. And then Knox back towards lane 2.
It's actually event number 52, the 16-year boys 800 metres, so apologies for that.
Well, here we go. Yeah, we've popped through. So we've actually skipped through a couple of events here and now jumping over to 52. So apologies there. Hayden McCausland for Waverley, Finn Duffy for St Aloysius, Edward Reardon for Barker, Charlie Couts for Cranbrook, Jack Gibbons for Knox, and Samuel Oliver for Trinity. And Oliver is pushing up now towards the lead, currently in third, just in behind the work there of Charlie Couts. And then enjoying the lead at the moment, that is Waverley by Hayden McCausland.
Yeah, so McCausland deciding to take the windbreak there, which is always a tough position to put yourself in. Some people like racing from the front, others prefer to sit in and wait. So it just depends on your tactics and your understanding of how well you can kick.
At the moment he's taking Charlie Couts with him. Those two have broken away from the rest of the field. Reardon now hopping up into third. Still being chased there though from Samuel Oliver. So third also not sorted as of yet. McCausland is holding on at the moment. Now starts to up the tempo a touch. You can see there on the face.
Impressive.
Clicking into another gear, and Charlie Couts though, he was wary of it.
It's gone
straight
early.
away. He ramped up the tempo as well.
Very early kick there. Let's see if he can hold it.
Rounds the turn, still has a gap of about 10 metres. Couts is pushing hard, but geez, he's left plenty in the tank. He's got a big tank for that matter. McCausland has another look back. There won't be enough time to try and catch him. 15 to go. You're right, it certainly was an early kick, but it was a well-timed one. 2:01.57. A decent time, about 5 seconds outside of the record. But Couts being brought with him. And then a good finish there too from Finn Duffy, who really wasn't a factor at all until the very end of that race. And in the end, overtakes the work of both Edward Reardon and then also pushing through with Jack Gibbons. So strong finish there from Duffy.
Yeah, knowing your opponents in this race is really important. So if you know someone has a kick, you might have to dominate early and try and break them. You've also got to know your own strength. So McCausland there having a quick check over his shoulder, making sure that he had it in the bag. Another check, and the smile, knowing that he's got it, can cruise on in across the line. As we roll into the 16 years 800 metres championship race. In lane 2, Lachlan Fiend from Waverley. In lane 3, Ethan Tomo from St Aloysius. In lane 4, Thomas Lethala from Barker. In lane 5, Liam Crow from Cranbrook. In lane 6, Finn Gutkin from Knox. And in lane 7, Lachlan Wheeler from Trinity.
So there is Lachlan Wheeler in that wide position. Ready to rock and roll here. Off they go. Good start made across the board. Very rapid start for that matter from Tomo. And Multhala also trying to push up and just close the gap, but he's fallen behind immediately. And from that wide position, Gutkin with the sunglasses now tries to track across. Have to settle in behind the front runners at the moment. Yeah, really got caught there in the end, Gutkin, and in fact he'll fall all the way to the base of the pack, and he was quite well positioned initially, but they all converged at once, and as a result Fiane has a nice lead at the moment here for Waverley.
Yeah, with a tight race like that, it can be really hard to try and slot in at that 100-metre mark. So as we see the bunch staying together, so these guys obviously, we'll see what they roll through the first 100 in, but I'm expecting a few to be able to kick.
So now Liam Crow drawing closer to Fiane. Up in at second. Good time here. Sub 1 minute. 59.66 up on the board. Fiane has held the lead from the very get-go. Once they hit that 100-metre threshold and all converged upon that centre lane, he's been dominating proceedings. Now here comes a bit of a push from Wheeler up into third, closing the gap as well, and now looks to try and make that move immediately. You can see him closing the gap there. In fact, goes around the outside and will hop up into second, overtaking the work of Crow. So this is going to come right down to the wire. In fact, he's going to go early here. Wheeler will now push into the lead. The question is, how has he timed this? There's the response straight away from Fiane, trying to get back around the outside. Great battle between these two here. Cranbrook still chasing in the form of Crow, who's been left behind a touch here. Fiane will step up once again. I think Wheeler's gone a little bit too quickly here. He went early, and he won't have enough to go with Fiane, who's inside the final 30. Good response from Fiane. Salutes the crowd. The Waverley fans go nuts as well, as does Sam Douglas here in the commentary booth. Now the colours are showing through. And Wheeler trying to put the pressure on, but don't know if backfire is the word, but probably went a little bit too early and didn't account for the extra fuel in the tank.
Yeah, early might be an understatement there. That was really, really far back to kick for an 800, and Lockie Fiend there having time to celebrate to the crowd, as you can see. Obviously backed himself from there, which is impressive stuff.
Well, he quite literally signalled when he was going to take off, not just to Wheeler, but to the fans as well.
Well,
big salute out to the grandstand.
I think it might have been to the Trinity boys.
Well, either way, it's proven to be an action that has led him to the right result here as we now move on to event 54.
The 17 boys, 800 metres. This is the division race. So in lane 1, we have Daniel Urquhart from Knox. In lane 2, Josh Lubke from Trinity. In lane 3, Alex Marshall from Waverley. In lane 4, Caden Midda from St Aloysius. In lane 5, James Lebrano from Barker. And in lane 6, Sam Perkins from Cranbrook. As the boys start off, we can see Alex Marshall taking a dominant lead there. So he's going to get to the first 100-metre mark and come in nice and early. Try and stay out of that traffic as he does. As we see Josh Lubke and James Lebrano join him as well. But Alex Marshall really dominates over the 800 metres, so he'll be looking to stamp his mark. And let's watch what he rolls through the first 400 in. The record for this being 151.81.
A fair bit away from that time at the moment. Should get to this line, still inside the minute. It's not a bad time either, 58 seconds.
Yeah, as we see Alex Marshall really start to pull away now. It's going to be a race for second and third at this stage, unless we see a major kick from either Trinity or Cranbrook. But Alex Marshall extending that lead, looking pretty comfortable at this stage. But going back, there is a real battle happening for second and third. Knox coming through, so that is Daniel Urquhart pushing up into Josh Lubke, who's now kicked again onto the straight. I shouldn't have spoken too soon, because Lubke is coming through and he's going to actually really start to pester Alex Marshall here. What an incredible race. Alex has realised that he's coming and just put the burners on. But what an impressive race from Josh Lubke there to kick and come up onto Marshall like that. I'm sure he had him worried. Really cracking time of 2 minutes 30.34.
What makes you wonder just how much in the tank Marshall had, because the moment he realised that he was being pursued, you'll see it here on the replay, that's when he decides, you know what, I need to do something here. And there is the acknowledgement, and straight away puts the foot down and the sprint finishes on.
He obviously didn't want to run as hard as he did, but he had to.
All about protecting the lead at that point. As we now move to the event 55, boys 17-year-old, 800-metre runs, the championship race.
In lane 1, we have Hugo Cardonnell from Cranbrook. In lane 2, Nathan Longstar from Knox. In lane 3, Matthew McLaughlin from Trinity. In lane 4, Jack Richardson from Waverley. Lane 5, Lewis Collar from St Aloysius. And in lane 6, Oliver Sandbrook from Barker.
And of course, we saw Matthew McLaughlin, I believe, destroy a record earlier this morning in the 3,000 metres. So if that is anything to go by, expect another big performance here. The record, of course, at 1:51.81, set by Nick Rogers just a few years ago, back in 2022. Onto the mark they go. Off and racing. So good start made here by McLaughlin in the green. That's who we're watching from Trinity. And just out in front of him, Jack Richardson has made quite a good start as well. St Aloysius with Lewis Collar falling back immediately, as is Hugo Cardonnell for Cranebrook. Now pretty tight at the top here between McLaughlin. Now a movement coming in from Sandbrook, who gets in front, takes the early lead. And McLaughlin perhaps playing the waiting game here, so to speak. Richardson and Sandbrook have the lead.
Interesting tactics there. It's almost like they pulled the handbrake up when they merged in and just sort of decide who's going to make this first move.
We know how big the tank is for McLaughlin. Already with a tremendous performance earlier this morning. He'll hold firm at the moment for third, allowing the work of Richardson and Sandbrook to do the bulk of the job here. And the bell's going to ring once again inside that minute. So 58.95 popping up, 1:51.81. Here's the record time. If they want to try and give that a bit of a shove, they'll have to get going very quickly. And speaking of quickly, now McLaughlin hits the front. And from here, he'll try and put the foot down, you'd imagine. I don't think there is such a thing as going too early for McLaughlin either. However, good response now coming in from Jack Richardson.
Yeah, as we know, that 3,000 might have taken a little bit of sting from the legs, and he obviously dominated that record there. But Richardson's now coming around with McLaughlin just coming around again. So it's really on here in the last 100.
McLaughlin has decided it's time to press the go button. Does exactly that. Now around the bend, hits the front. This one's really going to get the crowd engaged. McLaughlin, look at the focus, the concentration, the ferocity on the face. 50 to go, starts to pull away. The record has lapsed, but he will take this out. Timed it well, McLaughlin. Gets back in front of Richardson. And in the end, did it quite comfortably. It looked like he could have still gone for another 3,000 metres here. 1:57.13 popping up on the board. Richardson, I believe, thought he had him, but McLaughlin said, not on my watch.
Yeah, he did what he needed to do there and got the points for Trinity. Richardson didn't make it easy for him, though. Yeah, I can't imagine after doing a 3,000 having to then back up and sprint that last 100 metres of an 800. His legs will be sore tomorrow.
Another brilliant performance here from McLaughlin. Richardson unable to do anything about that. And so another victory for Trinity. And just from what we've seen ourselves here, Sam, up in the booth, it's another very strong performance from Trinity. You'd imagine they're in the box seat once again.
Yeah, we haven't got a score update yet, but it should be coming through soon, and we'll try and keep you updated at home when it does. Trinity obviously dominating. Knox would be up there as well, but we've also seen Waverley in the mix. That would be my top three at a guesstimate. So on to our next event, number 56, the Open 800 metres division race. In lane 1, Jeremy Bain from Barker. In lane 2, Zach Bogg from Cranbrook. In lane 3, Tristan Clark-Bruce from Knox. In lane 4, Alex Christensen from Trinity. In lane 5, Leo Dridge from Waverley, and Claude Ramond from St Aloysius in lane 6. As they get underway, making their way to the cross point on the 100 metre mark there. Seems like St Aloysius and Waverley taking the lead. Trying to avoid traffic. Also got Zach Bogg in third place. Alex Christensen in second. And Leo Dridge taking the lead there from Waverley. So again, all really close together. This is the division race. So we'll see what they roll through that first 400 metres in. Leo Dridge there going out early with Alex Christensen on his shoulder. As they get the bell, 59.77 for that first lap.
And we had some good battles in the last few races between Trinity and Waverley. It's almost like they know what's on the line here with the Andrew Reid Cup.
They do indeed, and they I'm sure they would have been spoken to many a time by their athletics convener around how important every single position is in every race. It's an incredible performances we will see here tonight, and it's only just begun.
Good movement there as well from Knox up into second.
Tristan Clark-Bruce coming around. He's going to try and give Leo Dridge a bit of a run for his money, but he's got a kick on him, so we can see that now. He's pulling away there. Leo Dridge from Waverley. Time to celebrate. Tristan Clark-Bruce in second, and Claude Ramond in third from St. Aloysius. Great run for the boys.
Well, Ramond was having a great time inside that final 30 metres. That was all about beckoning toward the crowd. The hand up to the ear. I can't hear you. A little bit more noise, please.
Well, it is approaching dusk and the crowds are building, so you can only expect that a lot more students would be on their way out here, as well as parents. But if you're watching at home, that is the second best place to be watching from.
There it is again. The tongue out, the hand to the ear, and then the gesturing as well. Along with the number one at the front too, as we now move on to our Event 58 Boys Open 800 metre run championship. 151.96, the record, long-standing one, back to 2015 for Taylor John. Out of lane 1, Jaden Christensen for Waverley. Jeremy Jubb in lane 2 for St. Aloysius. Lane 3, Thomas Mason from Barker College. Lane 4, Rowan O'Donnell from Cranbrook. Lane 5, Chester Swafer from Knox. And in lane 6, Josh O'Connell representing Trinity. Off and running now. Good start made from O'Connell out in front. He'll try and push toward the lead as they hit these cones, but he's being pressured here by Swafer. It's going to be tight back towards the middle. I think Swafer's going to get the best of him here. Although good response from O'Connell. Now puts the foot down, has that long stride, and will get himself in front by just a couple of metres here. Swafer's still chasing. Just in behind him, Jeremy Jubb, and also being pressured there by Christensen. Christensen, in fact, now up into second. Jubb has fallen back. Swafer back into third. O'Donnell from Cranbrook stepping up as well. He's the youngest of the bunch here, just 17 years of age. Mason, the only 19-year-old. He's from Barker. You can see him in the red back towards the back of the pack. And O'Connell now hitting the line with a really swift time here, 55.72.
Well, he has gone out hard. That's one of the quickest times we've seen for the first 400 tonight. And again, he seems to be lifting, so doesn't want to have to kick for this one.
Well, he's opened up the gap now of about 15 metres on the rest of the opposition. Christensen still in at second. Hot on his heels is O'Donnell. Worth pointing out, O'Donnell will likely have another year to compete at this level, just 17 years of age. He's the youngest of the group. As now O'Connell continues pushing forward here. Opens up a gap of now 20 metres, so they haven't closed it. It's only extended. Christensen upping the tempo as well. Knows that O'Donnell is hot on his heels. But O'Connell out in front and now puts the foot down even further. So this is going to be quite a good time. The record at 151.96. He's going to be just outside of that, but not by a great amount. It's a terrific run at the end from O'Connell. Will cross him 153.47. So only about 2 seconds away. Christensen in at second, and then O'Donnell for third. Good finish coming through from Jubb as well, who jumped up an extra 2 positions. Swafer will take out fifth, and then coming through in at sixth is Thomas Mason.
Yeah, I dare say there were a few PBs running that race, just by the way that it was let out in the speed it was. So, yeah, some really solid performances there, especially for boys who are going to come back into that age group next year.
O'Connell, though, now we've seen plenty of runners so far in the 800s this afternoon go quite early, get pipped at the post. He went from pretty much the bell at that lap, and well, there was no real looking back for him. Simply continued to power forward, opened up the gap, and in the end probably won by a good 30 or 40 metres.
Yeah, look to do it not easily, but you know, he was he was pushing the whole way, so he was definitely wanting to try and get a good time there for himself. It's probably his main event for the night.
So up next we move to our hurdles. We'll take a very short break here as they still set things up, but coming up next here on the live stream for the 94th edition of the CAS Championships, it's event 59, the boys 17-year-olds 110 metre hurdles dash.
As we bring you back to event number 59, the 17 years, 110 metre hurdles, the division race. In lane 3, Matthew McDonald from Trinity. In lane 4, Cameron Marshall from Waverley. Lane 5, Rocco Wilkinson from St Aloysius. Lane 6, Toby McIntyre from Barker. Andrew Corrento from Cranbrook in lane 7, and Archie Jude from Knox. As we see Trinity coming out with a dominant performance. That's Matthew McDonald. Ticks one of the hurdles, but it's not going to phase him. He's going to dominate that first division race there, and another dominant performance from Trinity as we see the boys high-fiving each other. Good sportsmanship. And again, that infamous chant from Trinity that you can hear in the background there. As we move on to event number 60, the 17 years 110 metre hurdles. In lane 3, we have Brodie Shearer from Knox. In lane 4, Will Sheldrick from Trinity. Lane 5, Kai Towns from Waverley. Lane 6, Harry Williams from St Aloysius. Lane 7, Tyson Neal from Barker. And lane 8, Tom Dawson from Cranbrook. As we just watch the replay there.
Starting to see the lights take effect here as well. Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. See the big floodlights switching on, stadium lights as well. It's now, of course, event 60. 17-year-old 110 metre hurdles championship race.
That atmosphere is building as we see more and more students start to take the stands. There'll be a couple of thousand out here tonight, including students, parents, school staff, family.
Plenty more still to pile in, of course, this record as well, set by Will Lloyd back in 2016. So standing now for 9 years, 14-14. St Aloysius getting back to their blocks there in the form of Harry Williams out of lane 6. Tyson Neal next to him with the blonde hair, and then Tom Dawson on that left-hand side for Cranbrook. Heck of a lot of noise as well floating about in that grandstand. So up to the blocks they go. Two 16-year-olds in this one. That's Williams for St Aloysius and Will Sheldrick for Trinity, running out of lane 4, the second rightmost runner on your screen.
The St Aloysius there, boys, telling us we've got something to talk about.
Off and running now. Good start made across the board. In fact, very well done from Sheldrick. And now also hitting his stride is Williams. Williams in front of Towns. Towns is pursuing, but Williams getting further and further away. A great run here from Williams. One more to clear. Takes it out. Oh, and then very tight at the end there between Shearer from Knox and also Kai Towns. I think it might have just been Towns in front, though. Shearer was coming home with a wet sail, but geez, what a great run from Harry Williams. As I mentioned, just one of two 16-year-olds in this race.
Yeah, we'll have to watch that replay for photo finish for second place. Kai Towns doesn't look impressed, so he may have got third there.
Certainly came right down to the wire. Williams building with every hurdle and just gradually stretching his lead here in the final 30 to 40 metres. We'll get a closer look as they come to the line here between Towns and Shearer. Shearer, who really comes home strongly, especially after this final hurdle is cleared. And there's a little stagger there from Towns, who also has a slight glance, but I think he still holds on. Yeah, it does look like it's still Towns. So Towns getting there just in front of Shearer, as the finger is waved there from our victor in the form of Harry Williams. On now to event 61, the boys open 110 metre hurdles.
So in lane 3, we have Tom Dawson from Cranbrook. In lane 4, Thomas Cashin, who we've seen multiple times tonight from Knox. In lane 5, Ethan Martin Coney from Trinity. In lane 6, Theo White from Waverley. In lane 7, Ashton Tomo from St Aloysius. And in lane 8, Edward Reardon from Barker. The CAS record, 14:03. As the boys get set, still practicing their starts there. You can hear that crowd really building. So just making some final adjustments to the hurdles. Remembering that different ages have different heights. So they do need to make some adjustments. As we get underway. And racing. It's a great start from Ethan and also Tom Dawson. Thomas Cashin, though, dominating at the start. He's got company in Ashton Tomo. Ashton Tomo is going to come over first. Ashton Tomo from St. Aloysius dominating. Really good, strong finish there from Ashton Tomo. Second place, Thomas Cashin.
Too much toe there from Tomo. Good time as well, 16.08 popping up. And with a slight tailwind, 0.4. Here's again on the replay. And all right, Sam, it was a great little battle here between Cashin and Tomo. Tomo just with perhaps that taller build on the legs and just clearing those hurdles with real ease about the way he goes through his work. Very fluid.
Yeah, we spoke about Knox being dominant in the hurdles, but Allows now have got 2 wins under their belt from the hurdle, so they've been really working on that leg as well.
And of course, St. Aloysius chasing their first ever victory here for the Andrew Reid Cup as we move to our next event.
This is now the boys' open 110-metre hurdles. So in lane 3, Tom Dawson from Cranbrook. In lane 3, Tyson Neal from Barker. In lane 4, Zach Crow from Cranbrook. In lane 5, Max Burns from Knox. In lane 6, Cody Murphy from Trinity. In lane 7, Kai Towns backing up from Waverley. And in lane 8, Lachlan Williams from St. Aloysius.
And toughy for Towns, back-to-back performances.
Yeah, not a lot of time between races, which, you know, all sprinters will tell you. They'll be at the track for multiple hours and they'll only run a couple of hundreds of metres because they need that recovery time. So Kai Towns really, you know, taking one for Waverley here and backing up. So hopefully he can perform.
Slotted in second in that previous effort. Race before the last. Williams from St. Aloysius claiming that one, and as you mentioned, back-to-back victories now for St. Aloysius between Harry Williams and Ashton Tomo. This year, event 62, the boys' open 110-metre hurdles championship race. That record is a fairly new one as well, set by Timothy Foster in 2023 with a time of 14:03. So Tyson Neal in the red on that far right-hand side on your screen. Then Lachlan Williams, St. Aloysius to the left in the blue. And Towns, of course, backing up probably only 2 minutes after his previous race. That would have been a quick jog back to the starting line, having just crossed the finish. Now has to go through the process all over again.
Yeah, he'll be hoping for a little bit of a delay.
Could be forgiven as well for thinking we're at a football stadium at the moment with some old school English hooligans, as it would be. There's plenty of noise here in the stands. I can tell you now they're not from an English derision. They are certainly Aussie, but I suppose with certainly a contingency of Scottish there, given the kilts for the Knox students as well.
There is a bit of heritage within the schools, yep. It's got some Scottish, some Irish, English. Sadly, no bagpipes.
I think that needs to be rectified for 2026, Sam. I reckon there needs to be an edict that comes out from all the conveners. We want to see bagpipes here. We've got trumpets, we've got saxophones. We're missing the good stuff. Maybe some haggis being available as well at the nearby canteen.
I'm sure that would not be a bestseller.
You never know. I've never had haggis. Have you had haggis?
Well, I am half Scottish, so I have had it. It is that and black pudding are not the most delicious of meals, but each to their own.
An acquired taste, shall we say. Well,
Yeah.
look, a lot of people say that about Vegemite, and I'm all for it. So here we go. Event 62. The boys open 110-metre hurdles championship race. Neil on the far right, Williams on the left, up onto the blocks. Set. Racing. Towns jumped very well, but even better was Max Burns, who hits max power straight away. Crow is chasing. It's a two-man race straight away. Crow and Burns neck and neck. This is going to come down to the wire. Oh, getting away from him. Crow, far too quick, has a little point. Says, you watch me cross this line. Eat my dust. 14:34 pops up. It's outside of record time, but they were having a great battle, and Crow certainly let him know that he won it there, Max Burns, who felt the burn in the end.
Didn't he just?
This looks great as well from front on, and you can see straight away Burns just pumping and puffing, turning red almost directly from the blocks. And Crow had a bit of work to do here. Burns had the lead, and the longer this one went on, the more likely it looked for Zach Crow. And we'll get to see it again here on the replay, but geez, what a great little battle it is. I think there'll be a rivalry moving forward, even if these two aren't still in school with one another.
It was that second last hurdle that got him unstuck. You can see they were stride for stride.
The glance too. I mean, what is going through your head if you're Max Burns in that moment? Well, I think we get an indication right there from the look on the face.
Yeah.
He's not pleased about it.
No, nor should he be.
Well, that'll wrap up the hurdles here. A great way to finish too. That was exhilarating stuff. We'll take a quick break here for the live stream on the 94th CAS Championships at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre.
As we welcome you back to the event number 67, the boys 14 years, 100-metre dash. In lane 3, Edward Lord from Cranbrook. In lane 4, Kurush Rad from Knox. In lane 5, Luke Waller from Trinity. In lane 6, Hugo Cummins from Waverley. In lane 7, Benedict Wong from St Aloysius. And in lane 8, Kobe Neal from Barker College. The CAS record, 11.3. And just for all you viewers at home, we do have a point score update coming very soon, so hang tight. as we see the hurdles being put away now. And right on dusk, we start to go into the 100 metres, the pinnacle event for athletics, some may say. So they're in the starter's hands. A lot of colour coordination with the shoes here. And racing. St. Aloysius and Barker with a great start there, but Cranbrook looked to be dominating. But Waverley up on the outside. Hugo Cummins opens up and comes through with a win there. Dominant performance from Hugo Cummins. A little bit bigger, took a little bit of time to get started, but once he was up, there was no stopping him.
That was shades of Lockie Chapel there from Cummins. Very similar build, similar running style as well, and a similar result. So a big performance there to start our 100 metres. So moving on now to event 64, the boys 13-year-olds 100-metre dash. James Atkins, who of course we've already seen earlier today. Now he actually holds the record at 11.76, but I dare say it might be about to fall because Lachlan Chappell is the man in this race. Still just 12 years of age, but he's got so many gold medals sitting at home on the mantle. Might be looking to add to another one here. There he is on that right-hand side of the screen. James Brownlow from St. Aloysius in lane 4, Daniel Sanders. From Barker in lane 5, Sebastian Drower. From Cranbrook in lane 6, Owen Tane. From Knox in lane 7, and Nolan Grantham from Trinity in that wide position from lane 8. But fair to say all eyes here on Lachlan Chappell, looking to break a record of 11.76. You'd probably back him in to do so based on his form.
Yeah, we've already seen him earlier today do that in the 200, and he'll be looking to dominate and continue to dominate in the 100 metre tonight as well.
Once again, looking cool, calm and collected, Chappell. And you can hear the Waverley students up and about already. They are waiting for Lockie to deliver in this one. In fact, we've even seen right there's a cardboard cutout of Lachlan Chappell's head. So I dare say he's a popular figure here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre.
It's been arts and crafts time at Waverley College.
That's a pretty wild feeling, isn't it? At 12 years of age, you've got your own cardboard cutout floating about in the stands. We're getting into Justin Bieber territory here back in the day. Let's see if he can come up with a hit here as well. Lachlan Chappell up onto the blocks, he steps. They're in lane 3, those orange fluorescent boots. They're going to be looking very blurry in just a moment. He certainly has some wheels on him. So here we go. Strap yourself in. Set. Racing. Chappell jumped beautifully. Already starts to wind up. Clears now by 5 metres and only getting further away. Good response though coming in from Sanders, but Chappell absolutely blitzes the field 11.61 and breaks the previous record from James Atkins. It's only stood for a year. We called him in, thought it would happen, and Lachlan Chappell has the choir singing. 11.61 and a new record.
Wow, what an impressive run from Lockie. You can see him at the start there, just quietly keeping to himself, and then comes out and does this.
Keep in mind, he's 12 years of age, running 11:61. For reference, Usain Bolt, the world's fastest man in recorded history, 9:58. You shave off 3 seconds, well, guess what? Chappell's quicker. He doesn't even need that, in fact. He needs just over 2 seconds to get into Usain Bolt territory.
Yeah. It's there's a bright future ahead for Lachie Chappell, and it's exciting to see what that brings.
Just keep that name in the memory banks moving forward because, well, I dare say you're going to be hearing it a fair bit, and you can say, I heard it here first at the 94th edition of the CAS Championships. Let's move on now to event 67, the boys' 14-year-olds 100-metre dash divisional race.
In lane 3, we have Edward Lord from Cranbrook. In lane 4, Karush Rad from Knox. In lane 5, Luke Waller from Trinity. In lane 6, Hugo Cummins from Waverley. In lane 7, Benedict Wong from St Aloysius. And in lane 8, Kobe Neal from Barker College. As you see the boys there using their feet to get set up. As most sprinters do, they know exactly where those blocks need to be for the perfect start. And of course the start being a really key component in this 100-metre dash. As they take the blocks. And racing. It's a really good start from Karush Rad. Goes out really dominant, but he's got company in Hugo Cummings. Luke Waller just slipping behind, but Barker coming through. Kobe Neal looks like Kobe Neal takes it. I think Hugo Cummins might have got second, followed by Karush Rad. Kobe Neal from behind. Not a great start from him, but he came through and pipped him on the line at the end there. Really good finish from Kobe Neal. You can see there. Just a little bit behind, but once he opens up that stride, Karush Rad, Hugo Cummings, all there, neck and neck, 10 metres to go. And Kobe Neal just having the dominance to push through and take the line. What a close race.
Another one of those well-rounded athletes, Kobe Neal. We saw him a little earlier as well in the Javelin, for example. Performed quite well in that. That's event 67. All wrapped up. As we now move to event 70, the boys' 14-year-olds 100-metre dash. Daniel Oliveira, the record holder here, a long-standing one as well, 20 years that one's been floating about. For you long-suffering Tigers fans, it's the last time he happened to win a premiership. Record time 11 seconds, 0.3. So George Lambusis in lane 3 representing Waverley. Eric Cow in lane 4 for St Aloysius. Caleb Tamuri from Barker College in lane 5. Aidan Manning from Cranbrook in lane 6. James Atkins, of course, who held the record for the under-13s, setting it last year. He'll be in lane 7 for Knox. And August Lee for Trinity College in that wide position closest to the left-hand side of screen, running out of lane 8.
James Atkins looking to go for the record again, obviously, with a personal best of 11:08. The record held by Daniel Oliveira in 0.3 in 2005. So this is the one, he's the one to watch in this event. We know George Lambusis as well, he dominated the 200, so we'll see how George goes in the 100 as well.
Now keep in mind, of course, we watched Atkins a little earlier tear away in the 200 and then take his foot off the gas almost completely in the final 20 metres when he essentially had the record beckoning for him.
Yeah, I dare say it was for this event, saving the bickies, so to speak.
Well, I'm sure he'll be wishing desperately to get back in the record books with Lockie Chappell erasing his efforts from last year in that previous race. Atkins lining up here from lane 7. A very calculated and concerted approach, and if his jump is anything like that, which looked blistering out of the blocks just then, I'm sure we're in for a bit of a show.
We are indeed. We are indeed. I'm pretty sure Atkins was also in the long jump at the beginning of the day, so yeah, really versatile athlete. And as you said, the record for the other race didn't mean anything to him. He pulled up and was obviously saving himself for this event, so let's see if he can do it.
Javelin as well, he was throwing around about 40 metres, so it wasn't up in the top 3, but still, I mean, there's nothing to be sneezed at there if you're throwing a javelin 40 metres.
No, decathlon could be the event for him.
They even have to get him into the Winter Olympics decathlon too, get him on the skis and bring up the rifle and everything.
Well, a lot of sprinters do make good bobsledders.
Here, particularly from Jamaica.
Great story, that one.
That's a fun movie as well. Cool runnings, and we're about to see a very hot runner, if you will. He's going to scorch the surface here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Flames from the feet. Here's one quick customer here, James Atkins. Can anybody stand in his way? That's the real question here. Lambusis is the sole 13-year-old runner in this one. He's on the far right of screen. Up onto the blocks they go. Set. Racing, Atkins jumped well, so too did Manning, but now Atkins winds up. Lee is chasing desperately, he's not going to get anywhere near him though. Atkins continuing to power forward. This is really quick. Atkins crossing in 11.5, the record stands, but it's pretty quick. He did have a tailwind as well, 0.2. It would have been legal if he could have got there, just falling shy of the mark by 0.2 of a second, but Atkins, a dominant performance.
Yeah, you can see he's not too happy because his PB is 11.08. So, yeah, obviously a dominant win, but he was going after the record on that one.
Did jump well, though. So I'm not 100% sure where it's, and I say this with a very big quotation marks, gone wrong for James Atkins, but good jump, powerful performance. Lee also showed some good toe and then back through the middle for Barker. It's also looking quite good for Caleb Tamuri. And then a strong finish as well coming through for Eric Cow.
Yeah, really dominant performance, but you have to expect that all the events that he's been doing throughout the day have to take their toll on the 100 metres. You need every little bit of energy to run a PB, so he's doing one for he's getting points for the school today, and that's what CAS is all about.
I'll hand it over to you, Sam, because there's a runner you know very well in this one.
So the 15 years 100 metres, we have in lane 3 Tim Stanton-Clark from Trinity, Sonny Stein from Waverley College in lane 4, in lane 5 Harry Beverley from St Aloysius, in lane 6 Jack Woodrow from Barker College, and in lane 7 Cody Ogg from Cranbrook, and in lane 8 James Lynch from Knox. And Sonny Stein does enjoy the 100 metres, as we saw him run before in the 200. A keen footballer. As they take the start blocks. Well, a clean start there, and they're all pretty even, but Trinity and Waverley are off to start, and it's Harry Stein and Tim Stanton-Clark. Sonny Stein, but Knox. Sonny Stein gets it. Pretty sure Trinity, Tim Stanton-Clark second, and James Lynch third, but we'll have to go for a photo for second place there, as Knox from James Lynch was coming up there on the outside. Sonny Stein and Tim Stanton-Clark there. You can see Tim had him at the 50-metre mark, and then Sonny just comes through and creates a little gap. And it is Tim Stanton-Clark in second. James Lynch from Knox in third. As Sonny Stein salutes to the Waverley College boys in the stands, who are right at the finish line this year.
And certainly knew where they were. We now move on to the 15-year-olds 100-metre dash championship race. Mason McGroder, the record holder, set back in 2023. Time of 11:18. In lane 2, Thomas Carano from Cranbrook. Lane 3, Saya Anasio from Knox. Lane 4, Ethan Mullins from Trinity. Lane 5, another one to watch here from Waverley, Kanawa Gamunga. Lane 6, Gerald Uonimi from St Aloysius. In lane 7, Lorimer Ravuvu Siusiu from Barker. And in lane 8, out of Cranbrook, Harry Keats.
Yeah, Kenawa not enjoying the 100 as much as his 200, so he's a 200-metre specialist, but obviously still one to watch in the 100 as well.
I think he might have a little bit of pressure here coming from Anasio, who's been very sharp with all of his work so far today. Mullins has proven he's a multi-discipline athlete as well. I think this is probably one of the more open races we've seen so far in the 100-metre dash.
Yeah, this literally could be anyone's.
Still probably favouring Gamunga. But there's definitely not a standout to the level of, say, Chappell or an Atkins, where you can essentially set your watch to it.
Anything can happen at CAS.
Looks like we might actually have a scratching here as well for Cranbrook. In fact, no, they're lined up now. No, we've actually got I believe we've listed Thomas Carano as well from lane 2, so he is out. Yeah, so 2 is indeed out. So no Thomas Carano, just Harry Keats representing Cranbrook. I don't know if that was an oversight, because of course we're only meant to have the one runner from each school in these races. So no Thomas Carano. It's Anasio on that wide position for Knox. Harry Keats out here in lane 8 to the left-hand side of your screen, and then just on his inside is Ravuvu Siusiu. There is Keats. Nice close-up shot, courtesy of Skywalker Studios. On the blocks they go. Set. Racing, good jump from Gamunga and also Ravuvu Siusiu. Gamunga out in front, Ravuvu Siusiu coming for him. Oh, Gamunga though clicks into another gear and pulls away from them. The arms outstretched in triumph. What a time that is, 10.86. It's sub 11 seconds. It's a new record. Say goodbye to that, what was held by Mason McGroder. 2023 11:18. Blown out of the water. It's a legal wind speed as well, plus 1.8, so he certainly benefited from a tailwind, but what a performance from Gamunga, 10.86.
Well, I said the 100 wasn't his favourite, but I should eat my words, because Kenawa has just dominated. Perfect race from Kenawa there.
We're talking about Ravuvu Siusiu, Mullins and Anasio. In the end, Anasio wasn't a factor, but still very tight between Ravuvu Siusiu and Mullins. I think it is Ravuvu Siusiu. Yes, it is, who just gets in there at the second, but the arms outstretched. I don't even think Gamunga could believe how well he ran that one.
I think he shocked himself.
10.86. Again, for reference, 15 years of age, a second slower than Usain Bolt.
Impressive. And just the level that Australian athletics is at the moment, it's something that everyone should get behind, because it is really, really impressive the times that these young athletes are running.
I think it's fair to say it's probably the new golden age for Australian athletics. And, you know, we just celebrated 25 years for the Sydney Olympics. I think that's the last time there was that much of a fever pitch about what's going on at that grassroots level.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one. There's a real buzz in the air around athletics in Australia at the moment, as we roll on to the 16 years 100-metre dash In lane 3, Luke Cassidy from Cranbrook. In lane 4, Callan Duffin from Knox. In lane 5, Jonathan Karamalandis from Trinity. In lane 6, Rory Muldowney from Waverley. In lane 7, Caden Maida from St Aloysius. And in lane 8, Toby McIntyre from Barker.
Well, that's well and truly taking effect here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. And a great deal of excitement in the stands here too. These are those incredible meets where everybody gets up and about, no matter what the event is. But of course, there's that extra bit of excitement for the 100-metre dash.
As we see Rory going into this one again. Really good race from Rory for the 200, so he'll be expecting to do well in this one. But I don't think he'll do it easy. He's got company in Lachlan, in Jonathan and Callan from Knox as well. So we'll see how this race unfolds. Just reading now, Callan Duffin's best is 11.54. So as we reset now, we'll ponder on that, see if he can improve on his PB. You can feel the tension. They're racing. Oh, I think it was Barker there, so Toby McIntyre might have just jumped the gun.
The hands went to the head straight away. And there was a little bobble from him on the starter's block. We'll see it here on the replay again. Let's keep a close eye there. So he's gone a little bit early. It's only milliseconds in it. Just quickly, while we do have the students getting back to their blocks here, we've got an update here in terms of points. Now, it is very tight, but at the moment, Waverley have the lead. 424.5 points compared to Trinity's 422.5. Knox then back in third on 400. Cranbrook sitting in fourth on 327. Barker in at fifth on 317.5. And then St Aloysius in 292.5. Now, I dare say since we saw that, though, these results are perhaps about 15 minutes old. We've had 2 victories for St Aloysius. I think they'll come back very close with Barker. And I think Waverley maybe extending just ever so slightly on Trinity.
Yeah, still very, very, very close to call. We still have a lot of events to run, and a lot of the times with the CAS we see the points really made in those relay events at the end. So it always comes down to the last event, but yeah, really dominant performance from Waverley College, Trinity Grammar and Knox, all really, really close at the moment. So we'll keep you updated throughout the night as we get those results in.
Of course, the last time Waverley had the honours was all the way back in 1995. So they've had a long time to wait, 30 years. And went 3 years straight, 93, 94 and 95 with their victories. There's some of the Barker College students. Obviously, they're looking for their first championship victory since 2015, so also a long wait. Of course, they're the last side that wasn't Trinity to have claimed it, so everybody's been waiting.
Everybody has been waiting, and when they publish these these points on the board, you'll hear the eruption in the crowd, and yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how the students respond to that points update.
Still a check here, this time with Noel Downey. I don't think he was the man who was the issue, so to speak, though. I believe that was Barker College instead. A quick little check-in and should be ready to get back underway.
So a clean start this time. We've got Callan Duffin and Jonathan neck and neck, but Rory Maldani pulling away from Waverley, and it looks like Rory's going to run away with it. And he does easily. Will be a photo for second, either Callan Duffin or Jonathan from Trinity for second place. But yeah, dominant performance there from Rory. So after that score update, just adding to the tally there for Waverley College. He'll be really happy with that.
Well, he kept pulling away toward the end of the line there. 11:46, a strong time. Coming in for Maldani. Incredibly, significantly slower, with all due respect, than Kanawa Gamunga's 10.86 in the previous race. In fairness, though, this one was into a headwind, so not a particularly strong one, but minus 0.2. Maldani, though, in control throughout that one, as we now move to event 74, the boys 16-year-olds 100-metre dash championship race. Wal Albino is the record holder, set that one last year. Wal is still floating about here today. We'll get to see him in a couple of races' time in the 17 boys championship. And as we take a look at the field here, of course, that time from Wal Albino at 10.85. Charlie Barker in the red from Barker College in lane 3. Harry Middleton. For Cranbrook, out of lane 4, Lachlan Burns. Representing Knox in lane 5, Will Sheldrick. From lane 6, for Trinity Grammar, Robbie Tanoose. From Waverley in lane 7, and Luke Sear from St Aloysius in lane 8. There is Luke popping onto screen now, so 10.85 the record. They'll have to run essentially what Kanawa Gamunga was just able to accomplish in the second last race that we saw. Sheldrick has been in good form so far today. Robbie Tanoose, we know he can always motor as well.
Robbie can, and I remember that race last year like it was yesterday. It was Mason McGroga from Trinity and Wal Albino, and it was neck and neck. And as we said earlier, Mason unfortunately is not participating in this CAS Athletics with an injury, but yeah, I'm sure he's watching along at home.
So Wal not too far away. We talk about Gout, but you can also add the likes of Lockie Chappell, Wal Albino, Kanawa Gamunga, these kind of names, and potentially, will it be Sheldrick? Will it be Tanoose? Maybe Burns here. They can all motor. They're up onto the blocks now. 10.85, the record set last year by Wal Albino. Set. Racing, great jump here from Tanoose, takes an early lead. Good response though from Sia, and now pushing through is Lachlan Burns, who starts to pull away. Oh, Burns is absolutely scorching them. Here he goes, Burns to the line in 11.05 if you don't mind. That's very quick. It won't quite bust the record of Wal Albino, but geez, once Burns hit top gear, nobody was catching him. Barker put in a good showing in the final 30 to just ever so slightly close the gap, but that was all Lachlan Burns.
And we'll have to watch the replay for the photo finish for second, because it was neck and neck. A really strong race there.
Terrific form from Burns as well. Nice and strong with the stride. Upright. And a powerful stride in him. And then, of course, between Barker and Tanoose, I think it's Barker. Oh, he has a little stumble here at the end. Geez, that is very, very tight. I still think it's Barker.
Yeah.
So Burns, Barker and Tanoose, it looks like. Of course, those official results will pop through soon. And you'll see those appearing on the screen eventually. But that is event 74, the boys 16-year-old 100-metre championship race, done and dusted.
As we see the 17 years 100-metre dash up next with Thomas Bragg in lane 3 from St Aloysius. In lane 4, Cameron McDonald from Barker. In lane 5, Max Colpin from Cranbrook. In lane 6, Brodie Shearer from Knox. And in lane 7, Hugo France from Trinity. And backing up, Kanawa Gamunga from Waverley College. So again, an incredible performance to be able to back up. No, 5 minutes max is his recovery from this. So, you know, his legs would be full of lactic acid. Like we said, most sprinters need a good 5 to 6 minutes plus to be able to replicate performances. So We'll see if he can do it this time.
Let's see if he can get anywhere near that new record that he established in the 15-year-olds division, 10.86. Gamunga on the left-hand side of your screen. There he is, set. Racing again, jumps quite well. Gamunga looking to wind up. Once again, looks like he's going to do exactly that. France is moving nicely, as is McDonald. McDonald out in front ever so slightly. Gamunga's pulled up early and celebrates because he knew he had it anyway. Oh, Kanawa Gamunga. It's his world. We're just living in it. 11-12 flashing up. And even with taking his foot off the pedal, it's still an incredible run there. And McDonald, well, what do you do?
He's younger. He's going up an age group, and he still pulls up when he knows he's got it in the bag.
Well, up 2 age groups for that matter. 15-year-old running against 17-year-olds, making it look easy, and then, quite frankly, taking the mickey as he got to the line here.
Yeah, incredible scenes.
The arms out, what more do you want? Are you not entertained? Kanawa Gamunga. Well, that is frightening, and guess what? It's about to get even better. Wal Albino coming up.
Yes, as we move into the 17 years 100 metres championship race. Lane 3, Wal Albino from Waverley College. In lane 4, Gabe Lim from St Aloysius. In lane 5, Xavier Perry from Barker College. In lane 6, Sifa Oldfield from Cranbrook. In lane 7, Flynn Yanis from Knox. And in lane 8, Lorenzo Lozani from Trinity.
Waverley, of course, the good news for them is a number of wins now back-to-back. That will put them in good stead.
Extending that lead.
If only Kanawa could run in every single race, they'd have to be saying.
Well, he
Don't
will
worry,
be in
though,
the
they've got
relays.
Wal now, so that's fine.
He will be in the relays. I just don't know what age relay they're going to put him in.
Here's my question for you. Would you even potentially consider putting Lockie Chappell up into opens already? I know he's 12 years of age, but the speeds that he's running, incredible.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible. Lockie Chappell, 12 years of age. The times we're seeing from him, insane.
Trying to see if I've got it in front of me somewhere here, exactly what time he ran. I believe it was around that 11-second mark. I think it was about 11.56 for Lockie Chappell. So certainly still within range of a lot of these runners. Gamunga, for example, just ran 11.12. Previously in the under 15s, though, he ran 10.86. Now, if you are just joining us, all legal times. The wind was an appropriate level for the record to be set. And now we're going to see if yet another one can go by the wayside here. Wal Albino holds the record in the under 16s with a time of 10.85. Sebastian Gisso, 10.81 is the current record here in the 17 boys. Lozani closest to screen at the moment in the green. Set. Racing. A little bit of a sluggish jump there from Albino, but now starts to wind up into his gears. Perry also looking good at the moment out in front. Albino coming back hard. Oh, Perry might have him here. It's going to be tight. Albino just gets there, 11.17. Well, he had a bit of a stutter start, so to speak. Fell from the blocks. Took a while to wind up, and Perry nearly had him.
He's done well there. We saw him tighten up in the 200 as well, so he might just not be having the best night, which can happen.
There it is there, the little stutter and jink from Albino. It wasn't clean. Perry has the early lead, and then from there it's all Albino's work to do.
Took a while for him to get upright, and you could see that, you know, he was behind, and as a sprinter you really need to get up as quickly as you can. As we know, Bolt was a bigger sprinter and it took him a long time, so Wal, very, very dominant performance there, but
in the end it's a sneaky finish too from Janjis, who actually gets in front of the work of Perry. So I think it's Albino, Janjis and Perry. It was Perry who was applying all the pressure. Now Janjis has the smile. I still think Albino got him though.
We'll have to wait and see, because
you're not convinced?
That was close. That was really close.
It was tighter on the replay. Live right in front of us, I still think it might have been Albino. We might get a chance to have another look at it soon before those results come through. In the meantime, though, we'll move forward now, I believe, into our Opens division here. So this should be event 78 boys open 100 metre dash divisional. And that there looks to be Thomas Cashin again.
In lane 3, Riley Caswell from Knox. In lane 4, Logan Toohey from Trinity. In lane 5, Josh Bass from Waverley. In lane 6, Andrew Karamanis from St Aloysius. In lane 7, Tom Ferrer from Barker. And in lane 8, Andrew Carano from Cranbrook.
Worth pointing out too, Logan Toohey, a real gun touch footballer, plays State of Origin for them, and also quite a handy rugby league player, I'm told, as well. There he is in the green for Trinity. See Kanawa Gamanga now retrieving his possessions, having already defeated his competitors in 2 events in quick fashion and setting a new record in the process, all in a day's work, of course.
He'll be off to rest for the relay.
Thought he was about to join us for yet another 100 metres here. So Riley Caswell on the right-hand side of screen and Andrew Carano on the left. Seeing there from St Aloysius, that's Andrew Karamanis. And next to him, that tall figure is Tim Fura. So let's see what he can conjure up here. Tall build, long stride. A few nerves popping up here too for Carano, and we've spoken about this, Sam. When we have these delays, that's when they start to get a little bit jittery.
It's energy wasting. Your engine's running hot. All those thoughts start racing when you've got extra time. So it's the one who can stay calm and not let this affect them.
Furrow, I should say, in here for Barker in lane 7. See there, so far and away our tallest competitor in this race. Often associate that with that long stride that has been perfected by Usain Bolt and the Trinity students there. They'll be baying for victory for Logan Toohey in this one. Still to come, of course. Don't forget we've got our Opens 100 metre dash championships race. Now 10:54 is the time, so that would be the quickest we've seen so far today. Alexander Sherlock set that back in 2022. So Gamanga has run the closest to that marker so far with 10:86.
Okay, here we go now.
Josh Bass as well was tremendous with his javelin throwing a little earlier, and also very strong in the long jump. Set now. Bass jumped well. Even better though was Karamanis, and now Furrer looking very strong. Furrer gets out in front of them, looking very powerful here. That big long stride and driving all the way to the line. 11:05. It's pretty solid.
Wow.
From Tim Furrer. It's one of the quickest we've seen so far today.
As we keep saying, the big frame, a little bit harder to get off the start, get moving, but once it's up, it's hard to stop.
It's a powerful build here for Furrer. He did jump quite well though, so
He did.
Karamanis probably got the best away from those blocks, but look at how quickly Furrer caught him. Caswell was also moving quite nicely from that inside lane, and then Toohey finishing with a full head of steam as well, up into second. So Furrer will take it ahead of Toohey. And I think Caswell might just hold him. Karamanis was coming for him. Pulls up a little shy of the line, so Furrer, Toohey, and then, yes, still Caswell, even with the slight pull-up, as we now move to what I believe is our final 100 metre for the evening. Event 79, the boys open 100 metre dash championship race.
Yeah, so a big one here, starting with lane 3, Phoenix Johns from Cranbrook. In lane 4, Jakob Henriksen from Knox. In lane 5, Brock Prideaux from Trinity. In lane 6, Daniel Hornery from Waverley. In lane 7, Josh Lowe from St Aloysius. And in lane 8, Harrison Woodrow from Barker College. And you'll hear the schools really get behind this event. This is the open 100 metres, and this will be the last time that a lot of these boys will run for their school. So a lot of pride on the line here, a lot of memories to be made. So schools really get behind their Year 12s in this event.
Certainly proof that we can still get even quicker than the likes of Kanawa. That record, of course, 10.54, set 3 years ago by Alexander Sherlock. And can we find the homes to that Sherlock, so to speak? Another glorious effort coming through. St. Aloysius getting in behind Josh Lowe. Lining up here from lane 7. There he is, standing tall. And in the same spot as Tim Furrer. And a similar build. Can we see a similar result as well? Furrer running away with that previous one. And there is Wall Albino's time flashing up, 11.15. So yes, confirmed just in front of Janjis. It was close. He was able to pip Perry at the line, who was the main competitor to Albino throughout the bulk of that one. But a good finish in the end from Janjis.
And you can see Wall not near his best, but still getting a win there.
It's always sweet comfort to know that even on not so much your worst day, but certainly not the finest moment, you can still come away with the victory. As now we step up for the last time here. Nice start made from Prideaux. Prideaux gets out in front. Also pretty good strong start here from Phoenix Johns. Prideaux and Johns. Johns starting to pull away. Now a good pushback here though from Hornery. I think Hornery's got it. Oh, he's pumped up. For the last 30 metres he was building and building and building. Initially it was all Johns and Prideaux who both jumped well. They probably jumped better than Hornery too. He had a bit of work to do, but once he hit full flight he was a sight to behold.
Impressive run there from Daniel.
As you can see there, Prideaux just slightly out in front of him, not by a huge margin. John's probably actually the best jumper of the lot. And then once he hit roughly this 50-metre mark, this is where you can start to see Hornery wind up. Still just a slender margin in favour of Prideaux. They'll be coming inside roughly the last 30 metres here. And Hornery building and building, starts to just edge his way in front and then continues powering forward. And you can just see a little bit of a fade here as well from Prideaux. And Hornery continued to work up into top gear. Claims first, Prideaux in it second, and Johns there for third. But look what it means to Hornery. Yeah. He's up and about. Some very proud Waverley students, a very proud Waverley teacher in the booth as well. Well, that is the 100s done and dusted. So we'll take the opportunity for a short break here as part of the live stream coverage of the 94th edition of the Cas Championships at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage.
as we welcome you back to the 94th CAS Athletics Championships with the 13 boys 1500 metres. In lane 1, Cameron Beatty from Barker. In lane 2, Alton McAvoy from Barker. In lane 3, Oliver Fife from Cranbrook. Joining him from Cranbrook in lane 4 is Oscar Rouse. In lane 5, Thomas Berg. And in lane 6, Brodie Johnson from Knox. In lane 7, Jacob Bircher and Johan Chan from Trinity. In 9, Billy Herb and Jagger Michael from Waverley. And in lane 11 and 12, we have Lucas Konopila and Jordan Stavosky from St Aloysius. And they're underway here with St Aloysius taking the lead there. Young Lucas with the broken arm, with the cast on, still performing for his school, which is incredible to see. And these boys staying as a pack. And no one really deciding to make the move just yet. Good to see Billy Herb has taken his sunglasses off, even though he's under the lights. He's moving up into 3rd place, just behind Cameron Beatty in 2nd, with Lucas still leading from St Aloysius. So with just over 3 laps to go, you can see the boys still just staying in that pack there. And again, you don't want to be too far out. You're going to run further if you're in lane 2 or 3, so you want to try and hold that inside lane, but also not get boxed in. So Billy Herb in a really good position there. Lucas Konopila leading from the front. Billy Herb now deciding to come up beside him and potentially taking the lead. But all still really close and tight together, so it might come down to a kick this one as Billy Herb takes the lead. A really nice compact style. Oh, lucky there he didn't go over, but just lost focus for a second there. I think he had a little look over his shoulder and nearly tripped, so Billy Herb comes through with 2 laps to go. And Cameron Beatty there in 2nd. Followed by Brodie Johnson, starting to put a little bit of a surge in. They've split the group up a little bit. Both Oliver Fife and Oscar Rouse from Cranbrook. And Lucas now just hanging in there on that little split. But it is Billy Herb who has taken the lead here. Brodie Johnson coming up. Still a little bit of shuffling, so everyone's just still trying to find their spot. No one's looked really comfortable where they're sitting. They're sort of getting pushed out a little bit, so Billy Herb in the best position here, just on the front. Cameron Beatty now deciding to come around, but it's, 3 abreast. Cameron Beatty makes the move. Brodie Johnson. So that's the bell lap. We'll see if anyone decides to kick, and we've got Brodie Johnson starting to get a little bit restless there, and you can see he's, again, that really good run form, and you can tell he's composed, and that composure will serve him well as he gets into that last 100. So Billy Herb now pushing up. And Jagger Michael just hanging in there as well. But Cameron Beatty, Billy Herb, as Brodie Johnson slots back into 3rd, but he's coming around again. He's going to try and take Billy Herb. They have left it for a kick. Billy Herb tries to go as Beatty comes up on him, but it looks like it's going to be Cameron Beatty from Barker College. A well-run 1500. Billy Herb for second. And Brodie Johnson in for third. So the CAS record held by Patrick Mahone in 4:21. Really impressive time for 12-year-olds. Cameron Beatty there with a dominant performance. Just focused, doesn't look over the shoulder, knows he has it. There is, of course, Barker College celebrating that win.
Very similar performance as well, Sam, to what we saw from Batty in the 800 too. Took off very early and just held the pace for the entirety of the race.
Yeah, be interesting to see if he did have a kick, but he knows that he can win races like that. So why change the formula?
So we've got some rather different numbers here. Let's have a little look here. So on my listing, I've got 1 through to 12, but I can only assume that we're essentially shifting all that. So it looks like we've got 13 beginning things. All the way moving through then to, I believe that's Pascal South.
That is Pascal South.
Yeah, okay, so he's now in the 24. So everybody's gone up by a degree of 12, quite literally.
Yeah, we do have some changes, and you can make some changes as long as you announce them. So some last-minute changes. Schools looking to try and improve their point status after it's been published.
So what it should look like then is Jacob Jihar in the 13, Henry McNamara in 14, Oscar Dearden in 15, Jonathan Key in 16, Walter Healy in 17, Charlie Roberts in 18, Nicholas Watkins in 19, Archie Vint in 20, James E in 21, Hayden Ng in 22, Augustus Mazina Selwood in 23, and Pascal South in 24.
Yeah, and we do apologise if we have any of these names wrong. We are not aware of the last-minute changes that could happen, so we're just going off the information that we have.
At least track in terms of students representing their individual schools. So 14 then, that should be Henry McNamara for St Aloysius, just 12 years of age. And this closest to camera side, that's Jacob Jihar in number 13. This, of course, being the 14-year-old championship 1,500 metre run. Final checks here from our marshals. Great to have your company here today. I hope you've been enjoying all the action. It's part of the live stream brought to you by Skywalker Studios for the 94th edition of the CAS Championships. Off and running now for the 14-year-old boys 1,500 metre championship run. The Cranbrook runner out in front to begin things here, being pursued by Hayden Ng from Trinity in the 22. Then also Jacob Jihar up into second now in 13. Just tucking in behind them, that's Nicholas Watkins. So a nice little early pack being established here, still reasonably condensed to begin things.
We saw this last race as well, everyone sort of jostling to see where they want to sit. No one really making a move just yet. Again, a lot of these boys would have run a lot tonight, so they want to try and conserve some energy.
So Charlie Roberts with the current lead here as they hit this line. First lap done and dusted, still 3 to come here. 55 seconds ticking over, and Roberts has the lead by about 2 metres. And just tucking in behind him, some pressure coming in from Nicholas Watkins, who's been a good performer so far today. There in the middle of the screen, that's Walter Healy, who's back towards the base of the pack here. 12 runners in total in this one, 2 representing each school. At the moment, Cranbrook through Charlie Roberts have the lead. And he's looking pretty comfortable here, Charlie.
We just saw some footage there on the Segway. Just incredible scenes that we're getting here, being able to send to you back home. It's not very often that you get this high quality of production, so I'm very grateful for all of the crew at Skywalker Creative.
Cranbrook still in front here through Roberts, opening up a margin of about 2 metres now. So he's been the pace setter from the outset. Still being pursued here by Watkins in its second. Jihar hasn't shifted from third. Now there's a little bit of a change with James E overtaking his stablemate in the form of Hayden NG. So up into fourth he goes. Still looking to make a move. Will in fact get in front of Jacob Jihar now with 2 laps to go. 2:12 brought up on the clock. Oh, there's a jostle. Quite literally arm to arm there between Jihar and James E. E wins out. Now goes on the move and overtakes Watkins up into second. Applying pressure here on Roberts, who has led for the entirety of this one.
Just wasn't happy with the pace, so he came out and said, you know what, I'm just not feeling this pace. I need to get out of here and just get into my stride a little bit more. But they're all still very comfortable. You can tell from their faces, and they're all in control. With a lap to go, that might change, but it was, as we see more jostling.
It's NG now hopping up in front, so we have a change in the leadership for the first time here. Roberts has led for the opening 2 laps, and now once again it switches here with James Eade and Hayden NG. Teammates by the jersey, but both very much wanting the victory for themselves at the moment here. They've been jostling, changing positions. Watkins also looking to make a move. Here comes Jihar now around the outside. And this is a great race here, so we're closing in on one final lap to go, and this looks pretty tight. Jihar makes his move, works in front. Really starting to up the tempo now too. They need a response here. Watkins trying to go with him, but geez, Jihar is now really opening up some space. Bell rings at 3:27. Has about 10 metres on the rest of the field here. Watkins in pursuit. Jihar, a picture of concentration, focus. They were all in pursuit of him. He's bided his time for a good 2 laps. Now he's taking off and is asking them, step up, come with me, see if you can match it. And he's pulling away though. 15, now 20 metres. Watkins starts to put the foot down. He's a slightly bigger build. He's got power in his work, Watkins. He's moving away from James E, who's still back in third. But Jacob Jihar in control at the moment, not letting up either. He's hit 5th gear and he's stayed there. The gap's still at about 15 metres. Has a quick look over the neck. Rounding the turn. Likes his chances. Watkins, however, begins to close the gap. He's put the foot down here, Watkins. We're up for a sprint finish on the home straight. Watkins is closing. Look at the power from Watkins. Oh, he's burning past Jihar, who thought he had it in the bag. Watkins, however, had other ideas, and the final 80 metres was mammoth from the man from Knox, and he sends his fans into a frenzy. What a finish from Watkins.
Well, that'll keep the Tartan Army happy. It almost looked like he was lumbering a little bit at that 200-metre mark. I thought, his legs must be full of lactic, and then he had that extra gear to really come around, and that stride just stayed on, and he was able to lift that cadence. And what an incredible finish there from the young man.
Jihar went early. He went with just over a lap remaining. Put the foot down from that point, and now there's a great sprint finish coming up as well. Well done here from Pascal South, who got in front of his chaser. That was the work there of Jonathan Key. See here again on the replay though, Jihar has still at this point about a 5-metre gap. By the time he turns to see Watkins coming, it's too late here. Watkins just powering forward. There it is, the little glance, and he knew he was in trouble. I mentioned Watkins with that bigger, more powerful build, and he found the extra power on that home straight. Yeah,
and Jihar obviously went with a lap to go, so he obviously knows that he doesn't have that same acceleration and that kick, so it was really, he had to do that. He had to try and choose to decide, all right, I need to create some gap, and unfortunately it just didn't pay off for him tonight.
It's a hard one to get right, but Watkins timed it to perfection. So that's event 81, the boys 14-year-olds 1,500 metre run championship, as we move now to event 82, boys 15-year-olds.
In lane 1, we have Koji Howard from Waverley College, joining him with Evan Robotham, who'll be one to watch in this event. This is his specialty. In lane 3, we have Dara Green from St Aloysius, joining him is also Daniel McGrath. From Barker College, we have Carson Harvey and also Sebastian Linton. From Cranbrook, we have George Cardonnell and Remy McKay. From Knox, we have Finn Gutkin and Archie Hetherington. And from Trinity, we have Nathan Jones and Patrick Mahone. So this is a highly anticipated event, this one, with both Robotham and Patrick Mahone. We saw Mahone in the 3,000 decimate the record, and we also saw Robotham decimate the record in the 800 with a 151. So both boys on, extreme form tonight. So it'll be really, really interesting to see how they go in this 1500. Robotham decided not to do the 3,000, so he might be a little bit fresher, but time will tell. As they take off now, and Robotham does take the lead. And similar to all other races, they kind of go out relatively easy. It's all about position so that you're ready for that kick. So Sebastian Linton on the outside there, you can see he's not happy with the pace and he's sort of coming up around the outside. This is cruising pace for them. So again, have a look at their faces. No one is grimacing. Everyone's really comfortable with this. So I think this suits Evan. After seeing him up on that second 400 of the 800, it's this pace. He'll be very happy with that, and very much controlling this race now. So as we see Archie Hetherington come up beside him, no one really wants to take the lead at this moment, but again, some more jostling. So 12, some Patrick Mahone coming around the outside. He wants to be in the mix too, because you need to be there. If you're a couple of people back and someone goes and you miss that jump, you're in a really bad spot. So you need to be where you think the leader of the race is going to be. So they're just feeling each other out still. I think that is George Cardonnell who has now taken the lead. Again, really good form. Nice compact running there. But again, these boys are still just in cruise control, waiting for someone to make a move. As we see Cardonnell just have a little glance. He now feels in control of this race. Archie Hetherington now into third, should slot in there. And they're happy to let him lead. Evan's happy to let him take on with 2 laps to go. As we see Nathan and Patrick making up 4th and 5th. Starting to stretch out a little bit now, so Evan jumps back in front and says, you know what, I'm going to push the pace. I'm going to test you guys here. So as you can see, Trinity have responded. And that's what I talk about when you need to be in a space where you can jump. And I think it's it's Patrick Mahone who has gone with him, of course. So we could have a race here on our hands. Patrick Mahone, having broken the 3,000 metre record earlier, is now coming up onto Evan Robotham. But he's going to make him work. So Evan is pushing out. Patrick Mahone's coming. They've got 1 lap to go coming up. But this is incredible running. Evan Robotham, lap to go. Patrick Mahone is coming up. We are going to have a race on our hands here. Evan Robotham still just with that 3-4 metre lead over Mahone. He's not going to go away. Evan is kicking. Mahone is staying with him. Oh, Mahone has to be thinking about that 3,000 now. That's got to be hurting his legs. But look at him. He is not giving up. He is coming at him. And it's still, I think this is going to come down to the 100 metre mark. Evan Robotham just with that lead. Evan Robotham coming into the straight now. Mahone, that gap is going to be hard to kick. We saw him in the 3,000 with an incredible time. Broke the record. We saw Evan in the 800 break the record. Evan dominant performance. Sticks up the W. McHone as well. What an impressive, impressive run from that young man after backing up from the 3,000, breaking the record. And Trinity in third. That's Nathan Jones. So Trinity will be happy with that performance. They would have liked the win, but Evan Robotham is almost in a league of his own in the 1500.
Just two superhuman athletes, though, as well. The fact that Robotham was pushed as hard as he was, I mean, that's a testament in itself.
Yeah, I mean, McHone did not let him win that easy.
So a couple of final finishes coming through now. That was, as you mentioned, a massive performance from Robotham. And crossing now there is Sebastian Linton from Barker. So that one is all wrapped up. Event 82, the boys' 15-year-old 1500 metre championship run. Another solid one into the books. And of course, up next, we're going to move to our 400 metre dash. This should be another great event. We'll take a short break here, though, with the conclusion of the 1500s. More action to come in just a moment on the CAS Championships, the 94th edition from Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre, the 94th edition of the CAS Championships. It's been a great meeting here for 2025, and we now move on to our 400-metre dash. This is event 83, the boys 13-year-olds, Israel in 3, Spencer in 4, Smith in 5, Beatty in 6, Richardson 7, and Meyerson from that outside start. Great start here from Tom Richardson, who takes an early lead from Cranbrook. Batty chasing him. Has a gap already of about 2 to 3 metres. However, look at the work here. Coming in from Jack Spencer. That's extremely powerful. Starts to move ahead. Looking very strong here. Jack Spencer, an athletic build. Batty has been terrific in his longer distance pursuits so far, but it's over a little bit of a shorter period. Will that power game from Spencer be all important? They round the bend here. A gap of about 5 metres coming into the home straight. Batty trying to close the gap. I think he's done exactly that. Now finds an extra gear. This is coming down to the wire here. Spencer now just starting to feel the pressure, feeling the burn. The lactic acid kicks in, but so does Batty, who overtakes and will get there. He timed it to absolute perfection. 55.11, and in the process sets a new record. 55.54, set back in 2013. Batty, with a run for the ages, had to come from the clouds. Richardson, he was pushing, but Spencer, he had the lead for the bulk of the back half of that one, and it didn't really look likely that Batty would catch him. We knew it requires something special. He's done exactly that with a new record.
And look at the size difference between these two athletes. It goes to show the 400 is it's a really intense event, and to come home in that last 100, your body is screaming at you. So incredible run there, and to break the record, just an incredible run from Barker College.
It's outstanding there from Cameron Batty, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Sam, I think he's also won the 3,000, 1,500. Did he also get the 800 too?
We'd have to go back and have a look at the results, but he's definitely been out on the track a lot tonight.
And some real dominant performances too. There's the final time popping up for the 1,500. So yes, he has already got one victory there in that longer pursuit. So 4:36.83.
Wow.
Tight finish between himself and Billy Herb. So yeah, he's had a wonderful day here as we now move on to what should be another cracking event here. 84, the boys 14-year-old 400-metre dash championship. Callum Fawcett in the 3 representing Knox. Noah Fletcher in the 4 for Trinity. That name, once again, you're going to hear it time and time again. Lachlan Chappell in the 5 for Waverley. Liam Masson for St Aloysius in the 6. Dominic Lee in the 7 for Barker. And from that wide start, Arthur Dadswell representing Cranbrook. And, of course, Lachlan Chappell, the one to watch here, Sam.
Well, the 400 is a completely different event. The 1 and the 2, you often see, guys make that jump, but there's not many athletes that can then cross over into the 4 as well. The energy system you go into is incredibly hard to change, and you see it always in that back straight where the lactic hits the legs. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes tonight.
Set. Racing, Chappell jumped very well. So too did Dominic Lee for Barker, but look at Chappell straight away with that power game. Moves past Masson. Up into second he goes as he also overtakes Lee. And at the moment, only Dadswell is in front of him. Chappell, we know he's got the speed. Has he got the longevity, though? Specialist at the 100 and 200. What can he produce here as he doubles that latter distance? Still out in front is Dadswell, but Chappell has the inside running at the moment. As he hits this turn, we're going to get a clear picture as to just how likely it is for Chappell to back up once again. He hits the front once more. Waverley College, they're going up as one. Chappell has the lead by a good 10 metres. Dadswell is coming back hard at him, though. Here's a late push as well coming in from Noah Fletcher, but Chappell, too big, too strong, too powerful, too much technique, gets to the line in 55.6. It's not a new record, but he's proven that he can do it all here, Lachlan Chappell.
He really can, and after what he's done tonight, to be able to back up into a 400, I dare say he's going to be in some relays later tonight as well. So yeah, incredible performance there from Lockie Chappell. You could see that last 100 hurt him.
So 100, 200 and 400 now all belong to Lockie Chappell. What an afternoon he's had. And of course, coming up next, event 85, the boys 15-year-olds 400-metre dash. Take us through the starters, Sam.
In lane 3, we have Harry Keats from Cranbrook. In lane 4, Finn Gutkin from Knox. In lane 5, Lachlan Wheeler from Trinity. In lane 6, Evan Robotham from Waverley College. And in lane 7, Frederick Ward from St Aloysius. And to round it out in lane 8, Zachary Yerbury from Barker College.
And the shoelaces came free there from Lockie Chapel as well, so had to battle that. It's the last thing you need coming into the final 100. I think they were fine up until he rounded that final turn.
They've done some running, so they think they've had enough. Lockie Chapel has not. This will be interesting from Evan Robotham as well, because we've seen him in the 1500, we've seen him in the 800, but again, how's he going to go in this 4?
Lachlan Wheeler, another one of those big names when he finds his specialty. Does have some good form previously in the 400 as well. But you're right, the real question here is, can anyone stop Robotham? He's just been in peerless touch throughout this afternoon. I'll step up onto the blocks now. Set. Good jump across the board. Wheeler got away quite nicely, as did Robotham. Straight away, Robotham getting into his gears. Will overtake that outside man in the form of Frederick Ward. But look at Wheeler in hot pursuit. We know he's quick. Keats is also moving well from that inside channel. In fact, he's going to gain some great ground here on Wheeler. Botham is being pursued here, Robotham. He's only got about a metre or two on Lockie Wheeler. He's got the inside passage, but I think Keats is performing even better here. In fact, he will hit the front. One final turn to go. How well has he timed this here, Keats? Oh, now he looks like he's struggling just a touch here. Beginning to hit the wall. Robotham, though, going from strength to strength. He'll keep powering forward. He overtakes Keats. Robotham looking to back up with another massive effort here. Geez, he's an unstoppable force. Robotham with the arms out. Wheeler then finishing in front of Keats. He probably went a little bit too early. And then following through, Yerbury, Ward, and then Gutkin crosses the line. So another outstanding performance there from Evan Robotham.
Yeah, in an event that he normally wouldn't go in, you can see that is it. He is done for the night, and so he should be. Go and rest up, Evan. That is an incredible performance. Over to event number 87, where we have the 17 years, 400 metres. In lane 3, we have Lucas Perkovic from St Aloysius. In lane 4, Xavier Perry from Barker College. Lane 5, Rohan O'Donnell from Cranbrook. Lane 6, Tom Scoladero from Knox. In lane 7, Henry Carly from Trinity. And lane 8, Wal Albino from Waverley College. The CAS record for this event is 48.98, set back in 2014 by Alex Moore.
Robotham as well, very sore and sorry off the back of that performance. That's quite literally all that's left in the tank, it looks like. Another victory to his name, but you know, we've talked about pulling up sore tomorrow. I dare say there's going to be one man who might be able to take a sickie, actually. You got to excuse him that, Sam.
Yeah, I'll go out on a limb and say that he can have tomorrow off.
Well, you have the final say. You're the PE teacher.
So again, we see Wal Albino. Again, not his event, but... Oh no, he's not in this one, Wal. So there has been a change.
Yeah, I saw him line up and then he actually left. So they've made a late switch here. Perhaps an acknowledgement that 400 isn't the specialty. For the Tartan Army, we know what their specialty is, cheering home the work of any Knox student that takes to the track. They've done a good job of that all day. And a great show of camaraderie there in those pitches.
And they're definitely still in the fight. The point score, you know, we've seen a few great performances from Knox, so as we continue on to the night, this could be anybody's as they take the blocks. and racing, and we have St. Aloysius off to a good start, but Knox seem to be pushing through. So Tom Scolorado, followed by Henry Carli, has taken the lead. Lucas Perkovic, though, is hanging in there tight. We have Leon instead of Wall from Waverley College, but it seems to be all Henry Carli at the moment. He's joined by Tom Scolorado. It's going to come round to the last final 100 metres. Henry and Tom. Cranbrook have got something to say, though. They've got Rohan, who's not going to give up easy. Looks to be like it's going to be Tom. And Tom from Knox, Tom Scolorado, is going to have a look over his shoulder and put it into cruise control as Rohan O'Donnell comes into second, and I think Barker gets third. Oh no, St. Aloysius. Yeah, Barker gets third on that one. So a really good performance from Xavier Perry there from Barker College to push up into third place. But Tom Scolorado, dominant performance there.
I think that might have actually been the 16-year-old boys there. We've still got O'Donnell and Scolorado to come next for the 17s.
That would make sense. My apologies.
Just on that point, though, I was a little bit concerned here for this finish from Lachlan Burns, who was wobbling about, and nearly, you can just see there, the foot going right on the line. So he'll have to be very careful with that. I don't think it's a disqualification, but of course, if you're hopping over into the other lane, that's exactly what happens.
There can be protests from other schools, so we'll wait and see on that one.
So that is event 86, the boys' 16-year-old 400-metre dash. We now move to event 87. Now, Wal Albino is lining up for that one, so he is still in this. So this is event 87, the boys' 17-year-old 400-metre dash. The record held by Alex Moore, and it's a long-standing one, 2014, 48.98. So that's very, very quick indeed. It's Lucas Perkovic for St. Aloysius in the 3, Xavier Perry for Barker College. In lane 4, of course, he applied plenty of pressure in that 200 final as well. Rohan O'Donnell in lane 5 for Cranbrook. Lane 6 is Tom Scolorado for Knox. Lane 7, Henry Carli for Trinity. And Wal Albino is the wide man for Waverley in lane 8. Off and running now. Albino makes a good start. Immediately pulls away from Carli. And then in pursuit is Scolorado. Scolorado just closing the gap ever so slightly on Carli. Albino still in front as they hit this back straight here. Scolorado still chasing. Gets in front of Carli now. Up into second he goes. Albino has work to do from that wide position. He's going to need a bit more of a lead than what he currently has. Scolorado closing the gap. Breezes past Carli. Now in front of Albino. In the box seat here. Here comes a late push, though, from Xavier Perry, who's come from the clouds. A very strong effort here from Perry. It's going to come down to a sprint finish. Albino's coming back into the action too. Scolorado still has a slender margin. He's going to hold on. Albino finishing with a wet sail. But it's Scolorado ahead of Albino. Perry went perhaps a little bit too early. Good time flashing up. 49.75. Win taken by Knox and Tom Scolorado.
Yeah, incredible run there, and we did see Barker kick a little bit too early, and he did pay the price with Wall coming through in the end there. What an impressive time, and those three athletes there pushed all the way through to the end.
Well, it really looked like Perry had the measure there of Scolorado. It seemed like he timed it well. He's coming home very quickly, but that's what happens, as we've talked about in the 400. It can go in a flash.
Yeah, you've only got so many matches, and if you decide to burn them all at the wrong time, you can't get them back.
So moving now to event 88, the boys open 400-metre dash. Joel Milburn is the record holder. This one has been in place for 21 years, 47.89, so very quick work. Jaden Christensen representing Waverley in the 3, Lewis Kohler in lane 4 representing St. Aloysius, Cooper Rob Jackson. In lane 5 for Barker, Zach Crow in lane 6 for Cranbrook. Max Burns in lane 7 for Knox. And in lane 8 for Trinity, it's Brock Prideaux.
Yeah, long-standing record there.
It's in the background as well. We believe that is the 16 high jump. The record there, 2.1 metres, believe it or not. Crazy stuff. Essentially jumping a professional basketballer in the process. And currently at 1.91. So up onto the starters blocks they go here. Event 88, the boys open 400-metre dash. Set. Racing, really good jump there from Max Burns, who got away like a house on fire, already catching up to Brock Prideaux. Look at the start here from Burns. Pushes past him. In pursuit is Crow. Crow also moving freely. Goes past Prideaux. Man to catch, though, is Max Burns. So Knox in the box seat at the moment. Crow, however, keeping him honest, has a slight inside channel as well. Good recovery here from Prideaux, who's sticking with those front two. But still, Burns in front, Crow back in second. He's holding firm at the moment here, Burns. Started very strongly. Crow was coming for him, but at the moment staving off the advances. Here's a late push as well from Waverley. Jaden Christensen from that inside channel. Burns has found another gear. Continues to pull away. Bait on by the crowd. The victory beckoning. Late push as well, coming in from Prideaux, who found a second win. And will finish in second for that matter. And then between Waverley and Cranbrook, that was very tight for third, but Burns showed so many gears in that one effort.
I thought he might have went out a little bit too quick, but he held on and proved us all wrong. What an incredible run. And Trinity on the outside, that last 25 metres has just come through, and he's pipped Jaden Christensen from Waverley. Jaden had a really good kick on him too, but again, probably just that little bit too early. But yeah, really impressive performance from all runners.
Well, from fourth up into second, it was an almighty effort there from Brock Prideaux, but Burns, who went out hard and had enough in the tank to hold on, will claim the victory. Very short break, and then we're back with more 1,500-metre action here for the 94th CAS Championships at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre.
as we welcome you back to the 94th CAS Athletics Championships. We are on to event 89, the 16 years, 1500 metres. Oliver and Simpson from Trinity, Fiend and McCausland from Waverley, Maida and Tomo from Aloysius, Fleischer and Malthala from Barker, Alder and Courts from Cranbrook, and Dearden and Longster from Knox. And as we've seen in previous 1500s, bit of a tight bunch. Everyone's sort of feeling each other out. You can see the young Samuel Oliver there just sort of looking around and seems to be having a chat. His head's on a swivel. Hayden McCausland running a little bit further than he needs to. He should probably jump into lane 1 there, but yeah, still pretty easy pace. So these guys will know who has a kick and who doesn't, and we'll see that pace start to speed up a little bit. But for now, we see Hayden McCausland taking the lead. Daniel Simpson sitting in second in the hat. With Edwin and Charlie now in a really good spot too as well. You can just see there Dylan feeling a little bit encroached and putting the hand on the back saying, hey, I'm still here, don't cut me in. So yeah, very much a true 1500 metre. When the pace is like this, we won't necessarily see any records broken, but we will see some exciting racing. So everyone's still together. And again, you want to be in that position where you're not too far back, so you miss the jump. So as we see, I think it's Fleischmann pushing forward. And then again, Daniel Simpson coming up the side. Samuel Oliver in lane 3 there going, I need to get up for when this kick happens. So tensions are high within the group. Again, you can see on their faces that no one's really hurting too much. Still 2 laps to go. So we'll see a little bit of a push here from Fiend. As he goes, I need to take the lead. I'm going to make sure that I'm up the front. And we start to see the pace now. Samuel Oliver. But remember, these efforts to go from the back to the front, they all take energy. So you don't want to let the group get away from you, but you also don't want people just to slowly sneak by you either. So again, more jostling. Samuel Oliver jumping back on the front after probably dropping back to 5th. And again, Hayden McCausland now out wide again. And we've got Nathan Longster in 2nd place. So it'll be really interesting now as we go into the 100 metre straight with 500 metres to run. We can see that pace starting to lift now. Hayden McCausland pushing up into 2nd. Adler still on the front, but he's joined by his fellow schoolmate Charlie Coutts. And there's the bell, and now we start to see the pace ramp up. And again, they're still quite wide, so this is still anyone's race here. Hayden McCausland going off the front early, and Lockie Fiend joining him. But it's Edwin Alter as well is going to hang in there. Lockie Fiend coming around McCausland. It's going to come down to the last final 100. It's the 2 Waverley College students who are going to have their own battle here. Edwin Alter is going to be joined by Angus Dearden. And Angus Dearden goes around the Cranbrook student, but it's Lockie Fiend, Hayden McCausland, and Angus Dearden 3rd. Again, another dominant performance from Waverley College there. And the boys are really happy with that performance. Really good run from Angus Dearden to push through and take third position there. As we look into the grandstands, we really see the crowd starting to build, getting towards the pointy end. Hopefully have another score update for you soon.
Of course, Sam, just recapping that most recent result that we do have for those just tuning in. Waverley College had the lead. This was about an hour and a half ago now. So 5:45, we got that most recent update coming through with Waverley College at 424.5 points. So just 2 points in front of Trinity, who of course have won this event consecutively since 2016. So they've had a stranglehold on the Andrew Reid Cup. Knox Grammar a little bit behind them with 400 points. Cranbrook School then in at 4th with 327. Barker College at 5th with 317.5. Now we think St Aloysius has probably gone up in these rankings here. 292.5, they're in 6th, but we saw quite a few good performances here in the track over the past hour and a half. I think they're in with a good shake to maybe jump up as high as 4th.
Yeah, that points update was before the hurdles, and it was before some of the 1500s as well. So definitely seen some outstanding performances from St Aloysius.
So moving now to event 90, the boys' 17-year-old 1500 metre run championship race. Zach Faccioni is the record holder. It's been there since 2016 with a time of 3:59.39. They're off and running now. It's Dashiell Urquhart who is running for Knox in the 1. Samuel Tan also for Knox in 2. Kobe Stewart in 3 for Trinity. 4 is Matthew McLaughlin. Now we've seen some incredible performances from him. No surprises here. Out in front early on. So they'll actually have a slight change of numbers here. So it will be McLaughlin in the 16, for example. 15 will be Kobe Stewart. 14 will be Samuel Tan. 13 will be Daniel Urquhart. So the 17 is Alex Marshall from Waverley. 18, Jack Richardson, also from Waverley. 19 will be Alex Conoplia from St Aloysius. Alex Keller in the 20, also from St Aloysius. 21 will be Daniel Edwards from Barker. 22, Oliver Sandbrook, also from Barker. 23, Felix Malcolm from Cranbrook. And 24 is Hudson Wolford, also from Cranbrook. So at the moment, it is a case of Matthew McLaughlin and then Daylight for second, and then the rest of the chasing pack, which is honestly still quite constricted at this point.
Well, yeah, he's taken it on and completely mixed it up. We've seen all the other 1500s stay as a pack and almost everyone's jostling and feeling frustrated with the pace. McLaughlin is Trinity has just taken on the lead here and gone, no, I don't want to be a part of that. I'm going to string it out early and absolutely dominate, which is really impressive. I don't think anyone's catching him.
Well, we saw the exact same thing in the 3000 pursuit, where he quite literally overlapped 3/4 of the field on his way to setting a new record, and he beat it by about 7 seconds as well. So it wasn't even close in the end. Now, for reference point once again, the record here, 3:59.39, 2 laps remaining, and he's only brought up 1:50 on the clock. So once again, I think he's in range here, Sam.
Yeah, about to pass the 2-lap mark, and he's on 2:01, 2:02. So he could do this, and I dare say he's gone out to do it.
So Jack Richardson currently in at second, just in front of the work of Alex Marshall, who's jostling now up into third, and actually a new pack that has formed as well, with the second Trinity runner, Kobe Stewart, joining that little trio, vying for second overall. It really is a case of second is up for grabs. First sewn up by this man on screen, Matthew McLaughlin, 17 years of age from Trinity, getting the crowd in behind him as well. There's a little wave of the finger to the Trinity fans in the stand. And with only about 50 metres remaining on this lap, he'll bring up the bell probably inside the 3-minute marker, and then has roughly, well, in fact, it's going to be a lot better than that. So 2:52. So he's got 1 minute 7 seconds to work on this lap for the record. And I dare say the pace that he's working at the moment, he is most definitely giving a red-hot crack of this record.
Yeah, to go out solo and not have anyone to even pace or feel like they're pushing you just makes it all that more impressive. Trinity obviously have a pedigree in this event with the likes of Ollie Hoare, who has competed on the world stage. So I'm sure Ollie would be really impressed with this result.
Well, 23 seconds later, Jack Richardson crosses in at second. That's how dominant this performance is from Matthew McLaughlin. Keeps powering forward. There's probably at this stage a good 250-metre gap between himself and second, but there is a great battle happening for second as well. Another raise of the finger here for McLaughlin. So the record at 3:59.39. We tick over 3:45 on the home straight here, about 50 metres to go. He's well and truly in range of busting this one. 3:53 board up. There's the 3:55. He's going to do it. Matthew McLaughlin gets there in 3:56.42. Flashes Trinity to the camera. Oh, it is a bit of a holy Trinity performance here, McLaughlin. Anything long distance he touches, he shatters the record, and he takes 3 seconds off one that has stood for a grand total of 9 years. And his teammate, Kobe Stewart, will push through in at second. A great final lap from him. Jack Richardson then comes through in third, just ahead of his teammate Alex Marshall, and then following through is Hudson Wolford. But again, Sam, what an effort from Matthew McLaughlin.
Incredible scenes here, and to do it with ease. He was celebrating every lap, almost saying hello to the Trinity boys, and it obviously hurt him, but I wonder how much more he's got in future years.
It's a great performance across the board, though, because we've now had every runner crossing inside 4:40. So that's a very quick run regardless, and that really just shows how incredible that performance from Matthew McLaughlin is. The fact that he was still probably a good 30-40 seconds in front of the next closest competitor.
Yeah, like I said, incredible to do by yourself when you've got no one on your shoulder helping you, no one pushing you. So on the world stage, he'd have some people around him, and it'd be great to see what he can actually perform and what he can do when he's got some competitors around him. But everyone else performing really, really well tonight. When you have someone go out like that, you find that the group will string out and everyone sort of will run outside of themselves a little bit. So yeah, he's actually helped a lot of other people tonight as well.
He certainly has been the pace setter throughout any event he's touched here today. Matthew McLaughlin, another record in the books for him as we now move to event 91.
Which is the boys open 1500 metres. And in lane 1 and 2 from Cranbrook, we have Liam Crow and Huon Groves. In lanes 3 and 4 from Knox, we have Tristan Clark-Bruce and Cheston Schwafer. In lanes 5 and 6 from Trinity, Josh O'Connell and Reese Olsen-Keating. Lanes 7 and 8 from Waverley College, Leo Dridge and Xavier Parrish. And lanes 9 and 10, Jeremy Jubb and Lucas McLaughlin from St Aloysius. In lanes 11 and 12, Thomas Mason and Tristan Pomeroy from Barker College. And they're racing. So Huon Groves there taking the lead. And again, we're not probably going to see that slowing of the pace. We're definitely seeing this strung out. So Huon's wanting to take this race on and dominate from the get-go. We'll see what happens as he goes and if people are going to join him. So in second place there, it looks like I'll just wait for the number, but it could be Josh O'Connell from Trinity. Xavier Parrish there in third as we start to see their numbers. So it's Josh O'Connell in second, Xavier Parrish in third, but Huon Groves from Cranbrook really taking the lead and looking comfortable doing it too. He's even gapping second place there, so 3 laps to go. Let's see if he can hang on. He's strung him out.
So another of these performances has been terrific across multiple events here, Huon Groves. I don't think he's come away with victory as of yet, though.
I don't believe he has, but this is probably his event. I know Huon trains at the local track with some of the Waverley boys and has a brother that goes to Waverley as well. So they do train a lot, so they'll know each other's tactics, and I think this is the way that Huon likes to race.
He's still trying to pull away here at the moment. Probably has a gap of about 10 metres on second in the form of Josh O'Connell from Trinity. So still working quite nicely here, and it's probably one of those runners that doesn't rely on the kick, more tries to get away nice and early.
Yeah, if you've got different gears in your running form, and if you've only got one gear but it's a fast gear, then you go early and you don't rely on that sprint finish. So Hewan is really dominating, and it shows with this lead now that he's pulling away. So he probably doesn't have to kick if he can just hold this. So as we see, it's quite strong out now. Xavier Parrish just coming around. I think that's Lucas McLaughlin. But Hewan Groves just extending that lead. And looking really comfortable. Again, look at his face. He doesn't seem to be hurting too much, but he's got that really good arm drive. Cadence is nice and high. And he's just flying. Xavier Parrish is now pushed up into second. So lap to go. Reese Olsen-Keating from Trinity in third. But this seems to be all Hewan Groves. The record is 3:52 by Hamish Hart in 2022. And Hewan just seems to be absolutely dying. He's winding up slowly, but it almost looks like he's in full sprint now. Just an incredible performance. 50, 60 metres in front now. Xavier Parrish in second place still. But you probably can't see because of the dominance of Hewan Groves coming into the last 100 metres. Has a quick look over his shoulder, but he doesn't need to. What a run from Hewan Groves from Cranbrook. Form hasn't faltered. Is he going to celebrate? He should, and he does.
It's a great fist pump for Hewan Groves. A deserved victory too. It's been a day where he's been so close multiple times.
Yeah, that one meant something to him. As we see Reese Olsen-Keating in second place there, getting more valuable points for Trinity.
Great sprint finish as well. Coming in for second for that matter. Took off with about 150 to go and showed a great turn of pace actually.
Very, very hard thing to do in a 1500. And you can see the boys strewn out on the track now. As we see Hewan Groves cruising in. Just a really nice form, really compact run form there, and he's happy, as he should be.
I don't know who's in charge of the Cranbrook social media, but you want to get this moment right here, the fist pump, get that working around on TikTok, on the Instagram, you name it. That is a face and a body of passion. He's put his all into that particular performance, 1,500 metres, and in the end probably 200 metres to the good. So well done to Hewan Groves, and I believe that actually wraps up our 1,500 metre events here, so that means it is off to the relay races next. We can't wait for that. Don't go too far, all the action continuing in just a moment right here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre for the 94th edition of the CAS Championships. Combined Associated Schools really putting on a show here today as we now move to arguably the showpiece event. I know you've been looking forward to this one, Sam, the 4x100 metre relay.
Yeah, we're getting to the pointy end of the schedule now, and this is where the points can really, take a swing. So it's very, very important that the athletics conveners put the right team together. We can pray and hope that no one drops the baton, but there is a lot of pressure on these events, and as we see now, all the athletes and spectators making their way over to the grandstand. So anyone who has been racing previously today is now making their way over, so it just creates more atmosphere, and this is really it. This is the last few events, and the 4x1. We see our sprinters out here again, and it's going to be an incredible sight.
And the points here, as you mentioned, they can really make or break a school's fortunes. How it works, relays are awarded championship points 9-4. Now, if a team doesn't finish or they're disqualified, they then get 0 points. So they'll need to be on their best behaviour, each of these teams, and that includes if a competitor is disqualified. They're not given 0 points, they're just given no points for last itself. So 9-4, but you must finish. Disqualified, completely removed from the points. And of course, at the last check that we had available for you, that was now probably a couple of hours ago, about 5:45, Waverley was in front, 4:24.5, only 2 points in front of Trinity. Now, Matthew McLaughlin's efforts just then, that will certainly go a decent way to adding to that tally, but I think as it stands, Waverley probably have increased their margin a little bit in that hour and a half, 2 hour period with some of those shorter distances.
Yeah, and we've obviously not been covering the shot put or the discus all that much on the live stream, but they're invaluable points as well. So we just don't know, and it really does come down to these relays. So yeah, stay tuned. We'll try and get a point score update for you soon, but otherwise we might have to wait until these 4x1 relays are complete.
Now, speaking of which, this first one is event 92, the boys 13-year-olds 4x100 metre relay championship race. The record at 47.56. And that was set by Waverley College, and we'll get to see quite a few of these runners still floating about, especially Muldowney, Stain as well. They'll be coming up soon. In the 13-year-olds division here, there's some very obvious names to keep a lookout for. And I think Waverley, it's going to be hard to go past them with a combination of Lambusis, Ariki Wahongi, who won his 100 metre, of course, Jack Spencer, who's been very strong too, and of course, the effervescent, the almost impossible to stop Lachlan Chappell.
Yeah, he'll finish on the 100 metre straight and bring it home, and as we've seen tonight, just a dominating performance from Lockie. So Waverley definitely the ones to beat here, but anything can happen.
Still plenty of handy runners, of course, for those other sides, but you talk about the salary sombrero, so to speak, for certain professional teams, and I think there'd be a few auditors looking at that relay squad if there were to be a salary cap. But Corbin Fainga'a, for example, he's been very strong today for Trinity. Koa Stanley's been good as well, Riley Death, so maybe there's a chance for them as well. I'll just quickly take you through the teams themselves. Now, again, there could be final changes to who is running in which order, but here for Barker, that is, in theory, Josh Gia. They've also got Daniel Sanders, Harrison Nichols and Cameron Batty. Now for Cranbrook, they've got Sebastian Drower, Tom Richardson, Ethan Sweeney and Charles Carano out of lane 4. Over in lane 5 here for Knox Grammar, they have Kaylin Drysdale, Ethan Warner, Jeremy Huang and Owen Tang. In lane 6 is Trinity College. They've got a team of Corbin Fainga, who I believe that is him there on screen, Riley Death, Koa Stanley and Nolan Grantham. For Waverley, they've got George Lambusis, that is George there, Ariki Wahongi, Jack Spencer and Lachlan Chappell to finish things off. And for St Aloysius, James Brownlow, Joseph Wiebe, Xavier Tampling and Orlando Clark. So at the moment it looks like we are still in correct race order.
It would seem that way. And these boys, I can't imagine the nerves that are running through them. If you look at the crowd, they've never competed in anything like this. So you just imagine their heart rates are already high before they even start. They really want to make sure they get that transition with the baton correct, and it all runs smoothly for all schools.
Tell you what, we talk about these athletes being sore tomorrow. I think there's going to be some sore voices in the stands as well. Those Waverley College students have been going hell for leather for hours now. And we can have a look there just on that lane 7 inside St Aloysius. That is Lachlan Chappell. He's already broken records today, and of course winning the 100, 200, 400. A real speed demon. He also ran an 11.56 at just 12 years of age.
The silent assassin. Look at him just playing it down, looking tired. He did that the 100 and the 200 start as well, so don't be fooled.
What we often talk about that separates a lot of these elite athletes from the great to the good is seeing a situation like this, not feeling any nerves, any pressure, regardless of the age. It's almost as if their performances go to another level because of the context surrounding it.
Yeah, those athletes that can block out all the noise and not get caught up in it seem to be the ones that excel over a long period of time.
So here we go. Final checks now. Our relay is about to get underway. Hope you've been enjoying all the coverage here for the 94th edition of the CAS Championships. Event 92, the boys 13-year-olds 4x100 metre relay. Up onto the blocks. Set. Racing. Good jump here across the board. Really nice start, in fact, from Trinity. Corbin Fainga'a got away very well, as did Lambusis, who burns past Brownlow. Now looks to get the first change off. Waverley are the favourites in this one. They'll take off again here. Good change now for Wihongi. Wihongi, though, being pursued by Death. Death actually closing some ground here, so this is a great little stint from him. Now Waverley will exchange here for Spencer. Second change, continuing to power forward. Has a big advantage now of about 10 metres. He can shut the gate because no one's going to catch Chappell from here. Picks up that baton for the last stint and now will power home down the straight. Waverley can start celebrating early because nobody's going to get within cooey of Lachlan Chappell, who continues to power to the line. Record under threat, 46.58. 46.58 is a new record. Waverley smashed their previous one from 2023. Well, that is quick. It's sub 47 seconds. And they shave off nearly a second from the previous record.
Yeah, Lockie Chappell there. I think he's getting faster as the night goes on. And why wouldn't you, with the crowd behind you on that straight? Great change over there. Quick little switch of the hands and just boom, he is off.
A great team effort too. Everybody played their part in that one. Lambusis got away to a flying start. It was maintained by Wihongi and Spencer. And there was certainly some pressure coming. The stint from Death for Trinity really applied a bit of pressure, but thereafter they just grew and grew.
Yeah, dominant team put together by Waverley and the athletics team in both Miss Gare and Mr. Jeremy Roth.
So Lambusis will have to back up here in pretty quick fashion, as will Ariki Wihongi. So they're both backing up now for Lambusis. He'll start once again for Waverley, this time in that wide lane. Doesn't look like they've made a change, so I think he will continue. But this is how they line up. So from lane 3, we've got St Aloysius with a team of Harry Parsons, Benedict Wong, Eric Cow, Nathaniel Lim. Lane 4 is Barker College with Caleb Tamuri, Kobe Neal, Callum Gilchrist and Lucas Ajaka. In lane 5, Cranbrook with Edward Lord, Hayden Manning, Arthur Danswell, Jansen Jiang. Lane 5, that is there from Cranbrook. Of course, lane 6 is Knox, Tony Zhu. James Atkins, of course, who has set a number of records over the past couple of years, also running brilliantly again here today. Andrew Kim and Karash Rad. Now, for mine, that's almost the team to beat there. That's an excellent
James
mixture.
Atkins, definitely. Look out for him on that back straight. He's the final runner, and a lot of teams do leave their strongest runner for that final straight. So James Atkins, I think this is going to be hard to take from Knox, but let's see what happens.
I saw a great run as well from Andrew Kim. So it's a solid team across the board. And 7, of course, is Trinity. That's Luke Waller, Taman Hua, August Lee, Hugo Keenan, of course. They're trying to back up their efforts in the previous race. George Lambusis, Ariki Wihongi for Waverley, and they complete their team with Kalen Fisher and Hugo Cummins. So they're in that wide position. There's Knox there. Trinity on their outside. You can see that's Luke Waller. And George Lamboussis, he's back again. Made a great start in the previous effort. Let's see if he can back it up once more. And if he's recovered for that matter.
I don't think he will run the same time, but yeah, really impressive for him to back up like this.
There's St Aloysius up next to Barker College. It's been a much improved showing, I would say, for St Aloysius here today. They've improved and gotten better and better as the day has gone on.
Yeah, definitely on the build, and this should give them confidence going into next year. So hopefully, the students out here watching get inspired by what they're seeing on the track from the St Aloysius students, and come out next year and continue to train harder and really improve on their position.
And of course, they are desperate to finally get themselves etched into history with the Andrew Reid Cup. Yet to gain victory. 93 previous editions. Of course, the results from last year, St Aloysius finishing in 6th place with 466.5 points. I think they'll potentially be able to best a couple of schools here today. We've seen some good results in the past 2 hours for them. We don't know what's happened on the field itself. But Trinity, of course, have been our victors since 2016, so they have a real hold on that Andrew Reid Cup. Knox finished second last year, Waverley back in, well, in theory in second, but overall third in terms of the actual points with 632.5 compared to 636 for Knox. But at the moment, probably in the box seat. Let's see if they can continue marching toward victory here. Lamboussis to start them. Set. Racing here for event 93, the boys 14-year-old 4x100 metre relay. Good start here from Lamboussis. Performing well once again. Being pressured here from Waller. He'll get the change just in front of Waller. It was an excellent exchange though as well. Now take a look at Atkins on this back straight, firing up for Knox. Overtakes Trinity and now nearly catches Wahongi as well. So they'll get the change here. Kim has it now for Knox, and with that inside running lane, he's going to start to pull away from Waverley. They're in the box seat, Knox Grammar. Last change coming up. Looking for Kurash Rad. What can Rad conjure up? He's got some pressure coming from Waverley. Good final stim here from Hugo Cummins, but this is really going to be Kurash Rad's time. A radical performance to finish Waverley in its second ahead of Trinity. Hugo came home quite well. An excellent final stint from Cummins, who nearly made up the ground, but geez, Atkins and Kim really set sail on legs 2 and 3.
Yeah, Knox were the ones to beat there, and they dominated that performance, so well done to them, and they should be really proud. The Tartan Army, you can hear him now.
There is Kim with the final handover here.
Clean.
Very clean from Rad, really didn't lose a stride at all. There's Rad continuing to power forward, and you can see Andrew Kim continuing to run with him and providing that encouragement for a good 30 or so metres after the handover. It's good recovery too from Waverley. They were having a fair bit of pressure from Trinity and other teams around that third exchange.
Yeah, your exchanges are everything in the relay, so if you have to pull up a little bit and then you're off step when you get going, it really affects you. So that they practice these changeovers, and they've had plenty of carnivals in the last 6 weeks to get that done, so these boys should be well rehearsed.
So moving now to event 94, the boys 15-year-olds 4x100 metre relay, record at 44.25, set back in 2018 by Knox Grammar. There's Mandera, Dwyer, Nelson and Vanderscher. There is Waverley in lane 3. Their team includes Sonny Stain, who's there to start, Robbie Tanous, Rory Muldowney and Kanawa Gamungal. That's going to be hard to top. In lane 4, St Aloysius with Hugo Bragg, Harry Beverley, Gerald Uoneme and Sonny Allport. In lane 5, that's Barker College with Lorimer, Ravu Siu, Jack Woodrow, Lucas Shah and Priyan Cavan. In lane 6, Cranbrook, with a team consisting of Luca Dialissa, Cody Ogg, Rafferty Byrne, Harry Keats. In lane 7, Knox Grammar with Davin Yap, who had a terrific result in the long jump as well. Saya Anasio, James Lynch and Nathan Longster. And from that wide start, Trinity College with Claudio Luzano, Ethan Mullins, Tim Stanton-Clark and Aidan Bessard. So Waverley once again the hot favourites here, Sam Douglas.
You'd have to say so, but obviously there are still a few really good runners within this event too. And, you know, the last event of the night for these boys, you know, they can sometimes pull something out. So you never rule yourself out. And, yeah, at this stage I would say Waverley, but like I said, anything can happen.
I think if there is to be a bit of pressure, Barker could be a surprise packet here. Potentially as well that Ravu, who CUC is actually now shifted into the final runner here. So I actually quite like that move. I think he's their strongest.
CUC's start, 60 metres, was really, really impressive. So if Barker were there, you know, he could really hang on for this last 100 and bring it home. So definitely ones to watch.
So I think that's actually Priyan Cavan. I think they've just swapped their first and last runners here for Barker. They will need to be on their game if they are to try and stop Sonny Stain, Robbie Tanous, Rory Muldowney and Kanawa Gamunga. Gamunga, of course, ran a 10.86 earlier today to break the record in the 15-year-old 100 metres, so we already know what to expect from him. Set. Racing, good start made here from St. Aloysius. Bragg got away well. Sonny Stain has a little bit of work to do and out wide. Lozano now moving quite freely here for Trinity. We'll get the first exchange as well. So good first in here from Trinity Catholic College, and now pushing through. Davignap hands over to Anasio, and Anasio closing a little bit of ground here. Cranbrook also looking good with Og. Waverley at the moment struggling to get into full gear. Now they'll look to accelerate here with Muldowney, and Muldowney immediately closes the gap. Has the inside running. Kanawa Gamunga to bring it home. Here they come now. Good exchange. Oh, Gamunga shut the gate. He's away. They're not going to get him. He's far too quick. Pulls away from them. The hands are out. What more do you want? Are you not entertained? 44.02. Are you kidding me? There's another record. They just tumble around this man. Kanawa Gamunga once again with a massive performance, shaving 0.2 of a second off the record. And they took a little while to get going, but once Muldowney got that exchange, it was over.
Yeah, Trinity had them on the ropes in the early first two legs there, and I thought, you know, maybe they were going to be under a little bit of pressure here, but then when Kanawa got that last baton, you know, he looked around, and if you watch here, he was celebrating, and then he looked at the clock and he went, oh, there's still a record to break. So he's realised, and then he's put his head back down and gone, I've got to finish this race.
Look at Muldowney. He knows exactly what was about to happen there. And then even a little glance there from Muldowney at the clock itself. He was thinking record 2. Gamunga, you're right, he did realise, oh, hang on, there we go. There's a little bit more I can push through, and he got there just in time. I dare say they probably could have got sub... Well, they end up with 44, I think it was. So they probably could have got sub 44 without the celebration.
Save it for next year.
So Waverley, 2 from 3 now in the 4x100 metre relays. As we now move to the boys' 16-year-old 4x100 metre. Sam, take us through our runners in this one.
So in lane 3, representing we'll just have a little pause here while we wait for them to reset the blocks. And look at these scenes of the grandstand, packed to the brim. The school spirit is high. So Ashton Yee, Brock Prideaux, Logan Tui and Nas Awad from Trinity. From Waverley College we have Josh Bass, Kanawa Gunama, Charlie Coughlin and Daniel Hornery. From Cranbrook we have Lewis Mack, Toby Pearce, Thomas Gascoigne and Tucker McKeenan. From Knox we have Max Burns, Riley Caswell, James Atkins and Jakob Henriksen. From St. Aloysius we have Josh Lowe, Andrew Karamanis, Mitchell Allen and Lucas Perkovic. And from Barker College, Xavier Perry, Harrison Woodrow, Ben Heitman and Tim Furrer. And they are off racing, and it's a really strong start from Knox with Cranbrook hot on their heels. First to get the change is Knox, but Cranbrook are coming. We've also got St. Aloysius, Barker pushing up through now as well. Trinity in 4th place. It's again Knox that gets that first handoff. Cranbrook in 2nd, St. Aloysius 3rd. And look at him go. Dominant performance around the bend here. If he gets this off, it's all home for Knox. Home and hosed. It's a clean handoff. But Trinity have come through and are going to try and upset Knox's performance, but they're going to hang on. And the Tartan Army, you can hear them ecstatic.
And they're up and about there, the Knox fans. All right, Trinity was certainly coming home with a wet sail. That was very, very swift work. Eddie Hewen just having a terrific final stint for them. But for Knox, there was enough there from Scott O'Lara, and we've seen him perform time and again throughout the day.
Yeah, really dominant performance from him. Again, he will have tired legs tomorrow. Maybe needs an ice bath.
I think we might have just got an update there, potentially. There was a section of the crowd that went off rather vocally. I think it might have even been Waverley that I heard on that occasion.
Yeah,
a few to the right, a few to the left as well.
It's definitely anticipation is building here in the stadium. You can feel it. Everyone's waiting for that final points update. It seems like they're going to wait right until the end to keep everyone on their toes.
And doesn't that look great as well? The full support out in full force here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. A beautiful spring evening as well. Good to have winter done and dusted. It was a cold and wet one, that's for sure. But it has been brilliant action here today as we now move to event 96, the second last of the day. The boys' 17-year-olds 4x100 metre relay. A record set back in 2018 by Trinity Grammar, a time of 42.74. And this one, I think it's a little more open than perhaps we were expecting at this point. So we'll get a backup here from both Muldowney and Robbie Tanous for Waverley, while Albino enters the action in place of Gamungus. That's a like-for-like replacement. But I still think Barker have an outside chance here with both McDonald and Xavier Perry in there. We've seen some great performances from them. So let's quickly take you through the lane ordering here. In lane 3, that's Knox with Bron Mackay, Flynn Janges, Xander Weiss and Brody Shearer. Trinity in lane 4 with Tommy Liu, Lorenzo Lozani, Giacomo Ricky and Austin Wu. 5 is Waverley with Kai Towns, Robbie Tanous, Rory Muldowney and Wal Albino. In lane 6, St. Aloysius, Gabe Liam, Ethan Kwok, Alex Messier and Tom Bragg. In lane 7, Barker with Harrison Woodrow, Xavier Perry, Nathan Yan and Cameron McDonald. And from that wide position, Cranbrook with Phoenix Johns, Max Colpin, Andrew Carano and Siffer Oldfield. Certainly this one is, I think, a little more open than some of our previous efforts. I still have Waverley as the likely favourite, with probably the closest competitor for mine being Barker.
Yeah, I think this one will be a bit of a closer race, and it will come down to those transitions and handoffs. So the team that has the smoothest transitions here are probably going to take it in the end. But yeah, I think we'll have a not so dominant performance from one school in particular.
So here we go, set. Good jump across the board. Trinity got away very well there with Lou, as did St. Aloysius with Liam. However, now both Woodrow and Johns take off. In fact, that's a great first stint from the pair of them. There's the exchange, and have a look at Xavier Perry on this back straight, burning across the turf. We'll get in front of Cranbrook. There's the first handoff. So Barker have the chance at the moment. Nathan Yan powers forward. Good recovery here, though, from Andrew Carano from Cranbrook. There's now some inside pressure building from Waverley with Rory Muldowney. Hands it off here to Wal Albino, but they're all chasing Cameron McDonald from Barker, who are very strong, and they're going to come away with it here. Well, Barker, I picked him for second. They've gone one better than that. Albino finishing strongly. I think he might have just pipped Knox at the post there. It was Shearer diving for the line, but Albino, they might have just needed him a little earlier in the piece based on how that finished, but a great performance from Barker, and look at them. They're pumped up about it.
And so they should be. What a dominating performance. We thought it might have been a little bit closer, but Barker really sort of did that with ease, which was really, really impressive from them. So some really strong sprinters who have backed up and really performed when they needed to.
And I think it was that second stint, Xavier Perry really set the tone. They were thereabouts heading into that first change, but Perry just blitzed past a number of them.
Yeah, it must be nice getting handed the baton when you've got, a little bit of daylight behind you. You just run so much stronger and feel so much more invincible, wouldn't you?
There's a lot of work for Wal Albino to do. Too much work in the end. Managed to come from probably equal third at that point to then push up in front. I think he just gets Shearer here at the line, but Barker well and truly taking it out. And there is Albino just in front of Knox. So one final event to come here. So we've got event 97 here. The boys open 4x100 metre relay. The record set back in 2022 by Knox Grammar, Sherlock, DiBiase, Saunders and Hall. The time of 41.96. It's the only sub 42 second time we've got across the board. And in lane 3, that's Cranbrook with a team of Lewis Mack, Toby Pearce, Thomas Gascoigne and Tucker McEwen. In lane 4, Knox with Max Burns, Riley Caswell, James Atkins and Jacob Henriksen. That's going to be a tough team to stop. Trinity with Ashton Yee, Brock Prideaux, Logan Tui, Nasser Ward in lane 5. That's also very strong. This could be perhaps the race of the evening. Waverley with Josh Bass, Kanawa Gamunga, Charlie Coughlin and Daniel Hornery. Now, worth pointing out, Kanawa Gamunga just 15 years of age, running alongside pretty much everybody else being minimum 17, most of them 18. St. Aloysius in lane 7 with Josh Lowe, Andrew Karamanis, Mitchell Allen, Lucas Perkovic. And in lane 8, Barker once again. Now, Xavier Perry will back up. Harrison Woodrow, Ben Hateman and Tim Furrer. So this is going to be a massive performance once again. I think that's Woodrow actually to finish. So he was a change in that previous race. He took them home in the last stint. He's going to back up here once again for the final event of the evening. It's been a terrific day here. Hope you've enjoyed all the coverage.
Yeah, this one has got some big names in it. Henriksen, Prideaux, Kanawa.
Waverley will start with Josh Bass. Xavier Perry listed as the starter here for Barker out in that wide position. He was brilliant in that previous relay. Can he set the tone once again here? Set. Racing, good jump across the board. Look at Perry take off straight away. Opens up a margin here on St. Aloysius. Josh Lowe trying to rein him back in, but Perry so swift will get the change here as well. It's a good one for that matter for Furrer. Furrer continuing to power for Gamunga, now making up some good ground as well. He's put them right back into contention here, Waverley. Ooh, slow exchange though, that's going to cost them. Off they go. In fact, this is Perry now. Barker well and truly in front. Trinity coming for them though. This is a good stint from Tui, who'll get the change along with Knox. It's going to come right down to the wire here. Knox are right back in the action. Henriksen in front, now opens up a passage. Oh, say goodnight. It's all about Knox Grammar. 42-5-2, and then Trinity. Not happy with that final stint there. They've thrown the baton. It's over the line, so I don't think there's a disqualification coming, but geez, what a final couple of efforts there from Knox.
Daniel Hornery just then came through steaming, and we're going to have to go to photo finish for the second place because I think Trinity just got there. But if they're angry, if they're throwing the baton, then maybe not. We'll have a look at this.
Well, it's over the line, so I think they'll be all right. Here again is Harrison Woodrow finishing for Barker. And Trinity getting very close to that lane there in Knox too. That's something to be careful of as well. Great scenes here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre, brought home here. An outstanding effort from Jacob Henriksen. Kept powering forward. And this is where it gets very tight. Trinity right at the line. Pushing hard here is Waverley. Oh, how good's the frame rate there? Slown right down. I think it might well be Waverley. You've got eagle eyes here, Sam Douglas. For mine, that's Waverley. I think they just get in front of Trinity. Now, we're, of course, not the officials here,
No,
but from
we're
what
not.
we can see and what you're seeing at home, it looks like Waverley.
It doesn't get much closer than that. I mean, again, another dominating performance from Knox. Well done to them. And yeah, what incredible scenes we're seeing here.
Well, a great way to finish. I don't think we're actually going to get time to get that result coming through. There's a few more things that need to be tabulated, so you'll have to check in with your school's updates, whether it be from the notice board, maybe an email getting sent around. But thank you so much for joining us here today. We've had an absolute joy bringing you all the action. The Vision brought to you by Skywalker Studios. Great work from the team there. Sam, you've done an excellent job as well, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
Absolute pleasure to join you in the booth here, and a big thank you to all the conveners for the different associations, the different schools, and a wonderful running here of the 94th edition of the CAS Championships 2025 edition. Now, of course, we don't know the final result. It could well be Waverley. Knox is certainly seeing their hope against them. But in terms of the coverage, we'll leave you here at this point. It's been a great pleasure bringing you all the action. Hope you've enjoyed it here from Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. My name is James Preston. We'll catch you next time. This concludes the 94th edition of the CAS Championships.
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this evening's formal presentation. My name is Phil Heath. I'm head of Barker College, and this year I have the happy privilege of being the chair of CAS. Can I begin by acknowledging that our event took place on a traditional bonding place of the Paramagua people, and pay our respects to all elders past, present and emerging, and all First Nation peoples within our communities. Can I ask that you put your hands together to congratulate all teams and all athletes on an outstanding. Thank you for your patience. There are a few formalities before us to begin. Tonight's shield is the Andrew Reid Cup, for which you've been all working so very hard. But the evening would not have been a success without an enormous amount of effort and support from a number of people in particular. This is Catherine Bautista Rojas and the Sydney Olympic staff. Can we put our hands together for this wonderful venue? Not only tonight, but throughout the entire athletic season. On behalf of the association, I also recognise the Athletic New South Wales officials led by Kim Owen. An outstanding job, professionally done. Thank you very much for making the evening such a success. I'd like also to recognise all CAS staff, helpers, also the Barton College students who helped with so many events, particularly in the field. Could I thank the parents for being present tonight, all staff members from our schools, and the outstanding cheer squads tonight. Outstanding job, everybody. Well done. The spirit of CAS is inspiring. We've seen a meet of the highest standard. 16 records were set tonight by CAS athletes in the near 100-year history of the association. 16 records, I think, is itself a record. Congratulations to all of those students. The standard continues to be impressive. So, without any further ado, the place getters are these. In 6th place, on 452.5 points, St. Aloysius College. Well done, fellows. In 5th place, on 523.5 points, Barker College. In 4th place, on 531 points, Cranbrook. In 3rd place, on 631 points, Knox. In 2nd place, on 661.5 points, Trinity Grammar School. Which means that the winners and the holders of the Andrew Reid Cup on 695.5 points, Javelin College. when they're winning this season, standing in the top. As we do at this time of every year, we'd like to acknowledge our winter premiers. So in a second we'll get those up. One of the village traditions we have for this carnival is also highlighting the placings in the different age groups. So in the juniors, in 6th place, St. Aloysius. In 5th place, Cranbrook. In 4th place, Barker. In 3rd place, Knox. In 2nd place, Trinity. And winning the juniors was Waverley. In the intermediates, in 6th place, Aloysius. In 5th place, Barker. In 4th place, Cranbrook. In 3rd place, Knox. In 2nd place, Trinity. And in 1st place in the intermediates, Waverley. In the openers division, 6th place was Allo. 5th place was Barker. 4th place was Cranbrook. 3rd place was Knox. 2nd place was Trinity. And in 1st place was Waverley. I would now ask if students and staff would clean their areas in preparation for dismissal.